Page 33. Calendar number 373, substitute for House Bill number 5005, an act expanding paid sick days in the state, as amended by House Amendment Schedule B. There are 16 amendments.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, and we're waiting for the legislation to be on the board. And there it is. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I move acceptance of the Joint Committee's favorable report and passage of the bill in concurrence with the House.
And the question is on passage. Will you remark?
Yes, I would ask the leave of the chamber to summarize.
Please do summarize.
Thank you, Madam President. Today's bill and act expanding paid sick days in the state is something I'm very excited and proud to bring out today. It passed the House, as you just heard, and this is legislation that since I first joined the legislature in 2019, I've been working on the expansion of paid sick days. For me, we were a state that went first in the nation on approving paid sick days, and that happened in 2011, but it was very limited. It was limited to only about 12% of the employees in our state. And it took a long time, but I'm very proud that we've gotten to the point today where through this legislation, we will now be expanding paid sick days to every worker in the state of Connecticut. And I think that we all learned, especially recently from the pandemic, how important it is for employees to have the ability to stay home when they are sick or where somebody who they love is sick. And it's critical not just for the employee, but it's critical for public health. And that's all been our experience in recent years. So I'm very proud to bring this out and very pleased to also say that I really appreciate the efforts of everyone involved, from the governor's office to leadership of the House and leadership of the Senate, and my good chair in the House, my co-chair, Manny Sanchez, our representative there. So it's been a very exciting time for us, and it's always exciting to lead on a bill that we're taking up today for final passage. I would like to describe the bill briefly. It covers all employees, but it does so in a phase-in approach that would have us move to 25 employees or more would be included starting in January 2025. Those with employers with 11 employees or more in 2026, and then those with 1 employee or more in 2027. There is an exemption for seasonal employees and certain other union construction workers and their employers. One of the great things that we do in this bill is we broaden the definition of family, and this mirrors the definition that we adopted in the paid family medical leave program. It's something that other states are doing today, and I'm very proud that we'll be able to do it here in Connecticut, and recognition of the fact that there are many families that rely on relationships other than the traditional nuclear family relationships. It increases the rate at which employees accrue the leave, also matching other recent state laws in other states. And it broadens the reasons that employees may use the leave, including, for instance, if there was a public emergency, something also that we have experienced recently. This bill will help part-timers to accrue and be able to use paid sick days more quickly than it was under the previous bill. Under the statute, it was you had to work for 650 hours. Now this will be defined as working for 120 days. And so there are many ways in which this is an improvement for our state's workers. Additionally, in recognition of the fact that most employers have gone to paid time off, and in recognition of that, employees are often allowed to use that paid time off for without any documentation of being sick, and this bill mirrors that practice, so there will be no required documentation and no advance notice to use the sick leave provided in this bill. Also, I want to be clear that there's very clearly laid out in this bill that employers who already offer the same amount of paid sick time and provided that you can use it for the same reasons, under the same conditions, that certainly will fulfill their obligation. And obviously, there's also no prohibition for an employer to offer more than what is provided in this legislation. The legislation provides for a poster to be, a model poster to be developed by the Department of Labor that employers can post. They are responsible for notification of employees, including in the event of an employers being in a remote work situation. There's a provision for electronic notification. Finally, one of the important aspects of this bill is to create a task force that will study the possibility of providing a tax credit to employers, which will recognize the cost to employers with 5 employees or fewer. And that task force will be charged with making recommendations prior to the next legislative session. The effective date of this legislation is January 1st, 2025. It's a great bill and a great advance for the state of Connecticut, so I'm excited that we're taking it up here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and good afternoon, Senator Sampson.
Good afternoon, Madam President, and thank you for the recognition. I rise in opposition to House Bill 5005. This is going to be, I think, a very important debate that we have in the chamber today on a very important piece of legislation. I believe that the chairman might say it's important from her perspective for advancing something she feels passionate about to advance the benefits offered to workers in the state. And that's something I'm certainly sympathetic to, but I think that this legislation is much more important for other reasons. Most notably, I would say, the lengths at which the state of Connecticut will go to interfere with the private relationship between employers and employees, and ultimately the negative impact on the economic environment in our state. I was just listening to the good chairman's remarks when she brought out the bill, and she did a good job of explaining the changes that are happening in this program. For those watching, the title of this bill is an act expanding paid sick days in the state. And this indeed does expand the current law, which was passed back in 2011, that effectively requires employers to provide paid time off for their employees. The current law has been in effect for quite a while now, obviously, but some notable differences in this expansion, which we'll get to in much more detail, but the key ones right from the start are that the current law only affects employers that have 50 or more employees. And I'll just make a quick note that, you know, obviously a company that has 50 employees is in a much better position to manage if one of their employees happens to be missing at any given day or any given hour than a business that might have as little as only 1 employee. And that's a major factor to consider, and I think it probably is the most important factor in why myself and many other folks are in opposition to the bill that is before us. It also increases the rate at which the paid time off is accrued, and notably eliminates a lot of provisions that would require employees to actually provide a courtesy and notice to their employer about the reason why they're out and the length of time and so forth. And I definitely want to get into those things in more detail. She mentioned the good chairman, who I will remind the circle that I say almost every time we have a debate that I have great respect for. We do not share the same political ideology, and yet when we work together in the committee, we always do so with courtesy and respect, and I intend on trying to offer that as much as possible today. I do not have respect for the policy that is before us, and that might become quite evident because I'm going to be very critical critical of the bill that is before us and the language that's in it. But I do respect my colleague, and like everyone else in this circle, we all have the right to promote policy that we believe in and make the most, of our each opportunities to make an argument for it. So she started off by saying she was excited and proud, and noted that the bill passed the House on a party line vote. I'll just point out that I don't think that the people of Connecticut are excited when you have legislation like this that takes year after year, attempt after attempt to become law, because there is a wide disparity between the political parties on the direction of our state. The fact of the matter is that our state is pretty evenly divided. The legislature right now is made up primarily of Democrats in 2-to-1 majorities in both chambers. The Senate is 24-to-12, in fact. But I will tell you that, if you start to break down the actual number of votes cast in the state, it's relatively even. And I always remind folks that it doesn't really matter to me what that margin is, because we operate on an issue-by-issue basis here anyway. And I think that if you were to take this particular policy and share the details with the average person on the street and ask them to make an objective opinion about what is being put before us, I think they're going to come down on my side of this argument. And I say that because that's why I'm standing here, because I want to make this argument to as many people as I possibly can so that they understand truly what is happening, and hopefully they will keep that in mind going forward on this debate and all other debates that we have. As the good chairman mentioned, the current law only affects 12% of the state's workforce. I don't know if that number is accurate. I have no reason to believe it's not. But that's because the current law, as I mentioned, only covers employees that work for companies that have 50 or more employees. She also said this will cover every worker, but in fact that is not the case, because it does not cover every worker. In fact, there is a carve-out in this particular bill for folks that collectively bargain. And I've brought this up numerous times in the past because I have an issue with the fact that it seems that when the majority is handing out various types of benefits on the behalf of other people, they tend to pick winners and losers. They tend to decide that some people are more important than others. And I have never viewed the world that way. I believe that we're all equal, that everyone should have equal rights protected under our system of laws and justice. And that's not what happens here. This bill specifically carves out people that are collectively bargaining versus people that are working for a business with an individual private agreement. And that sends a message. That message is that people that collectively bargain actually have the right to determine what their benefits are, and the rest of us don't. The state has decided that for us and for the employers of those employees. Again, this is a phase-in process. It's going to happen in two chunks. They're going to go from businesses right now that are 50 or more employees, and then ultimately it's going to be 25 or more employees, and then it will finally phase into 1 or more employees. I believe that phase-in, which I'm pleased is a phase-in rather than all in one shot. I'll note that we had 3 different versions of this legislation come before the Labor Committee, and it was very difficult to debate from that standpoint, because there was a House bill, there was a Senate bill, there was a governor's version, and they were all a little bit different. And this one is probably, from that standpoint, the most moderate version. But I think it's worth noting that the reason why they have this phase-in is because it's an admission, it's an acknowledgement that what they're doing is aggressive, and then it's going to have a negative impact on employers in the state. I just want to take a moment, by the way, before I go too far off, and just say, a lot of what I talk about tonight is going to be about employers, and I don't want anyone to get the mistaken opinion that I'm only concerned about the employer. I'm not. I'm equally concerned with the employee. The fact of the matter is this bill denies the freedom to make a negotiation for both parties, and The more important issue is that when you start to pass regulations like this, you start to impact employers in the state in a way that limits employment opportunities. You will end up with having less job opportunities, and those job opportunities that exist are going to be different. And they will be more limited than they would be had this not become law. It was mentioned that this increases the rate of accrual. I'm not exactly sure why we would want to change that after something that's been working favorably under the current law, especially when you're going to be impacting very, very small businesses. Trying to read my own writing here. Oh, it broadens the reasons. That was also brought up, and I intend to get to that conversation at some point. The state of Connecticut went through some significantly difficult times as a result of the COVID pandemic, although I might correct myself and say it really wasn't the pandemic itself that caused the problems in the state of Connecticut. I think in many respects it was the state government's reaction to that pandemic, and the governor declaring repeated public health emergencies and taking it upon himself to make policy, overriding the responsibility of the legislature, determining some businesses are essential and other businesses are non-essential, and shutting people down. Well, this legislation that is before us would take a situation like that and do even more damage by telling the business owners that not only are they being shut down, that they're also going to have to pay their employees, maybe en masse. What if you're a restaurant that has a dozen or so employees and they take their paid sick time throughout the year? You can manage that, but now not only are you closed, but you got to pay them all at the same time. These are concerns that I think have not been fully addressed, and I'm going to try and point out as many of those things as I possibly can during this conversation. I have some other questions about the opening statement of my good colleague. She mentioned that the current law says that you can begin collecting after 680 hours of work, but the new law will be 120 days. Well, that makes us wonder about a lot of things. I mean, if it's 120 days at 8 hours, that's a lot more than the old threshold, but I understand that the bill also applies to people that work part-time. So if you worked once on the first day and then you didn't work on the 121st day, I mean, are you still accruing? You probably wouldn't have earned much to have been used, obviously, if you didn't work all that much during that period. But it doesn't seem to matter whether or not you've met any sort of real time frame as long as you've made it past 120 days. You could have worked very little, but you would be eligible to have used what you've accrued. As was noted, and I'm very pleased that the good chairman was very forthright about things that I think are supreme negatives with this bill. She mentioned that there are no required documentation. There is no required documentation from someone, and there's no advance notice required either for use of the paid sick time. And then finally, there is a exemption for certain employers who do, in fact, offer similar programs, although I have many questions about that, too, because I wonder if under the language of the bill, if some business actually offers paid sick days, but they require notice. Now, does that mean that they fall into a gray area and now they still must require the state's required paid sick time as well to their own? I'm not sure. And hopefully we'll get answers to all of those questions. I kind of wrote myself a little note about my plan to attack this bill today, and the first thing I wanted to do was just kind of review the proponents' comments and give my reaction to them. But I want to get a little bit more detailed. But before I do, I want to just kind of point out a few different themes that I think folks that are watching ought to pay attention to throughout this debate. I would characterize this legislation as very onerous and clearly anti-business. I believe the limits that are being established are arbitrary. In fact, I would go so far as to call them punitive. And it makes me wonder sometimes, and I remember sitting in the committee room this year when we started debating this bill, and I was like asking myself, I'm like, who do you think you are? That's my reaction to the majority when I see policy like this. I mean, like, what exactly makes the majority think that they have the ability to give away something that doesn't belong to them? You know, when they increased the minimum wage, they act like, you know, they increased everybody's pay. They didn't increase anyone's pay. Those employers out there in the world obeyed a law and increased people's pay. But when that happened, of course, the jobs were not the same. You know, if you had a minimum wage job for a certain amount and then the minimum wage increased dramatically, I can guarantee you your job changed too. Maybe you worked with, you know, 3 other colleagues and now you only have 2 other colleagues because now you're sharing that other person's job. Or much of your, you know, businesses, the, you know, responsibilities were shifted around so that your job actually might be worth that amount. I always like to use the analogy, you know, no one listening to me is going to say that it's perfectly okay to pay more for things than they're worth. No one's going to go pay $50,000 for a $20,000 car, for example. No one is going to pay $200 for a $40 pair of sneakers. It's just, that doesn't happen. And employers don't do that either. Employers don't pay their workers a $15 or $16 minimum wage for a job that's worth $10 an hour. They just don't do that. So that $10 an hour job is gone, effectively. And I've always characterized that increase in the minimum wage, such a substantial increase, and in fact reckless in my opinion, and we're seeing the fallout of that in many ways, as a ban on certain jobs. You're effectively telling people that those jobs, those entry-level jobs where people learn how to become responsible and get into an industry and grow, they ban them. So those jobs are gone now. The governor and the majority, they like to tout the fact that Connecticut has a low unemployment rate all the time. But the fact of the matter is, many of the jobs that we have in this state are low-paying jobs. Many of the high-paying quality jobs that used to exist in our state are gone now. They've moved on to other states. So here it is again, where you have the majority giving out something that doesn't belong to them. They don't have the ability to actually give out paid sick time, so what they're doing is they're saying, well, we're going to tell this business owner who actually owns the paid sick days, it's their paid sick days, doesn't belong to the state, and tells them that they have to give that to the employee. And it just strikes me as, you know, shocking that they would want to take a victory lap for giving away something that doesn't belong to them by taking it from someone else. Now, the fact of the matter is there are countless different types of benefits that have been offered by employers to employees over time, and countless more that have been negotiated by employees. And one of the critical problems with this bill is that by virtue of creating this mandate on employers to give away 5 paid sick days and all of the other aspects of this legislation, you are eliminating the ability of the parties to negotiate what matters to them. Maybe the employer is willing to compensate the employee extremely well for not taking any sick time. That might be the case for someone, for example, who has a business that has only 1 employee and they rely on that person to open the shop in the morning and lock the door at night. They say, look, this is an important job. I don't offer any paid sick days, but I'm going to pay you really, really well because I need somebody there. Well, this bill says that can't happen. What if the employee says, I don't really want the paid sick time. I would much rather have a different benefit, a company car, a gas card, a corner office. Who knows? I have no idea what people want, but I can tell you that people do negotiate the terms of their employment, and when you take something off the table by creating a mandate, you eliminate the ability of both sides to negotiate the terms of that agreement. That's just one aspect of this bill that I want folks to pay close attention to. As I mentioned, there are a number of themes. One of them is this notion that there is an antagonist relationship between employers and employees. And I don't believe that's true. Now, I believe that might be true in some circumstances, particularly when it comes to some industries where there is a battle every year, typically between folks that collectively bargain and large companies. But most family-owned small businesses, generally speaking, in my experience, everyone there is working towards a common goal, and they're trying to work together to make the company succeed because everyone recognizes, and I say everyone, that's the business owner, that's the family of the business owner, which is almost always involved, and the employees are all working together to try and come up with a success. And they're trying to grow and become more and more successful all the time because they recognize that's how their path to success comes about as well. The majority has a tendency to try and paint every type of situation between an employer and an employee as if it's some sort of animosity, that they're battling against each other and we need to find a way to pick a side and decide who should get what benefit. And worse than that, the majority has decided they're going to pick a side. And they're going to pick the side of labor. They're going to pick the side of workers, and they are going to come and they are going to pass laws that benefit workers at the expense of employers. And it's very frustrating for somebody like me. I don't want to take anyone's side. I'm not up here to defend the employers. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to do what's right. I'm here to do what my constituents want me to do, which is to protect the rights of every person, and to protect freedom, and to protect the system that made our country great. That's why I get up, that's why I speak, that's why I will invest a lot of effort today, because those are the things that matter to me. Protecting what made this country great and will continue to keep it great. And those things include freedom, free markets, private contracts, people working together to advance their collective interests in business. That's what makes the country work. And when you continuously instill this animosity between the parties, that's very difficult to achieve. And using the legislature as a tool to collectively bargain against all, for all the employees in the state against all the employers is inappropriate. And I don't think any of us were elected for that purpose. Private contracts, I just mentioned. When somebody goes to work for a company, that agreement is a private agreement. The state of Connecticut has no business in it whatsoever. If an employer agrees to pay you for your work a certain compensation, whatever that is, if it's in the form of money or time off or the other things that I mentioned, then that's what it is. And you are free to accept those terms, to negotiate those terms, or ignore them as either the employee or the employer. That's the beautiful thing about freedom, is people get to choose for themselves what their circumstances are, and they can change over time. If there becomes a day where the business is doing extremely well and the employee feels like they contributed to that, that's their signal to go to their boss and say, hey, we're making a lot of money, I noticed, and I'm working really hard, and I'd like to share in that success. And if the employer feels like that person contributed, and they feel like that person is truly of value to their company, and that's the reason why they're successful, they certainly don't want to lose that employee, so they're going to compensate them. That's how this works. I think the majority would have the people of Connecticut believe that every employer is simply just trying to capture whatever they can out of employees and leave them by the wayside. And I just don't think that's true. And certainly in a free market where employees have choice about who to work for and they have proven themselves to be valuable, there's going to be employers fighting over them. And they're going to be offering all different types of benefits. And this type of policy hurts every situation, from the most prominent situation where you have an employee that has great skills and can negotiate tremendously, down to somebody who doesn't. Because in both situations, the benefit of being able to negotiate freely as the parties truly matters, but not to this majority. I often say in this chamber, there's no free lunch. I obviously, what's the word I'm looking for? Plagiarizing Milton Friedman. But a brilliant statement. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. I can't reiterate that enough. And when your state lawmaker comes back home to town and claims that they got this and they got that, and our school's going to have all this thing, and we're going to have all this new money, and I got this benefit for you for your job, and none of that was free. Somebody is paying. It's funny that that's often left out of that equation when they like to tell you all of the great things that they're bringing back home to their district. But the fact of the matter is, somebody has got to put it in. And generally speaking, that means that when some business gets a benefit, all other businesses pay. We've debated various types of corporate welfare in this chamber before, and that's always been my argument. Why are we giving Company X millions and millions and millions of dollars to stay in Connecticut or whatever the circumstances have you? And I'm not even saying that's necessarily a terrible idea to try and incentivize a company to stay here, although for me, I would want to incentivize all companies to stay here by making sure that we have good policies across the board, instead of having to use Band-Aids to say, oh, we went too far and we ticked off Company X and now they're going to leave, so we have to give them something. Well, when you give them something, everyone else has got to pay, so you're actually doing more damage in the process. I guess the other final theme I would say about this is that more of a theoretical but very true way to look at economics, which is that we succeed in improving the quality of life in our country by producing things. The reason why we have the highest quality of life anywhere on the planet, anywhere on the globe, is because we have tremendous ability to produce things in this country. And that means all kinds of things, whether it is homes, whether it is technology, whether it is healthcare. Those things exist in our country, and they continue to grow and expand because there's opportunity for those things to happen. And when I say there's opportunity for those things to happen, I mean there's money to be made. There are people in the realm of politics who will try and make it seem like anyone who's making money is evil. That we have to punish the people that are making evil. We have to take things from them. The fact of the matter is, we have the quality of life that we have because some people got filthy rich. And I will get to that in a minute. But let me just say, Henry Ford wasn't working on the assembly line or creating an assembly line and coming up with the automobile out of the good nature of his heart. He was doing it because he was trying to improve his station in life. He was trying to improve the quality of his and his family's life. That's what he was trying to do. Steve Jobs was not trying to give to society when he invented the Apple iPhone. He didn't. No, his job was to make money. His job was to come up with an idea that produced and created quality. The guys that are around the corner from my house today building a new single-family residence, they're not doing it because they like putting up houses, although I bet you they do. They're doing it because they want to make money so that they can bring it back home to their families, so that they have a roof over their head and they can afford to pay their heat bill, and maybe they can do some fun stuff. Go to a Yankees game in the spring or something like that. This is why people do things. And when you start to create impediments to people making money, what you're doing is you're telling people that we're going to make the next thing, or start the next business, or hire the assistant that is going to become the next genius who figures out the next answer to the next problem, not to bother. That's what you're doing. And I will just point out that this is really an argument about capitalism versus communism, but the fact of the matter is that capitalism is the only moral system. And the reason why it's the only moral system is because it's the only system that is based in freedom and not force. Everyone involved in capitalism is doing it with their eyes open of their own free will. People decide to make a purchase of something because they want it. And the person selling it agrees to sell it because they want to sell it. There's no government standing there saying, you have to do this, or we're going to go ahead and take from one person to give to another to fund this or fund that. No, it's happening based on freedom. When someone hires another person and they make an agreement that I'm going to pay you a certain amount for this work that you're going to produce for me, they're doing that out of freedom, of their own free will and choice. That's what makes it moral. It makes it, in fact, beautiful. And in the process of that freedom, great things are achieved. And yes, there are some people that are going to become extremely wealthy in the process. But the fact of the matter is everyone is better off, because when that happens, great things also are created. I mentioned the automobile, I mentioned the iPhone, but you can talk about almost anything. It was created because there was someone there who benefited from its creation. Healthcare, for example. If there was no benefit to coming up with a cure for various diseases, would anybody bother? Who would bother doing the research? I don't want to speak too favorably about Big Pharma. They got their own issues. But the fact of the matter is, you're talking about people that invest millions and millions and millions of dollars on the potential that they're going to come up with a drug or a solution to fix a problem. And sometimes they don't. But sometimes they do. And yeah, sometimes those drugs cost too much, and there are a lot of other issues associated with that. But the fact of the matter is, those things only end up existing because somebody saw an opportunity for a payday at the end. Every other system requires force from the government, somebody interfering, and that force never seems to end. It grows and grows every year. I'm watching it here. Every year there's a new regulation placed on businesses. There's a new regulation placed on individuals. There's more stifling of freedom. There is more punishment to producers. And what's happening? You can watch it. You can see in our great experiment of a nation, we have 50 states, and you can look at the 50 states and you can see which ones have the most regulation on businesses, and you can see which ones have the least regulation on businesses. And guess what? The places that have the least regulation are the ones that are most prosperous. It's not even remotely surprising. In the committee arrangement, it was mentioned that there were a lot of negotiations going on about what was going to be in the final bill, because as I mentioned, there were 3 different versions of this bill. And it made me laugh, because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, well, there's definitely a compromise going on, and there are numerous people fighting over what's going to end up being in the bill at the end of the day. But who was left out of that negotiation? The businesses themselves that are going to have to carry the weight of all of this. And I think, in large part, the workers that play the other role in this bill. All right, I want to talk about the bill itself a little bit. So, Madam President, can I start by asking some questions?
Absolutely. Prepare yourself, Senator Kushner. Go ahead, please, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm going to go over this in some detail, and forgive me if I'm a little redundant. I don't intend to be. I just want to make sure that we get all of this on the record. I noticed the effective date of the bill is going to be January 1st, 2025. Is there a reason why we've chosen that effective date through you, Madam President?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. We chose January 2025 because it's the start of a new calendar year.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer. I'm going to come back to the notion of a year, because there is a definition for a year later in the bill, and there is some discussion in the bill later about folks being able to carry over their earned and accrued time, and I'm just curious about how that breaks down. So I just wanted to bring up the notion of the effective date to start with. In Section 1, there is a couple of changes here redefining the word child, and I'm curious to know what that's about. Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. In this bill, we bring forward the definition of child to include an individual to whom the employee stood in loco parentis when the individual was a child. This mirrors the language in our paid family medical leave statutes.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I understand that this mirrors what's in the paid family medical leave statutes. I just don't know why there's any necessity to mirror those items. This is a completely different thing. The Paid Family Medical Leave Act has to do with a employee-funded tax, effectively, that goes into a fund that the state of Connecticut distributes to folks that are beneficiaries of the program. This is something entirely different. This is a mandate on businesses to give away some of their wealth to another person because the state says so. So can I just ask, what is the desire to mirror those definitions for? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. The effort here is to make sure that we're mirroring not just the definitions in the paid family medical leave statute, but we did so in that statute because we want to recognize the family relationships that exist in our society today and certainly in our state.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer. So in this particular definition, it looks like we're adding an individual to whom the employee stood in loco parentis when the individual was a child. Does it matter whether or not they have any relationship with that person at this point, much later in life, for example, to be eligible? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. No.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer because it goes to what I'm about to show, which is that it really doesn't matter whether you have any family relationship whatsoever, and I don't know why they even bother to put it in the bill. If you're going to say that you had a relationship with someone long in the past, but you don't have one now, but you can still use that for eligibility, then what's the point? Moving on. And I'm just doing this in the order that they appear in the bill, but we will get to the notion of family members and so forth because that's coming up relatively quickly, but I want to just kind of stick to how things appear in the bill for anyone that's following along. Moving down to the new Section 2, where there's a definition for employee, there is a definition described here, and it says employee does not include, and there's a lot of other words, but then it gets down to employees that are employed by folks where an employer is involved in collective bargaining. And I'm just simply going to ask, is there a reason why we've carved out employees who work for employers that collectively bargain? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Would you please give me the line reference?
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This is subsection 2 of section 1 of the bill, and on my copy it's lines 19 through 27.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. And repeat the question, please.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I was asking why we've carved out employees who are employed by employers who collectively bargain with their employees.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. This section refers specifically to employees who are members of a construction-related tradesperson employee organization that is party to a multi-employer health plan. And we carved that group out. We exempted that group because of the relationship that they have and the way they receive benefits through their multi-employer health plan.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Is there any requirement that the benefits in that multi-employer health plan exceed the benefits that are in this bill? Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. No.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you to the chairman for these very short, direct, and honest answers, which go to proving my points over and over again. You know, the first point I just made a moment ago is that We're talking about, relationships and family and this and that, but it doesn't matter. You don't need to have a relationship with the person anymore. And in this case, we're not carving out the employees that are involved in these collective bargaining agreements with multi-employer health plans because they already have the benefit. It doesn't even matter. We're just carving them out because they are involved in collective bargaining. And it seems to be the position of the majority that as long as you're involved in collective bargaining, you're entitled to more rights than people that are not. Because if you're collectively bargaining for your rights, that seems to be okay. You can do that to determine what type of benefits you end up with. But if you're an individual who wants to bargain for your employment and benefits, you don't get to do that. So very interesting. Once again, here is an exemption that makes no reference to what the actual benefit is. It's just we're carving out some people to receive freedom to make their own decisions while we're telling everyone else they don't have that luxury. It also says in the final line of that section that we also have exempted seasonal employees. And I know that that is defined later in the bill also. I just want to make sure. Yes, that's defined a little bit later, but since I'm right here, let me ask now. What is a seasonal employee? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. If you go to line 131 of the legislation, it defines seasonal employee as an employee who has worked less than 120 days in any who works 120 days or less in any year.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think it's pretty clear from the language of the bill, although I don't know that it was intended. I got a feeling it was a mistake. But I'm curious if that means somebody who has been employed with the same business for 120 days, or that they actually worked 120 days. In other words, they might have been employed for, a year, but they only worked on a part-time basis, so they worked 120 days, versus someone who's worked for the same company kind of, every day or at least weekdays for that same period. Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. A seasonal employee would be someone who has worked for that employer for fewer than 120 days.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Would you consider someone who was works on a farm, for example, to be a seasonal employee? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, for the purposes of this statute, it would be any person who has worked for 120 days or fewer in a year.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer. And that answers my question, which is that I don't think it's going to affect most farmers, the exemption anyway. They will be subject to the provisions of this bill because, people that I know that have farms in Connecticut, they generally operate, maybe in January, but certainly February through late fall. So that's the majority of the year. And I don't know, for me, I always considered them to be seasonal employees, but for the purposes of this bill, it doesn't look like they will. Moving on down to the new Section 3 beginning on line 28. This is the section that determines the phase-in of the program to go from 50 or more employees now to 25 or more employees via January 1st, 2026, and then ultimately January 1st, 2027, the requirement will be for all businesses that have as little as one employee. Can I ask, Madam President, why this version of the bill was chosen? I know we had 3 versions of the bill in the committee, and this is the only one that had a phase-in. The other ones went straight to 1 employee or more. I guess I want to know why we're phasing it in. Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Through discussions with advocates, employees, employers, both chambers and the governor's office, we determined that this phase-in would allow time for the smaller employers to prepare their businesses for this new statute.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It sounds an awful like an admission that this is going to be somewhat damaging to these small businesses. That's what it sounds like to me. And being someone that has been involved and around small businesses my whole life, I can tell you that I don't know that there's a way to prepare for this eventuality. The fact of the matter is, the preparation is, I'm going to avoid it if I can. And I'll just say that that's true in my own personal case. You know, I've talked a little bit about my own background here in this chamber and in the committee, and I think folks know what I do. I'm a real estate agent. I've got a successful real estate business. I'm a small landlord. I own a few houses that I manage, and I do a bunch of stuff, whatever I have to do effectively to earn a living so I can keep coming here and fighting for the things that I believe in. But the fact of the matter is, I've thought so many times that I need an assistant, especially when this place gets busy near the end of session, and it's very difficult for me to be able to get back to all of my clients and people that are, need to talk to me about stuff. I said, I got to hire someone to be an assistant to take those calls and solve some of these things and, be a go-between at least. And I haven't done it. And I can only attribute the reason I haven't done it to this place, to our state government. If it was just a matter of I could hire someone and I could work out a pay scale with them and it was just me and them talking, it would have been done. This goes back to my conversation, by the way, a little while ago about capitalism versus communism and freedom and morality. The fact of the matter is, when people are in business together, it's nobody's business but theirs. Now, there are exceptions to that statement. Obviously we don't want to have children working in coal mines or anything like that. But we're a long way from there. The reason for government to be involved and provide protections is real, but we're not talking about that. I can assure you, children are protected from working in coal mines in 2024 Connecticut. This is totally different. We've taken that concept of we have to protect people and their safety to the government has a right to stick their nose between two people and tell them how to live. And I don't believe they should. I don't believe they should, and I'll continue to argue that point as often as I can. So moving on. Moving on down to line 44, it says employer does not include an employer that participates in a multi-employer health plan. So this is effectively addressing the carve-out for folks involved in collective bargaining once again, but this time it's from an employer standpoint rather than an employee standpoint. Is that correct through you, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the very next section, we're still in section 1 of the bill, by the way, but this is subsection 4, and this is brand new language defining family member. And I suspect, I don't want to put words in the good chairman's mouth, but I suspect if I asked, she would say that this is mirroring the Paid Family Medical Leave Act language once again. And it says, family member means a spouse, sibling, child, grandparent, grandchild, or a parent of an employee or an individual related to the employee by blood or affinity, whose close association the employee shows to be equivalent of those family relationships. So, once again, much like the situation where you may have had a relationship with someone long in the past, I believe that this definition of family member encompasses many people that are not blood relatives. Is that correct through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct.
And through you,
Senator Sampson.
Sorry, and through you, Mr. President, can I ask, is there any timeline on these relationships through you?
Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. No.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So here we go once again. I, for the life of me, I don't even know why we're putting this in here about family members. My point today is to illustrate really just how one-sided, how lopsided this bill is. There was very little thought or care into being even-handed or respectful to the employer's consideration when this was drafted. It's obvious to anyone reading it that it's like completely devoid of any respect for the employer, which, by the way, is the entity that has produced the wealth that is being taken and transferred. And it's very surprising to me. And I also don't know why we bother to put in language about parents and carving out this, in loco parentis stuff and then describing family members, if at the end of the day it really doesn't matter at all. Is any documentation required at any point through you, Mr. President, about the familial relationship to be eligible through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. No documentation is required.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you once again, Mr. President. And I appreciate the good chairman for not filibustering or trying to alter the answer. That is the answer. The answer is no. The answer is no requirement. Sorry, doesn't matter. They also define grandchild. I don't know why. I don't know why you put the language in the bill if it doesn't matter. I really don't. And again, once again, in subsection 7, they do parent, include the relationship that no longer exists. Here's an interesting section that I really thought was remarkable. And that is, later, and we're still working on section 1, which is primarily focused in the definitions of the bill. But these definitions are so worthwhile to look at because when you see how they're incorporated in the language of the bill, I mean, it really helps to know what they meant by defining it. And you're going to find out later what people are eligible to take the paid time off for. And one of those things is defined in subsection 8 of section 1. And that is, in fact, what's called a mental health wellness day. Through you, Mr. President, can the good chairman describe to me what a mental health wellness day is?
Senator Kushner, you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. President. I assume you're referring to line 64? Through you, Mr. President.
Senator Kushner. Senator Sampson.
Yes, through you. I was asking if you would define mental health wellness day for me, through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just asking the good senator if he was referring to that term on line 64, but I assume that is the correct line. And yes, mental health wellness days means a day in which an employee attends to an employee's emotional and physical well-being in lieu of attending a regular scheduled shift day.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to the chairman for her response. Yes, a mental health wellness day means a day during which an employee attends to such emotional and psychological well-being in lieu of attending a regularly scheduled shift. So, and you're going to find out later that you can just tell your boss, I need a mental health wellness day. It's funny because it reminds me of like a sitcom from the 80s. They probably made jokes about this in various TV shows. I need a mental health day. Is that, without minimizing the notion of people that have legitimate mental health concerns and issues and trying to protect people that actually do have a real concern, is there anything in this language that says that the person actually has to have any clinically diagnosed or, in fact, real mental health concern through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that what this intends to do is to recognize that there are times when a person needs to take off a day for their mental health or for the mental health of someone that they care for.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate that answer. And again, I don't disagree, but I grew up in a world where we have responsibility, where I make a promise to be somewhere for something like my job. And my employer is counting on me to be there in that position to do my job so that the business functions and that it produces revenue so that that business can succeed and Not only the employer, by the way, can succeed and make money, but all the other employees that work there, they still have jobs too. That's why we have responsibility. That's why we have in our society this notion that, like, when you make a promise to someone, particularly if it's for a job, there's an expectation you're going to show up. It's frustrating to me that somehow, in some respects, this is difficult to debate, because I think people have this image that somehow the employer is like this super hard, you have no excuse, unless this bill exists, there's no way. That's not true. I've worked for dozens of employers over the years. I have been an employer, and I can tell you, every one of those people, even the ones I didn't like, even the ones I didn't think were reasonable enough to say, fine, I understand you got to take this afternoon off to go to your doctor's appointment, or I understand that, you know, you work full time and it's difficult to make it to the bank, so I'll make an exception. They all did that. And why did they do that? They did that because the market demanded that they would, because they knew that if they did that to all their employees and their employees got so angry that they were so unwilling to bend for them, then they'd have no employees. Because some other employer would be like, well, you can come work for me and I will give you half a day once a month to take care of your business or whatever. But this, to me, is just going too far. This is one of the many provisions in the bill that basically says that the employee has no responsibility to the employer at all. And that's maybe the hardest part about this bill. Part of it that frustrates me is that you're telling an employer that they have to provide a benefit. It's like, who are you to tell someone else what they have to give another third party? That's not what we're supposed to do here. But we're also telling people that they don't have to be responsible anymore. And that's maybe even more frustrating. Can you, through you, Madam President, can I ask the good chairman to read the definition of paid sick leave that starts on line 68? Just the first 3 lines, through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Paid sick leave means paid time that is provided by an employer to an employee for the purposes described in Section 31-57T as amended by this Act.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I thank you very much for reading that sentence from the bill. And it's just because I wanted to hear that said by the majority. Because I want them to acknowledge that this paid sick leave means paid time that is provided by an employer to an employee. It is not provided by the Democrats of the Connecticut General Assembly. It's not who's providing it. It's being provided by the employer. Will the employer ultimately get credit for giving out this benefit to their employees? I don't know. But it doesn't seem like anyone wants to give the credit to the employer. The way I hear this bill described is a victory lap for the majority. Look at what we're doing. We're the heroes. Taking something from one and giving to another does not make anyone generous, charitable, or a hero. I am here to inform you. Moving on to the new subsection 10, which has to do with retaliatory personnel action. There's just some words in here. I'm not really sure I understand them. Means any termination, suspension, constructive discharge, demotion, unfavorable reassignment, refusal to promote, disciplinary action, or otherwise employment action. This is a definition that will come up again in the bill. But I do think it's very important that we recognize what is considered to be retaliatory personnel action now, so that when we get to that in the bill later on, we understand the importance of this definition. Because, I mean, for me, retaliatory means, you know, to do something purposely in response to something else. But some of these things, I don't know if they are necessarily retaliatory. Like, if somebody stole from my business and I fired them, is that considered retaliatory through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you please clarify your question? Does that mean retaliatory action because of someone's use of a paid sick day under this bill?
Senator Sampson.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. President. Well, I was trying to ask a question, not answer one. But the issue here really has to do with the definition by itself, absent of the way it's used later in the bill, because effectively this definition says retaliatory personnel action means any termination. And for me, employers have lots of reasons to terminate people. If they terminate someone, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's retaliatory. And it also doesn't mean that even if it is retaliatory, they didn't have a good reason to retaliate. Like I mentioned, if you stole from someone's business and you got fired, well, that is in fact the employer retaliating. But I don't know that that's necessarily bad. The next section of this bill was the definition of service worker, which I think still remains in the bill, but it doesn't serve much of a point any longer because we've expanded the underlying bill from service workers to all employees. Through you, Mr. President, is there a reason why the original bill or the current law, passed in 2011 that we're living under now, was limited only to service workers and only to employers with over 50 employees, and now it seems like a prudent time to change that to all employees and to ultimately pare it down so that it affects every business in the whole state except for those collectively bargaining with one or more employee. Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for the clarification for the record, starting on line 74, after the word employee, there is a bracket that removes all that language regarding the service worker, and that bracket continues to remove the language up until right before, on line 131, right before the number 11. So just for clarification, that those lines would no longer exist in statute. In terms of the question regarding the history of the underlying statute, at the time this was passed in 2011, I was not a member of the legislature, but I was a member of the coalition that worked hard to see passage of our first paid sick days bill in the country. And at that time, what I recall was the reason that we directed this at service workers of a certain size employer was primarily because we had made a very successful argument about employers being able to provide this benefit, and that it was not only good for the workers, but it was good for public health. And in the service industry, obviously, there's a lot of exposure of the public to a service worker. Clearly, since 2011, when we first passed this bill, we've seen other states expand on paid sick days way beyond where we were, and that's why we're here today.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate that answer and the clarification, by the way. As I pointed out, since the bill covers all employees, it doesn't really matter whether service workers are defined any longer in the bill, but I do acknowledge that that bracket does remove that definition. And I appreciate the trip down memory lane. The thing for me is I don't know anything's particularly changed. 2011, there was a certain portion of the state's workforce obviously fitting the definition of service workers. I don't know that it's changed considerably since then. But I do recognize that the people that passed this law back in 2011 purposely carved out the rest of the employee workforce in the state. They must have had a reason for doing so. They also purposely did not include businesses with less than 50 employees. They must have had a reason for doing so, and that's kind of the question I was looking for an answer for. But I think we all know the answer. We know the answer. The answer is the majority recognizes that this is a lift, that this is onerous to businesses, that this will have a negative impact on businesses. And the smaller the businesses, the greater the impact to them individually. They knew that, and they know it again today. Mr. President, what concerns me is that here it is, 2024, not so many years later, that the majority now thinks that they can do it anyway, that they have the ability to move this policy forward despite the damage it will undeniably do. I'm just hoping that the world's watching. For me, that's all I can do here. It's a foregone conclusion. I'm not going to speak here till Wednesday at midnight. Part of me wants to give it a try, but I'm probably not going to make it on my own. So all I can do is make sure I get my case on the record, and that the people of Connecticut have a full understanding of what is happening and who is responsible. If I can achieve that, I'll be happy. Because I firmly believe that the impact of this policy will be felt by almost every family, every individual in the state in some way, shape, or form. Right down from me not hiring an assistant to businesses that change the number of employees they have right around January of 26 because they don't want to be in this threshold, from businesses that choose to relocate to other states. This is going to be felt by people far and wide. When your favorite coffee shop disappears and you wonder why, probably going to have something to do with this. So moving on, the next subsection is seasonal employee, which I know we've already addressed. I want to revisit it just for a quick second, Mr. President, because I really don't understand. Why on earth are we including seasonal employees if we weren't meaning to get at farmers, for example, through you?
Senator Kushner, you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. President. The definition for a seasonal employee is here to make clear what was intended in the earlier section where we excluded seasonal employees.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you again for the answer. But what are the actual employees that we're hoping to carve out by using the term seasonal employee through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. This would create an exemption for any employee who worked who worked 120 days or fewer in a year. Regardless of what job they held, it would be any employee. It's the definition of seasonal that we determined to put into this bill.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Does that mean that they could have worked 120 days, including January 1st and December 31st, through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'm following the question correctly. The question was if they worked on, I'm not sure I do understand the question. Maybe you better state it. I was rethinking it.
Senator Sampson, do you care to clarify?
Mr. President, I'm honestly asking these questions about the definition of seasonal employee in here because I don't know. Usually when I'm looking at a bill, I know what is intended. I know why it's there. I know what the goal is. Here, I keep asking the question because I really honestly don't know. And I can read as well as anyone, and we've read this same sentence 5 times now. Seasonal employee means an employee who works 120 days or less in any year. Okay, got it. But for me, the average person on the street thinks seasonal employee, they think, oh, somebody who works in the construction trades maybe, or maybe somebody, but we carve most of those people out. And we think of farmers. Okay, so those are seasonal employees. But wait a second, they're probably not under this definition because, as I already demonstrated, farmers usually work more than 120 days. And by definition, season, there's 4 seasons in a year. But by this definition, you could be working on January 1st of one calendar year, and you could work on April 1st of that year, and then you could work on August 1st of that year, and then you could work on December 1st or 31st of that year. So there's no seasons involved. It's just somebody who works less than 120 days. I'm just curious why we're calling that a seasonal employee, through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was, you are correct in your assessment of how this would be applied, and that would not be a seasonal worker, and that is not particular to any group of workers. That's why we have the definition for this part of the bill, for this, what will be statute. And in fact, you're correct. It would be anyone who works or is on the payroll of an employer for 120 days or less.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And forgive me, I just want to clarify. I was going to kind of move on from this thing, but the good chairman mentioned on the payroll for 120 days or less. Could you effectively be on the payroll for 120 days or less? But, well, I suppose that you're right. You would, no matter what, you'd still be working less than 120 days. So even if you worked one day, but you were on the payroll. Okay, understood. All right, well, we'll see when we get to the actual operative language that includes seasonal employee, whether this interesting definition and the way the words were chosen actually matters. Okay, so moving on, we're going to get to Section 2. Section 2 of the bill is more or less the meat of what describes what the benefit is and where it comes from. And again, the very first operative paragraph, which is little a, each employer shall provide. I like that it keeps showing up in the bill because it makes it clear it's a mandate. It makes it clear where it's coming from. Doesn't say the majority is giving away free stuff. It says each employer shall provide paid sick leave annually to each of such employers' employees versus service workers. And again, not really certain why it was originally limited to service workers and now expands to everyone, other than the recognition of they were trying to start this bill in a way that was more limited just so that it could get over the finish line. And now the majority has the confidence, the supreme confidence, that we can just impose this on every business, no matter what, large and small. In the middle of this paragraph, it appears this is where the language that changes the rate of accrual. And I'm reading, I think it starts on line 157. It says, at a rate of 1 hour of paid sick leave for each, eliminating 40 and replacing with 30 hours worked by an employee in hour increments up to a maximum of 40 hours per year. So it's quite clear you can earn 40 hours, and the way you're accruing them is you're getting 1 hour of paid sick time, or paid time off, really. And we'll talk about whether you really have to be sick or not later. 1 hour for every 40 hours worked, and now it's changing to 1 hour every 30 hours worked, which in real math is pretty substantial. You're talking about a 25% in reduction for the requirement, or a significant acceleration in the way these hours are accrued. Can I ask why that changed through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. In recent years, there have been other states that have adopted this standard, and we looked at it and thought it was appropriate for Connecticut to have the same 30-hour work for every hour accrued, and it would obviously also help out those part-time workers that are employed in our state.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So it's the good chairman's answer that we're just following what other states do through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. What I said is we looked at what other states have done, and we determined that that would be good for Connecticut.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I don't enjoy having these back and forth things, but when I ask questions, I really do like to get answers to them. And so far, this conversation's been spectacular. I'm really appreciating the chairman giving me as many direct answers as possible. But really, all I've gotten from this answer is we're doing what other states do. And I understand that may not be the only reason, but what is the other reason then? We looked at other states, and we also felt it was a good idea. So why is what I'm looking for. What is the policy reason that says it's a good idea through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. It is good policy to accelerate the accrual time for employees in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate the answer, but again, that's just an opinion. It doesn't say why that's a good thing. Certainly, that would benefit an employee, at least in the short term. I mean, it's certainly going to be more harmful to the employer in the short term, but it's also going to be more harmful to the employee in the long term, in my opinion, because effectively what you're doing is you're making it quite clear your willingness as a state government to regulate businesses into non-existence surpasses your desire to make sure that this is a desirable place for businesses to operate when they have choices to relocate to any other state and maybe country in the world. And that's what concerns me, because that's what's going on here. It's just a mountain of different requirements we're putting on businesses constantly. I mean, how many businesses have to actually pack up and leave before we say, oh, gee, you know, maybe we should do things a little bit differently? How many lists do we have to be on that say that Connecticut is 50th or 48th, if we're lucky, on the list of states with a good business climate? How many? I want to be first on that list. I want to be first at the top of the list. I want people to be like clamoring to come to Connecticut to start their business. I want them to be fighting over all of the vacant corporate storefronts, commercial storefronts in the state, because there's a lot of them. I want them to be fighting over them. But they're not fighting over them, and they're not fighting over them because of things like this. I want to just talk about the carryover provision. Somewhat confusing. On line 162, it says each employee shall be entitled to carry over up to 40 unused accrued hours of paid sick leave from the current year to the following year. Can I ask, through you, Madam President, what year are we talking about? Are we talking about the calendar year? Are we talking about the fiscal year? Are we talking about the year that they started work at this business? Are we talking about any year starting on any day? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. It refers to the calendar year.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Can you, through you, please provide for me a spot in the bill where it says it's the calendar year? Because I hope I didn't miss it. I thought I read this bill pretty clearly. Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe in that same paragraph, we start talking about in very first one, beginning January 1, 2025. Then we refer to January 1, 2026. And then we refer to January 1, 2027. And in that same paragraph, we talk about the current year. The intention here is clearly that if you earn your sick days in the current year, let's assume that's 2027, you can carry over unused sick days into the next year, 2028.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I'm taking a hard look at that right now, and I think that I'm correct in that those dates that are indicated earlier on in the paragraph do not apply to that statement at the end of the paragraph. You know, those dates are limited to section 1 of subsection little a of section 2. And that has to do with the timeline for the expansion and decrease in the number of employees a business might have to be mandated to provide this benefit. Whereas starting on line 162, that paragraph beginning each employee shall be entitled to carry over is part of subsection 3. And I don't think one of those, those dates apply to that. And I would just further mention that if you go back to the final line of section 1, where the word year is defined, and the word year is in fact used in this paragraph I'm referring to, it says year means any 365-day period used by an employer to calculate employee benefits. So I would just like some clarification, because my interpretation of this language is that 365 days is 1 year, no doubt, but it can begin and end at any point. So the employee can say, well, I'm counting my accrued sick time from this period. Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to ask that we take a brief pause, stand at ease for a
We will
moment.
stand at ease for a moment. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate the good senator referring me back to the definition. I think it's clear from the definition that the year period that we're discussing here would be determined by the definition in this bill, would be determined by the employer.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. So, in fact, the year is defined by the employer. That's good to know. And I'm sure the employers that are out there listening to this debate, who are undoubtedly concerned not just about the mandate itself and the impact of their business, but in fact being able to track and keep track of how they're supposed to be complying with this law, would be happy to know that. There's the final section of that little a under subsection 2 talks about employers that exceed the required benefit. And I have a very important question that I want to ask about this, because this really matters to me a lot, and I'm quite certain it's going to matter to a lot of people listening. This says, in lieu of any carryover unused paid sick leave from the current year to the following year, an employer may provide an employee with an amount of paid sick leave that meets or exceeds the requirements of this subsection and is available for the employee's immediate use at the beginning of the following year. I'm bringing it up now, even though it comes up again later, this notion about employers that actually provide paid sick leave to their employees. And I know there is a desire in this bill to exempt people that do that. But what I would like to know is if the employer provides the same 40 hours of sick time, but they have more stringent requirements, for example, about you can only have the paid sick time for a blood relative, for example. Would they still be eligible to be exempt under this bill? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill, I think, is very clear when it says they would have to not just meet the amount of time, but also the conditions.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Through you, Madam President. I want to wait till I get to that section of the bill to get much deeper in that, but let's just ask one more follow-up question while it's fresh in my mind. And does that mean that if there's a business that is providing 40 hours of paid time off to their employees, and it's accrued in the same manner and everything else, but the one thing that's different under their law is that you must take the paid time off because it's either you or a family member who is sick, they would be required to provide an additional amount of paid time off that does not have that limitation to be under our current law, under the law as proposed through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. The example that the good senator just shared with us, under that example, they would not have, that employer would not have met the requirement of this legislation and would be required to provide those 40 hours. It could be an additional 40 hours, or it could be the same 40 hours as defined in this legislation under the same conditions that are described in this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer. And that's quite a message to the businesses across the state of Connecticut. Because I think many of them are looking at this and saying, oh, well, we already have paid time off. We're going to be exempt. You are not exempt. If this bill passes, you're going to have to do what it says here. So that means that you're either going to have to offer an additional amount of paid time off, which I don't think makes a lot of sense, but you're not going to be allowed to dictate the terms of your paid time off program. You don't get to make sure it's a legitimate paid time off program for people that are actually genuinely sick by asking them for documentation or making it apply to them or their family members. You're going to have to give it to them in the form that is in this bill, which, as we've begun pointing out, and I'm far from done with that, is absurd in the way it's handled. The family member thing means nothing. The documentation thing we're coming up to means nothing. The fact of the matter is your employee gets 5 days of paid time off that they can take in any way, shape, or form in whatever increments that they want under this bill. And you will say nothing about it, employers of the state of Connecticut. That's the message that the majority is telling you today. Moving on to little b under subsection 2, this talks about an employee that has to do with accrued sick leave as well. And I think that the point of this is somebody who has not accrued all of their leave. Through you, Madam President, if you've accrued only 2 days of paid time off, can you still use it through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not certain I understand the question. I'm looking at line 172. I think that's the reference that I was given, and in that, after all of the deleted language, this simply says an employee shall be entitled to use any accrued paid sick leave on or after the 120th calendar day of such employee's employment, which means that they could use any time that they had earned. It would not be required that they had earned the full 40 hours before they could have use of their paid sick time.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yeah, no, that's what I was getting at. I wanted to show that you are eligible to use any paid time off that you have accrued, whether it is as little as 1 hour or the full 40 hours. Am I correct about that through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. You are correct.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And let's just have this quick conversation about the 680 hours versus the 120 days. It's kind of interesting. You start thinking about, well, we're talking about days versus hours. Okay, it's because 120 days at 8 hours a day is far more than 680 hours. So the requirement is not increasing, though, is it? It's actually being dramatically reduced, because does this require that somebody worked on each of those individual 120 days, or simply that they were employed for that 120 days through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. It is the latter. They needed to be employed for the 120 days.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that. I'm just letting it sink in. Okay, so in the current law, some precautions were included to make sure that this didn't have as severe a negative impact on business and industry by limiting it to larger companies, having a more moderate accrual rate, allowing employers to dictate some sort of responsibility for employees to notify them, et cetera. But here in this bill, we're just all of that's evaporating. And that includes the 680 hours that someone would have to work to be eligible to start receiving their paid time off. Now that's gone, because effectively now you can earn whatever you get. So if you worked only 30 hours during those 120 days, which wouldn't be very much, you'd still have earned an hour worth of paid time off, and you'd be eligible for it on the 121st day. Is that correct through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. That is correct.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And as far as the way the employee gets to use this time, is there any requirement that they take it 8 hours at a time? You have 40 hours is 5 8-hour work days, for example, or a half day, 4 hours, something like that. Is there any requirement for that, or can they take it in other formats through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. There is no requirement in what amounts of time a person would have to use their accrued paid time off.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So an employee that worked in a small business, and maybe there's multiple part-time employees that work there, but there's an expectation that they each work different types of shifts. There would be, under this bill, nothing saying that employee B could just say, well, I'm not going to take any days off, but I'm leaving a half an hour before my shift's supposed to end every day for the next 2 weeks because I've accrued that time. Is that correct through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. They could do that if they use that accrued time for the purposes outlined in the bill.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer. Is there anything in here protecting the employer in that case who's going to have to come up with some plan to provide coverage for that missed amount of time that there may be coverage in a very small business, ice cream shop, for example? What can the employer do through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. It would be up to the employer to determine how they would manage that, whether they would replace the employee with another employee or simply manage the work differently.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam President. I hope people are listening. This is, again, another example of just how unbelievably lopsided this bill is. It's almost like every chance that came up in the discussion about how to craft this bill, where there was a decision to be made about whether or not we should allow the employer some element of accountability for the employee, the answer was, nah, we're not going to do that. We're going to make sure the employer gets the short end in every one of these choices, in every conversation. Employee is always right. We're changing that old saying. It's no longer the customer is always right. It's now the employee is always right. So we kind of talked about the next few sections in our brief conversation. I think those sections that start on line 183 where it says, an employer shall be deemed to be in compliance, which is what this is all about, Madam President. This is all about putting employers in compliance. This is like a foreign language to me, to be totally honest with you, just to have a little aside here, because for me, I ran for office with this understanding and expectation that I'm up here as a representative of my neighbors, that they've selected me from among all the other people that we live in our community to come up here and to look out for them, to protect their rights, to make sure that whatever private agreements they get into are enforced, that there's public safety, that people aren't going to get carjacked or have people, trying their door handles in their driveway, and that if I hire someone and they agree to terms of employment, that those terms are enforced by the State Department of Labor. That's what I thought. I thought I was there, standing up to defend those things. And I'm puzzled by this because it doesn't look like members of the majority or people that support this type of legislation, and forgive me, I don't mean to make broad political terms, but that's the way this is likely to break down. It's the way it's broken down in the committee, and every time we've had this debate, are here for the same reason. They're trying to score some sort of advantage for certain members of our society at the expense of others. And I reject that. I reject the notion that we should be scoring any points for any particular group. I don't care who they are. I'm all about protecting the freedom of individuals to associate and make whatever personal, private contracts they want, because that is what's made our country beautiful and great. And every time we chip away at that freedom, at that ability for people to be able to get along, not only do they lose freedom, we lose production, we lose quality of life, we lose job opportunities, we also lose the ability to agree or disagree respectfully. That's what happens. People don't even know how to disagree anymore. Now it's the government will fix it. We can't disagree about the terms of how we're going to have this. We'll just get the government to pass a law. And there are willing partners all the time, apparently. Line 208, I wrote down, who is exempt? What is this? An employee who is exempt from overtime requirements. Oh, this is about salaried employees. I didn't spend a lot of time here, to be totally honest, but I bet you if we start digging into this, we're going to find out that this is a flawed section too, because frankly, I think the people that drafted this bill have no idea what it's like to operate a business. I think they have absolutely no idea what it even means to have to hire people and negotiate salaries and meet payroll week after week despite what happens in the world. Lines 214 through 218 talk about it if an employee is transferred. So let's just ask a few questions about that. If an employee works for a company that has multiple locations, does that mean that the paid sick time that they're accruing follows them through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, it does.
Does that
Senator
apply?
Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Sorry. If that that is true, okay, so does it still apply if that company maybe has another location that is in another state?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. We cannot enforce this statute on an employer in another state.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer. I almost want to get into that a little bit more, but I'm just going back to my original reaction to the next paragraph of this bill, because I have to tell you, I think I actually sat down because I was leaning over my desk reading it, much like I am now, and I was like, I had to sit down. Starting on line 219 through 223, it says, if an employer succeeds or takes the place of an existing employer, each employee of the original employer who remains employed by such other successor employer shall retain and may use all paid sick leave accrued or received while employed by the original employer. So does this mean that if you buy a business, you now are responsible to pay those employees all of the paid time off that they've accrued through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. That is correct.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Why wouldn't the previous employer be responsible for that through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. This legislation provides that it would be the successor employer who retains those employees that would be responsible.
Senator Sampson.
Through you, Madam President, can you tell me what a successor employer is through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. There are a successor employer has definitions that are in other statutes, and so I would not want to state all of the conditions that make it a successor employer. But it does very specifically say in this legislation it would be a successor employer. It would only apply to a successor employer who retains the employees of the original company.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Could the good chairman point me to the statutes that define successor employer through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll stand at ease.
We'll stand at ease while we get that.
Thank you, Madam President. There is a definition of successor employer in our unemployment statute 31-223, subsection A2. An employer who acquires substantially all the assets, organization, trade, or business of another employer who at the time of such acquisition was subject to this chapter shall immediately become subject to this chapter as a successor employer.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that definition. I just like a little clarification, if I might. I was listening intently, but I want to make sure I understand that a successor employer is an employer that acquires the assets of their predecessor. Is that correct through you?
Senator Kushner.
Well, it acquires the assets, organization, trade, or business of another employer.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. Does it suggest that they are acquiring the liabilities of the prior business through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. In this case, in reference to paid sick days, they would be acquiring the obligation to pay any accrued paid sick days should they retain the employees.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I asked these questions, by the way, for folks listening, because I'm trying to illustrate something extremely important, which is that I don't think that the folks that drafted this language of this bill truly understand the business world well enough to have crafted language that made sense. The fact of the matter is that there are an infinite different ways a business can change hands. And there's infinite different ways the assets of a business can change hands. And what we're talking about here is a situation where sometimes someone will purchase an ongoing business. And in the process, the name stays the same, the employee stays the same, the payroll company stays the same, and they're just picking up where the other owner or owners left off. Now, in a case like that, I think this language makes sense. Certainly, if you're taking on the income and responsibilities of a business in the middle of its operation, sure. It definitely makes sense that you would be eligible to receive any of the benefits, but also have to make good on any liabilities. But in the real world, and I may have said this a couple of times, and I may say it a couple more times when this is over, in the real world, which this bill doesn't seem to contemplate, in the real world that almost never happens. Most people, when they purchase a business, only purchase some elements of the business. Like if someone buys a retail store, usually they buy the assets of the business. They might buy the whole operation, but they might also just buy the assets. In which case, how could you hold someone responsible if they're only buying the inventory of a business? And am I correct through you, Madam President, that this particular language that's here, referencing the statute that you just recognized, the Madam Chairman recognized, would mean that even someone that is acquiring only the assets of a business would be responsible for the paid time off liabilities accrued for that employee. Is that correct through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. If that new owner, new employer retains the employees, then they would be responsible for the accrued time off.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I only caught part of that. Say that one more time, forgive me, through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to clarify that it would apply if the employer retained the employees. So each employee of the original employer who remains employed by such other successor employer shall retain and may use all paid sick leave accrued or received while employed by the original employer.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer, although I don't know that that much matters. Let's use an example. I mean, okay, for example, I used to work in the insurance industry. I used to manage a small independent insurance agency company where we basically sold auto and homeowner policies and maybe some other things, and we service those customers and so forth. Well, in that industry, for example, very often one entity will buy another entity. But when they do it, they don't buy anything but the actual book of business. They don't want to buy any of the other problems of the other business. So they just make a deal that says, we're held harmless of everything else. We're buying only the assets of this business. But it's also extremely likely that even if they change the name on the sign from Smith Insurance Agency to Johnson Insurance Agency, and they're still got the same customers and the same book of business, it's a totally different business, owned by a totally different person, and all of the responsibilities were gone by the wayside because that business is no longer there. And the new owner owns only the assets. But it's very possible that the new owner hires some of the staff because they happen to be qualified individuals who happen to be looking for a similar job now that the original business is gone. In that scenario I just described, would that qualify as a successor business through you?
Thank you,
Successor
Matt.
employer?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
I jumped the gun. You hadn't called on me yet. My apologies. Thank you, Madam President. Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. All I have to say to that is wow. That is going to make such a mess of folks that are actually in the industry of selling business entities and assets, because this is going to make a complication that I don't know that they can properly account for. I have another question, Madam President, and that is, what if I take over a location in a strip mall from another business, and I put an entirely different business in there? I don't know. Maybe it was an auto parts store, and I buy it to put in a retail store, a pet store, for example. But the person that used to operate the front desk says, hey, I'm still looking for a job. I hire you. So one business got nothing to do with the other one, but they retain an employee from the prior business at that location. Are they responsible under this bill as per your definition of successor employer through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it would depend on all of the specifics related to that, and it would be up to either the Department of Labor, the commissioner, or if the new employer was unsatisfied with the response, they could appeal it to Superior Court.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, isn't that reassuring, business owners listening in the world? It'll be up to the Department of Labor commissioner. That's the answer? That's no answer to give anyone, ever. More and more in our society, the government is deciding that there's no more law written down that we can follow. When a tough question is raised by somebody like me, and there's no answer that we can actually point to, now it's up to the Department of Labor Commissioner. So now we do not have the rule of law as envisioned by the founders of our great nation that applies to every person equally, that is written down so it's crystal clear, so it can't be abused. We're back to the laws of King George, which is whatever King George says on that day. And that's the danger of a growing bureaucracy and a willing legislative majority that is throwing all sorts of power and control into the hands of unelected bureaucracies. That's what's happening. And this is a good example of that. I'm thinking about this section of this bill, and I'm wondering, if I'm an employer in any situation anywhere, am I the successor employer? So if I open a brand new business, I build the place, for crying out loud, and I put my sign up and somebody comes to work for me, am I in danger of being their successor employer? I think under this language I am. You could hire somebody and still find out that you are going to end up having to pay for their accrued sick leave because it's so vague. And you are especially in danger if you're buying a business and retaining the entity. And then maybe you escape that by buying only the assets of the business and changing the name. Maybe. But according to the chairman, it's up to the Department of Labor commissioner, and if you don't like it, you can go to court. We heard that a couple of days ago. You can go to court. Like, that's a simple thing. Like, we can just go to court. Going to court costs a lot of money. It means time off from running your business and making it successful so you can feed your family and pay your employees. It means hiring lawyers. They're not cheap. The next section asks, well, it says, no employer shall require an employee who will use or is using paid sick time to search for or find another employee to serve as a replacement. Is this a outright prohibition on this activity through you, Madam President?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. This paragraph says that it shall not require an employee to find their replacement. It is not a prohibition. It is simply is not a requirement.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So that means as an employer, I would be safe in asking my employee to do this through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I could imagine a situation where an employer might ask an employee to do it, and they might say they weren't able to do it, and that could not be then used to deny them the time off.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer, and that's thankfully something positive that we've come across, that it's not so onerous, but I want to make sure it's not that onerous. Is it a situation where that employee could take some sort of action against the employer for even asking the question through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. An employee could only take action against an employer if they believe there was some retaliatory measure that was taken by the employer, and that would be subject to the specifics in this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Okay, well, we'll talk more about that because I know we've touched on the definition of retaliatory action, and I think that there's more sections in the bill having to do with that. And it's another part of this bill that gives me some great concern, because I think it's perfectly natural for the employer to be able to say, hey, by the way, do you guys want to, talk amongst yourselves and see somebody else wants to pick up your shift or whatever? And I don't want to chill that activity, because first off, I think it's not good for those employees. What if there is another employee that wants to pick up that shift? But I think that there's a danger that what's going to happen here is an employer does not want to be perceived as trying to limit someone's ability to use their paid time off, and therefore be on the receiving end of some civil inquiry from whatever state agency is defined in the language, the Department of Labor or the Attorney General or something like that. Who knows? That seems to be the usual course of action in most of these bills. Let's just move on to Section 3. Section 3 is about the employee's reasons for taking the paid time off. This whole section is somewhat amusing, because we're going to illustrate just how irrelevant all of the words on the paper are. Because as we've already discussed, none of it matters. The fact of the matter is the employee is always right, and the employer is always wrong. And I'll reiterate that the whole point is not to defend employers versus employees. It is to write policy that's actually fair, to write a policy that makes sense for all the parties involved. Or better yet, not write any policy at all about determining the benefits in an employment situation, because that's not up to us. That's up to the people involved. So line 238 is where the very first definition comes in, because it says in Section 3, an employer shall permit an employee to use paid sick leave accrued pursuant to whatever section as amended by this act, and then it has a list of reasons. And the first one says, an employee's illness, injury, or health condition. B, the medical diagnosis, care, or treatment of an employee's mental or physical illness, injury, or health condition. C, preventive medical care. for an employee's mental or physical health. And then D, as I pointed out before when we had this conversation, a mental health day. How do we verify that each of these particular situations is occurring in practice? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. This legislation requires that that is the reason that an employee takes a paid sick day. That's the only specification.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Senator Sampson.
I'm sorry, Madam President, can you just repeat that one more time?
Senator Kushner.
This paragraph of this statute lays out what the reasons are, of this proposed bill, lays out what the reasons are. And those are the reasons that a person is allowed to take a paid sick day.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I didn't ask that question, though. I understand that those are the reasons why according to the bill, that an employee would be eligible, but I didn't ask that. I asked, how do we know that one of these things is actually happening? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that an employer would have to assume that if an employee took it off, that they were using it for that reason, unless they had evidence otherwise.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very, very much. So, just to continue, I have quite a bit to say about this whole section, but I think I'll reserve my opinions for after we kind of cover the whole section, so that we can kind of get through an understanding of what's here. The next part, which is subsection 2 under section 3, there's a change going on from the old current law that we're under now to this new policy. And it looks like it used to be just a service worker, because that was what the bill was limited to, their child or spouse, and injury, illness, or health condition. And now it's for any family member, and we already understood that any family member includes affinity, and it includes people that you might have had a relationship with once, but you don't now. So in other words, anybody. So if you can, it reminds me of another debate we had in here on an entirely separate subject about the definition of an illness. But the idea is an illness something that affects you, or is an illness just a word? There's an illness, in history or in the future, or there's a fear of an illness. Well, in this case, it's kind of the same thing. It's like, well, a family member. A family member could be almost anything, because we don't require on a blood relative, so does it really have to be a family member anymore? No. And the illnesses and so forth that are listed here, are they really happening? It's assumed, because nowhere in here does it say that an employee even has to provide any documentation to the employer whatsoever. And that includes not just all of the supposed illnesses that might occur, and again, they'll probably be legitimate in 95% of cases. The concern is, what about the ones that are not? But it even includes the mental health wellness days. I found this to be an interesting section, starting on line 251 through 259. It says, foreclosure by order of a public official due to a public health emergency of either an employer's place of business or a family member's school or place of care, that effectively that would be a legitimate reason to receive paid time off. Who would have the power under this language, Madam President, to declare such a public health emergency at an employer's place of business or a family member's school or place of care? Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we have had an experience with this recently with the closing of businesses due to a public health emergency by order of the governor, and in some cases, so I would think that this says public official. It doesn't restrict it because there could be a more contained situation where it might be a public official of a municipality or a regional area, but it is a public official who would declare that.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that, sharing that information. Of course, I was here during the pandemic, and I was usually the guy standing up suggesting that what was going on was an injustice for a number of reasons. First and foremost, I think for a large part of the public health emergency, the pandemic wasn't really a pandemic. Not to suggest that at no point it was, but for a large part of that time that we were under a public health emergency in the state of Connecticut, we were told up front by the majority and the governor that we were under that emergency only so we could get some federal money. Not because there's really an emergency going on. So does that mean that if this body or the governor declares a public health emergency because we need to get some federal money, that in fact this bill can apply through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. As it says here, that as long as it's ordered by a public official, then a person would be able to use their paid sick time.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Does that mean other public officials can declare emergencies? Does that mean like a local public health official or a building inspector, fire marshal, through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not aware of what authority a person might have in different levels of government. Certainly what we're most familiar with is the experience we had where the governor declared a public health emergency.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate the answer or lack thereof. That's why I'm asking, is because we need an answer, because we wanted to put the intent of the bill on the record and we want answers to the questions. So it says foreclosure by order of a public official. That means to me that it's more than just the governor. And I'd just like to know for a fact whether or not that is true, whether it is something that could be done by a fire marshal, for example.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. If we were limiting it to the governor, we would say so. So I have the same understanding that it could be another public official.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Madam President. I appreciate that answer. Yeah, so this is very disconcerting to me because, throughout that whole period, I made the case repeatedly that people in America are free citizens. And that means that they should be able to come and go as they please. It also means that, in my mind, they should be able to decide whether they're going to open their business if they please, and consumers can decide whether they're going to go to that business if they please. Instead, what we got was a mishmash of overzealous big government abuse, in my opinion, where the governor took it upon himself to decide which businesses were actually, in his words, essential, or in his words, unessential or non-essential, when in fact he had no power to do so. The determination of our laws lies with the legislature. It's one of the very first things in our state constitution. Only the legislature makes laws. And while the governor does have the power to modify existing laws for public health purposes, he cannot make law out of whole cloth. And that's what happened during that process. There's no law about who's essential and who's not essential, so the governor certainly didn't have the right to decide then. And this bill, what concerns me is we're perpetuating this idea that somehow, well, a government official has the power to determine whose business is open or closed. Now, I can understand a restaurant that has numerous public health violations. I get that. Or if there's a significant safety violation or something like that, a building inspector or fire marshal. But there should be parameters by which those things happen, not just, much like the governor, we need to get federal money, so I'm declaring a public health emergency because it's the only way to satisfy the federal requirement. Despite the fact that the damage that does throughout the entire state's citizens and businesses. Starting on line 271 through line 288, there was a large paragraph that used to describe the parameters by which a covered employee was required to notify their employer if they had a foreseeable eligible item that would get them available to use their paid time off. I'm sorry if I'm a little tongue-tied. It's just that I want to use the right words, and sometimes the right words don't exist because it's not a medical condition. If I go back and look, I'll find out that it doesn't have to be. So I'm curious to know why this language was removed from the current law. Why are we taking this out? Why would we remove this requirement that has been working fine under the current law for service workers? Why is it not going to exist in the new law if this is passed?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an area that a lot of people commented on and had input into, and it was determined by the proponents of the bill after much discussion, including discussion with employers and healthcare providers, that we should not require the documentation that unfortunately too frequently people have to go to a doctor to get a doctor's note when they have a cold or the flu, and the cost, and not just the cost to the employee and the employer, but also clogging up the whole healthcare system as a result of that. And so after much discussion, it was determined that we should build out a bill that did not require documentation or advance notice.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer, except it's filled with things that I want to ask about. I mean, first and foremost, this section has to do primarily with foreseeable things. So this is, generally speaking, I'm not going to foresee that I'm going to have a cold, but I might foresee that I've got to go to the doctor on a specific day for some other reason. And therefore, you'd have some sort of documentation that could easily be provided to the employer. No? So instead of keeping this language, which I just want to cover it really quickly, service workers need to use paid sick leave is foreseeable. The employer may require advance notice. This is the law right now, not to exceed 7 days. If services workers' need for leave is not foreseeable, employer may require a service worker to give notice of such intention as soon as practicable. Even that is an absurd requirement in my mind. That means that they can give it to them maybe even after they don't show up for a shift. I think that's what it means. For sick leave of 3 or more consecutive days, an employer may require reasonable documentation. Okay, thank heavens that's in the current law, that such leave is being taken for one of the purposes permitted under Section A, which we already described includes mental health wellness days and so forth. And then there's some other things they can take the time off for that are enumerated in the rest of that paragraph. But all of that is being removed. Poof. And it's going to be replaced with a simple sentence. No employer shall require an employee to provide any documentation that such leave is being taken for one of the purposes permitted under subsection A. So in other words, there is no requirement for any documentation. And is that true at any time through you, Madam President?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Is there any requirement that so if there's no requirement that they provide any documentation and there's no timing even required, how does an employer even know that the person is taking the time off through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. They would not be able to require documentation to establish that.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I got that, but I'm trying to understand exactly how this works. So if there's no time requirement and there's no documentation requirement, then can an employee just not show up and be covered by this through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. An employee can use the time without, or can apply for the time without any documentation or advance notice.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate the answers, although they're kind of skirting the question. The question is very direct. is an employee in any type of violation of this bill if they just don't show up? And then when their employer asks them, like, how come you didn't show up this morning to unlock the store? And they say, well, I had earned and accrued paid time off. Is that acceptable through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. There's nothing in this bill that would require the advance notice or documentation.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I hope people were listening to that too. This is like a somewhat shocking and lopsided bill. I know I said it before, but I just can't help from saying it over again, because every time we get to another point in the bill where we get to this question about, well, what are we going to do to get to some fair resolution for all the parties concerned, there is no fair resolution. It's the employee is given the benefit of the doubt and the employer is not. And I'm not talking about a legitimate employee who has a legitimate reason and is providing courtesy to their employer. We're talking about a situation where someone just fails to even provide notification to their employer. Is there a danger under that, Madam President? Because the whole next section of the bill has to do with retaliation. So if an employer says something to their employee, says, hey, you know, you were supposed to open this morning and you didn't show up, or you left your shift and you left no one covering your station for an hour, and no one knew, is there any, would the employer be faced with an accusation of retaliation if they fired that person, for example?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. The language in this proposed bill is very clear that an employer cannot take retaliatory action for an employee taking accrued time off that's provided under this proposed legislation.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
That's the answer, ladies and gentlemen. I almost like to talk about it for a little longer just to make sure it sinks in, but that's the answer. The answer is that the employee effectively does not have any obligation to the employer whatsoever. If they've accrued time off, they can take it in whatever. Let me ask this question just so we have it on the record. Is there any limit or requirement that that paid time off is used in any specific increment through you, Madam President?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, there is no requirement of any period of time that would be required to be used.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So that means that the employee can use their paid time off any way they choose. They could take a day, they could take half a day, they could take 7 out of 8 hours, they could take 10 minutes a day over several days. Am I right about that through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. You are correct.
And thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, no, it's my fault. I'm jumping the gun.
Hard to keep up.
So anxious. So if that's the case, who is documenting all this? Is my next question. I mean, does the employee have to track all this? Does the employer have to track about this? If the employer is supposed to be tracking this, how is the employer going to track it if they're not even provided documentation or notice? Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. There is a section of the proposed bill starting on line 406 that requires record keeping by the employer of the number of hours accrued and the number of hours, if any, paid for use of sick leave.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So there you go. Very straightforward. It's somewhat surprising. But I guess we'll leave it there and we'll just move on to the next section, which is about the same situation about employers that might provide some sort of benefit already. Because it says in Section 4, nothing shall be construed to prevent employers from providing more paid sick leave than is required under said sections. And I just want to reiterate one more time for the record, which is that in order to be exempted from the requirements of this bill. An employer would have to meet the requirements of this bill in full. Am I correct about that through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, you are correct.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm glad we got that on the record, because I think that's something that I'm not sure most businesses that have been following this truly understood. I just want to go back to something too, which is just in the last conversation we have, the chairman, and I think she's mentioned a couple times that there's been a lot of conversation among the people that are involved, including the businesses. And I want to just clarify that I've had a lot of conversation with the businesses too, and not a single one of them has come to me, and I'm not saying there wouldn't be, because there may in fact be some business somewhere, but for example, none of the testimony we have is in favor of any of the paid sick time bills that we had. And many of these folks that submitted testimony are actually businesses that have more than 50 employees. So they're already living under the circumstances as they are now, but they have concerns with multiple things. They have concerns with the other aspects of this legislation, particularly all of this notice requirement stuff going away, the documentation requirement going away, the accrual limits changing, all of those things. And I think what's really interesting about what most of them comment on, and I was going to spend some time reading some of their testimony, but we'll see if that happens or not. The thing is that their testimony is almost all geared to you're undermining entire industries with this particular type of legislation. That the small businesses that they do business with, like, so you have somebody who's a manufacturer, but they rely on a small shop to produce some part. And they don't want to lose the availability of getting that part because this shop disappears because of too much government regulation. And I mean, that is all throughout the testimony. It's actually fascinating to read the various business concerns that are being addressed in here. And, you know, so the chairman can suggest, oh yes, well, we've talked to the businesses, but that should never be construed to we talked to the businesses, we heard them, and we modified the bill. Because I can tell you from this conversation alone that every time there was a chance to modify the bill in favor of protecting the economic viability of the state, the answer was no. In section 4, subsection little a, subsection 2, it says nothing in the sections of this bill, etc. Excuse me, actually no, 3157S to 3157W, which I have not looked at, but I'm interested to find out what I'm missing. It says nothing shall be construed to diminish any rights provided to any employee under a collective bargaining agreement. Can the good chairman tell me what that means?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. If there is an employee who has a collective bargaining agreement, their rights under that agreement cannot be overridden by this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. Is that because of a concept known as supersedence through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not sure whether or not what you're applying supersedence to. I know that for state employees we have supersedence, which means their contract supersedes any laws that we pass, and I believe this would create the same conditions for a private sector collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the answer, Madam President. I appreciate the good chairman's response. I bring this up because I think that this is a new thing. I think this is a situation where we have historically accepted, although I've never accepted it, I've tried to block it and repeal it as many times as anyone, the notion of supersedence, that you could have employment contracts that the state enters in that do not follow state law. So like what we do here, the laws that we pass, they apply to everybody, well, except for these people over here. They have the right to be above the law. Well, now what we're doing here is we're creating another similar situation for now privately collectively bargained situations. I'm raising that as a red flag for folks to watch out for, that somehow we are expanding the state government's power to make laws that apply to different people in different ways. And for me, that's always been a giant red flag and one of the things that I've come here to address. Because I believe that the dream of our great country laid out in our Declaration of Independence about all men being created equal, endowed by the Creator, certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, all that stuff, I think that's real. I think we should be working towards that. And to the extent that our country has failed in any of those areas before, based on race or gender or any of those things, we should be working to get past those things to get to a point where we truly do recognize people absolutely in all of our laws as equal. And that we don't write special laws for special people. But it's still happening almost every day in here. Every day there's a new bill with special laws, with special treatment for special people. Okay, Section 5. Section 5, no employer shall take retaliatory personnel action against an employee because the employee requests or uses paid sick leave or if the employee files a complaint with the labor commissioner alleging the employer's violation. I just thought that was very interesting the way this is written, because the first thing that I thought of is, what if the employer was right? This doesn't even get into that. It just simply says the employer cannot retaliate against an employee for using paid time off. I can understand if they're actually eligible for it, but the second part of this, which says that they can't retaliate if the person files a complaint with the labor commissioner alleging the employer's violation. Well, what if they're making up the allegation? I find it interesting that it's assumed to be a legitimate threshold to limit the actions of the employer. And I just don't agree. I believe that this situation deserves to have fairness instead of a restriction or a limitation placed on the employer's ability to take action. Because the employee is not limited at all. The employee can do whatever they want. There's no restriction on the employee in any way, shape, or form. The next piece, it says on line 345, the labor commissioner shall advise any employee. I think that's really interesting because it basically says the labor commissioner, as if it's the labor commissioner themselves. Does it have to be the actual labor commissioner through you, Madam President?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe in this context, when the labor commissioner is cited, that that would be acceptable for the labor commissioner to assign someone for that responsibility.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer, and thanks for that clarification, because the whole paragraph is peppered with the commissioner may hold a hearing, for example, but it doesn't actually say anywhere that it can be an appointee of the labor commissioner or anything like that. It does say on line 353 that the commissioner may hold a hearing for an employee who's aggrieved by a violation. Does that hearing have to be held in person, or can it be remote through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that would be determined by the labor commissioner how the hearing would be held.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And moving on, it says, after the hearing, any employer who is found by the labor commissioner by a preponderance of evidence to have violated the provisions of this section shall be fined or liable for a civil penalty of $500 for each violation. It's very interesting. A preponderance of the evidence is a very low threshold. It's like a threshold that is not used in any type of criminal law because it's not not enough, certainly, to convict someone of a crime. I don't know if that threshold is the typical threshold in civil court. It may be. But here we are actually treating something almost like a criminal issue by creating a fine for it, but we're using the civil standard. And I just think that's very interesting. So in this particular case, we're entrusting the bureaucracy, the labor commissioner, as an individual or their appointee, presumably, to determine whether or not someone is guilty of the violation. What does the employer do if they disagree with that fine? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. They may appeal the decision of the Superior Court.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm sorry if I'm getting kind of redundant here. It's new stuff in new sections of the bill, but it's the same answer, which is it's up to the bureaucracy, and if you don't like it, you can go to court and spend a lot of money on lawyers, and you may still lose. And I don't think that that's the way we should write our laws. I really don't, especially in a case like this, because I don't know about anyone else listening, but I'm not confident that the labor commissioner, who is an appointee of a political figure like the governor, is going to be unbiased in a situation like this in particular, adjudicating paid time off. Well, I mean, presumably, this is going to go down on a party line. The majority is going to support it. The governor is going to support it. There's probably going to be a big, celebration, in fact, about the bill becoming a law. And down the road, there's going to be a situation where appointees that are political in nature, appointed by political partisans, in the bureaucracy created by those same political partisans, are going to have to adjudicate these situations. How on earth could anyone trust that that's going to be legitimate and then it's going to be fair? And the answer is you can't. You can't. It's also the reason why so much of what we do here, expanding the bureaucracy and empowering these different types of bureaucratic agencies that are ultimately political in nature. They were created via political, very charged debates in many cases, and the personnel are all appointed by people that come from a political background. It's wrong no matter who's in charge, but the fact of the matter is that's the way we are increasingly handling our structure for the rule of law, instead of what I keep referring to as what the founders thought, which is that laws should be very clear and written down in terms that are applied equally to all parties, and that no one can question what the letter of the law actually says. That's why that's a term, the letter of the law. We have that in America, the letter of the law. And it's going away because it's not the letter of the law. It's, well, the Department of Labor Commissioner will decide. That doesn't make me warm and fuzzy inside. So there's another section here that says, any employer who is found by the commissioner by a preponderance of the evidence who have violated shall be liable to the Labor Department for a civil penalty up to 100 for each violation. The Labor Commissioner may award the employee all appropriate relief, including the payment of used paid sick leave, rehiring or reinstatement to the employer's previous job, payment of back wages, and reestablishment of employee benefits to which the employer otherwise would have been eligible. I would just say that that paragraph is pretty onerous towards an employer. What happens in the opposite situation? This is a rhetorical question, because the answer is nothing. If the employee is completely and utterly dishonest and takes advantage of the employer and basically effectively steals from them the value of the time off without being eligible for it, what mechanism and remedy is in that case? And the answer is nothing. Zilch. In fact, the employer has to worry that if they take any action whatsoever, that it's going to be considered retaliatory action, because the way the bill is written, it implies that taking retaliatory action, even for a legitimate thing, can get you in trouble. And then, of course, we mentioned the next step is the Supreme Court. On lines 371 and 372, it says, the Labor Commissioner shall administer this section within available appropriations. So does that mean that the Labor Commissioner is expecting not to have any additional expense for managing these types of disputes through you, Madam President?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. It essentially means that the Department of Labor will be expected to staff the bill in fiscal year 25 with the resources that they have. This is consistent with the legislature's decision not to adjust the underlying budget.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yeah, it sounds to me like that sentence implies that the Labor Commissioner works for free. That's what it sounds like to me. And we all know that's not the case. So clearly, there's going to be some mechanism to make sure that the department is compensated for any additional workload. And we can only presume that it's not part of this bill for some mechanism here to advance this legislation prior to the sine die deadline. Section 6. This is interesting. Each employer shall, at the time of hiring, provide notice to each employee the entitlement to paid sick leave, the amount of paid sick leave, the terms to which paid sick leave may be used, that retaliation by the employer against the employee for requesting or using paid sick leave is prohibited, and the employee has a right to file a complaint with the Labor Commissioner. It's very interesting. So your job here as a employer, when you hire someone now, is to be a administrator for the state of Connecticut to advise your employees of the law, which are employers being compensated for this activity through you, Madam President?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. No.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I know it's maybe a silly question since there's so many bills like this in front of us, but I would really like people to contemplate that. Whenever it says in a bill that, you know, whatever entity who is a private citizen is required by the state to tell someone else what the law is, I think that's a problem. I don't think that's the job of people on the street, especially if they're not volunteering for the job or being compensated properly. And in this case, you're asking this employer not only to advise the employee of this law, you're also advising them, telling them that mandating, requiring, under penalty of force by the government, that they have to tell their employees what recourse the employee has against the employer. It's actually somewhat comical that people think that's okay. It's absurd in my mind. It's not the duty of the employer to fulfill the obligations of the state government when they pass a overzealous piece of legislation like this. Subsection B under Section 6, each employer shall comply. Again, this language is all throughout this bill. You shall comply. In order to be in compliance with, you must. That's how I want to treat the businesses that are in the districts that I represent and the business owners that are my constituents. I don't want to treat them that way. I expect them to run honest businesses. I expect them to treat their employees respectfully. I expect them to uphold the law, but I don't expect them to have me up here telling them that they must comply. And then, of course, you move on. This is a part, they have to put up a poster in their business about this. Again, if I want to put up a poster for my real estate business in somebody's machine shop down the street, you know, they'd want to charge me for advertising, no doubt. But the state's like, no, you're a business in Connecticut, you will put up a poster. Does this apply to every employer, even one with as little as one employee through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. So the world's going to be filled with posters about paid sick days? That's what's going to happen? Every business everywhere is going to have one? It's very interesting. Then it says the labor commissioner may adopt regulations. Again, it's the same thing. You know, we don't write the law anymore. We write the framework of the law, and then we leave it up to the commissioner to go ahead and fill in the blanks. And I think that that's just dangerous. Then it goes on to say that employers have to comply by electronic communication or by a conspicuous posting of such information on a web-based or application-based platform. There's just mandate after mandate after mandate on businesses. And then the next section is about record keeping. So not only as an employer are you subject to these very one-sided provisions, but you are also now required to keep records. Records that will be used against you, obviously, down the road, because there's no way to have them used for you, because every potential outcome is always against the employer in each one of these situations. Each employer subject to the provisions, blah, 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 shall include in the record required number of hours of sick leave used, retain such records for 3 years, shall allow the labor commissioner with appropriate notice access to such records. Failure by an employer to retain adequate records shall be a violation with a civil penalty. It says here that each one of these failures shall be a violation, and the labor commissioner, presumably their assignees, may assess a civil penalty of not more than $100 for such violation. What constitutes a violation through you, Madam President? Again, just something I want to get on the record too. So if I have 10 employees and I'm failing to keep track of their records about used paid time off, and again, remember those listening that the way this is done is that the employee doesn't have to give you any notice, they don't have to give you any documentation, and they can go ahead and use it any way they want, even 1 minute at a time, presumably. But you as the employer, you got to keep records, accurate records of every second of paid time off used and accrued, and you got to have it available to the labor commissioner on a moment's notice, and you got to keep it for 3 years, and if you don't, each violation's a $100 penalty. So through you, Madam President, what is a violation? Is it a failure to keep track of 1 day of that a person used paid time off? Or is it apply 1 violation per person? Or is it just 1 violation if you didn't have the records for all of your employees? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. It would be a violation if you did not maintain records for your employees.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the answer, but I'm asking what constitutes a violation? Is it failing to keep the record of 1 day, or failing to keep records for 1 person, for example? Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. It could be failure to keeping records of 1 day, or it could be failure to keep records for 1 person, or it could be failure to deny access to the labor commissioner to those records.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
All right, thank you very much, Madam President. What I'm trying to make clear here, I think is much more important than is being given credit to, which is that I don't want to see an employer end up getting many, many violations for really something that we might all agree is really only 1 thing. So if they go to a business and they say, we need to open up your records on employee John Smith, and there's no records for John Smith, but John Smith has worked for the company for 2 years, and he's accrued, 56 hours of paid leave over that time, and he used 30 hours of leave and stuff like that, but there's no records. Is that 1 violation, or is that a bunch of violations because the employer failed to track that at each time that the person accrued or used leave? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. As described by the good senator, I would assume that would be 1 violation.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, that's a relief that they would be limited. I'm not so confident that the bill is so clear in that regard. So I'm hopeful that the Labor Commissioner, because we are effectively empowering them to be the decider of all things with regard to this policy, let's hope that they are as amenable and as reasonable in determining what constitutes a violation, and they don't use this section of this law maliciously. Again, next section, Labor Commissioner may adopt regulations, which presumably will answer that question, so we don't have to rely on the legislative intent from our conversation. Section 7 is really interesting. This is the nearing the end of the bill. And it's fascinating because it says, there is established a task force to study the establishment of paid sick leave tax credits. Through you, Madam President, can I ask the good chairman why this is in the bill? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. In discussing this bill amongst legislators, we had some questions raised about whether that could be a possibility, and we agreed to study the issue of whether or not there could be tax credits for small employers.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think it's very clear that this exists in the bill as a token to acknowledge the damage being done to small businesses. Yeah, I know, we're causing you a lot of pain, and this is going to be very difficult to absorb into your day-to-day business operation, but we'll sweeten the pot, and we will come up with some way to offer a tax credit to offset for this thing. It's such a ridiculous thing. So why do it to begin with if you have full knowledge that you're going to be causing problems? I suppose that sentence can be used over and over again in this chamber, because that seems to be like what we do a lot. We pass a bill, it creates a new problem, we're back writing a new bill to solve it. And then, of course, that bill creates a problem, and then we're back once again, and around we go. But I think it's remarkable that there would be something in here that is just tossed in at the end casually. Well, we're going to have a task force to study tax credits, so don't be so upset about what we're doing to you. And of course, on the task force, it's got the typical makeup, which benefits the majority dramatically, so that they have 4 members to 2 members of the minority. And then there's going to be a report. This is I can't wait to read this report. It says, their task force shall submit a report by January 2025. So I can't wait. I'm going to mark my calendar, Madam President, and wait for this report to come to tell me about the findings and recommendations to the Labor Committee about what their findings are about the feasibility of establishing tax credits based on mitigating the expenses incurred by employers for in following this particular law. And then the final section, subsection B, is about wage and hour agents. And there you have it. So we've gone through the bill. And I'd like to just take a few minutes, ask a few more pertinent questions, and then maybe I will just kind of wrap up some of the stuff that we discovered in our conversation, and then there will be some amendments that we can offer with the hopes that maybe we can address some of these deficiencies in the bill language that is there. I just have some basic questions. Through you, Madam President, does an employee have to report any paid time off that they receive on their taxes? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe employees are responsible for reporting on their taxes any compensation they receive.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I mean, I hate asking the same question twice, but we know that we have to pay our taxes. I got that. I think everybody knows that. The question's more specific. Is the paid time off something that has to be reported to the federal or state revenue services people as income? Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Perhaps I missed something here, but employees are required to report all compensation they receive from their employer for the purposes of their obligation to the state. So I'm not sure what I'm missing, but if you are compensated as a result of this bill, which requires paid time off, then you are required to report that as part of your compensation.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The reason why I ask is because effectively, if you're receiving paid time off, you're not getting a check for it. So it doesn't typically count as income. It's just time off, but you're being compensated. Well, you're being paid for it, but you're not actually at work. So I have that backwards. I apologize. So it is paid, and therefore it is income, and therefore it is taxed. And I'm sorry for the questions, because I now realize that it was unimportant to even ask that. Okay. Is there a cost to the state of Connecticut for the legislation that is before us?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Would you repeat that? I didn't hear the beginning of that sentence.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just asking if there is a cost to the state.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. As far as I understand, the cost to the state is to be handled within available appropriations.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize. I got sidetracked and I didn't hear the answer to the question.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. A cost to the state for administering this would be handled through available appropriations as designated in the bill itself.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't disagree, and I know we had that section, but there is a fiscal note for this bill, and it was attached to the file copy, and it does show that there are 2 wage enforcement agents being compensated at $93,984 for salary, $38,768 for fringe benefits, and $8,000 for overhead costs. So I believe that over the course of 2-year budget, that comes to around $433,257. And I just thought I would bring that up. Is there any expected revenue gain for fines, et cetera, in this legislation through you?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. The fiscal note provided by the Office of Fiscal Analysis says there's potential revenue gain.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate those answers. There's a lot more to say about the legislation that we haven't covered, that really is more about the real world and the impact of the legislation than just the words on the paper. And that's really what I've been trying to get at through this conversation, is that, you know, we're discussing this bill, and it's employer versus employee, and it's this and that and everything else. And I hate to see things through that lens, because we're not attempting to make this into a dispute over who gets what. That's not the way we should write policy. What we should be doing is writing policy that we think is truly beneficial to our community and is fair to the participants. And anything that interferes with their freedom to negotiate the terms of employment, to me, is an overreach by the state government, and I think I've made that clear. But what hasn't been clear in our discussion is really the real world impacts, and we don't know what they're going to be. We can only guess, because I don't know how many people are going to abuse this particular policy by taking advantage of their employer. I don't know how many employers are going to be impacted in a way that is going to leave them making hard decisions about how they handle specific employees or their business at large. I don't know. All I have is past history, what I've seen in my lifetime as a civilian, as a citizen, and as a state senator. And what I have witnessed is that as Connecticut has trended towards more and more anti-business sentiment in their lawmaking, the business community has responded, and not by adapting in every case. In some cases, people throw up their hands and leave. In other cases, people never start the business they were going to, or they never expand the business. And, you know, with regard to some of the things that we addressed earlier about the acquisition of business assets, I'm afraid people are going to be gun shy of purchasing another business or even hiring a previous employee when they do make an acquisition. Those things concern me greatly. I think the next thing we should do is make a strong attempt to fix this bill in ways that will reduce its overall negative impact on the Connecticut economy, businesses, and employees both. And with that, Madam President, I have several amendments. The first one is LCO 5758. I ask that the clerk call this amendment and I be given leave of the chamber to summarize.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
LCO number 5758, Senate Amendment A.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This amendment, very straightforward. It says that it's going to strike lines 21 through 26 and make other changes in lines 27, 44, 45 to 48, and line 49. And the purpose is to remove the carve-out that exists in the law for entities that collectively bargain, so that everyone would be required to follow this policy. I move adoption, and I'd like a roll call vote.
Thank you. We will have a roll call vote. Will you remark on the amendment? Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Feels good to stand up. Maybe the good senator could sit down for a little while, but I'll be asking him some questions. So, Madam President, I rise to ask some questions, but to make some statements as well. You know, I did get a call, maybe 3 weeks ago regarding this bill from a friend who owns cabinet business and stair business as well, concerned about what the impact of this legislation would be to his company. I think he has 30 to 40 employees, and actually the discussion was twofold. One was maybe a month earlier to 2 months earlier, he was feeling the impact of family medical leave, where the employees of any business contributes 0.5% of their pay into the family medical leave fund. And he was already starting to feel the impact of that in his company, where he had 1-2 employees out, same division, and this was in the stair division, where he needed to train additional employees. Maybe he took them from the cabinet side of the business, or he found someone who applied for the position. But he had primarily 2 questions, and one was if these employees come back, I'm going to have to, I've spent 6 weeks training these new employees, and it really was a really basic fundamental aspect of stair installation, where they would be installing box stairs, and it's not the real fancy stairs where there's a couple different levels or the curved, but more craftsmanship type of work. He was concerned about them using up their 12-week sick day pay, and then now we're going to be adding on another week of paid paid sick day here, and he wanted to know that he was talking and sharing with me his concern about what that's going to do to his business. But going back to the family medical leave, he had 2 people out. Now he was thinking about a 3rd one out, and he just thought, he said, Henry, I may have to shut down my stair installation division because I may not have employees to go out and do the work. Now, if I do that, then I am going to lose revenue and a portion of my business that I've been building for years. And actually, he bought the business from someone probably 10, 15 years ago, maybe 15, 20 years ago. But, you invest all this money and you put in hard work, And all of a sudden, we pass legislation up here that puts that decision at risk because of statutes that we implement here in the state of Connecticut. So I feel for him. I told him that. I got him some information. And again, he expressed, hiring individuals and training them to do another scope of work just took a lot of time and effort from other people within his organization, and those are some of the I guess, factors that we don't think about here at the state regarding the impact to an employer as to what some of the decisions that we are making here. There's not just that cost of, gee, all right, we have someone out on family medical leave or maybe on sick. And for this bill, it is specific to, paid sick leave, but we have no idea the impact of what that employer is doing, and the good Senator Sampson touched on the impact of small business community and the effects of them specifically. Madam President, the paid medical leave component of this is concerning. I think we as a legislative body, those that propose these kinds of bills, I think lack trust in the overall system that we have. Allowing a small business to have a conversation with an employee or potential employee to determine what the pay is going to be and what type of benefits. I think our founding fathers thought about that. They entrusted the public to determine what type of government we wanted, and it was a government of laws. And they trusted us enough to understand or to make a decision that we are smart. We're capable to reason and decide which elected officials that we wanted us to represent us, I should say. I don't know if we're doing that here with some of the bills that we pass. I think that we are telling small businesses, we don't trust you to make your own decisions, so we are going to make those decisions for you. I find that somewhat disingenuous, being a small business owner myself. I've dealt with this a little bit regarding offering employees health insurance. I've dealt with it regarding sick days. I've experienced I think they're called PTOs or earned time off. I don't recall the terminology, but you work so many hours and you collect these earned days, whether they're for health insurance or, health sick days, or whether they're for holidays or vacation days. You work so much, and you enter into an agreement with that employer or the employer to the employee. Gee, I want you to come work for me, and I will give you so many hours, so many days off after you work so much time. And some of that is vacation time, is you have to work a year and you earn maybe 3 days to begin with, or maybe you get 5 days to start with, but then you work a whole year and you get another day, and then you work another day a year and you get another day, and eventually you get up to about 3 weeks, and I think that's about the average now for most in the public. You get about 3 weeks of work, and then along with that there's a conversation that takes place as to how much are we going to, I will pay for your health insurance, and then there's a percentage that's discussed. No different than what our current bargaining units do regarding conversations that they have, regardless of if it's a city employee or a Board of Ed employee, state employee. They have those frank discussions, one-on-one, or the group of those that do the negotiations. But it's done with employer, employee, and organized labor, or a municipal state entity. I feel that this bill takes that ability from the small business of having that one-on-one conversation, no different than the state of Connecticut has with its bargaining units. I feel like you've taken that ability from me away. How's that fair? It's okay for the bargaining units to do that on the state or municipal level, to have those conversations. But for me as an employer, now I'm being told and forced by the state government you're going to give them 5 days. You're going to, after they earn so many hours of working, they are going to have 40 hours, 5 days of paid sick leave. How's that fair that it's being forced on me as a small employer? You have that right as a bargaining unit to have those discussions. No one is overseeing you in having that discussion. You're in a room and you're having them. But you take that ability away from me as an employer? Not fair. Not right. And I truly feel it's very disingenuous that we would be doing that to employers. You have no faith and no trust in our ability to speak candidly with employees about their benefits, regardless if it's sick day, holiday, or health, hours work, how much I'm going to pay you, regardless if it's per hour or by a salary. Maybe it's a bonus. That's a discussion that we should be allowed to have without any interference from this body here in the state. The amendment asks for us to remove all of regarding the bargaining unit's ability to, I believe, that they shouldn't be bound by this agreement. Madam President, through you, I'd like to ask the proponent of the bill for the amendment, to describe the amendment to me. Through you, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate the question. The amendment's very straightforward. It removes the sections in Section 1 of the bill that attempt to carve out employers that engage in collective bargaining and are part of a multi-employer health plan, so that they are not obligated to the parameters of the bill that is before us. And the amendment attempts to eliminate that language in the bill so that it applies to all parties. Through you.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, through you. So are you saying that we would be making a level playing field here, sort of, if we remove those sections, that the bargaining units are going to be obligated to conform to this bill? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the question. The answer is yes. What was interesting in the dialogue that I had with the chairman on the bill is that she noted that simply being a member of one of these organizations, regardless of the actual benefit, is enough to be carved out of the requirements under the bill, even if they don't meet these same requirements. And that is not something that applies to private employers. Private employers that offer a paid time off program that doesn't match what is required in this bill still have to offer what is required in this bill. So I believe that our laws should apply to every entity equally, and that's what the amendment is about. Through you.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, through you, do you believe that there are businesses that are unionized, may have one employee, maybe two employees, that may not be providing any type of paid sick leave? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's a good question. I honestly don't know the answer. I'd say it's probably unlikely that there are very many unionized operations around the state, collective bargaining units as far as employees in the private sector that are not already receiving some sort of time off or paid sick days type benefit. I bet most of them are. What's different, though, is that if you are operating in the private sector and there's no collective bargaining going on, you don't have any choices. This law, the bill that's before us, would require you to follow this language to, every dotted I and every crossed T, and yet if you simply state that there's collective bargaining going on in your operation, you're free from that, no matter what the benefit is, even if it doesn't comply. Through you.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm thinking here, and something came to mind is when I was running a construction business, the workman's comp got out of hand, and there were all sorts of claims, and even though we had a safety policy, but it takes so many years to get off of, or to bring down that modification rate every industry experiences that modification depending on the risk of the type of work that employee did. If it was an individual who was in the office, that modification rate would be lower, obviously, because the risk of getting injured is not there as great as someone who may be on a roof or installing something, some siding material up a high, a pretty high level. But it's quite different throughout the whole construction industry. But what made me think about this was, I'm talking to my insurance agent, and gee, how do you get around this? How can I get that modification down? But the conversation turned into subcontractors, having my employees actually be subcontractors. So if I had 20 employees, I would encourage them to say, listen, you're not going to be an employee anymore. You are going to be a subcontractor. And now they could decide not to do that, or they could decide to do that. But the point was, if I could get all of my employees be hired as a subcontractor and being a subcontractor, I wouldn't have to deal with the employment factor or the insurance workman's comp and dealing with the modification rate. They would be handling that themselves. So I chose not to do that, but what I see here happening is I do see employees who are now on W-2s, who are our employees. I can see small businesses turning to the employee and saying, listen, I need for you to become a subcontractor because I can't afford this family paid leave. I just can't do that. Not family paid leave, sick paid leave, sorry. So I can see us going from a W-2 employee to a 1099 subcontractor where we're going to get more small businesses, but the impact of this will, the small business owner will need to find a way of trying to make sure that he's still around in a year or two from now. So going back to my friend who owns this small business, I feel for him because, it didn't take him long to calculate, I got 30 employees or 35, 40 employees, and I pay my average employee $1,500 a week, and then you all can do the math regarding that. Madam President, I do have a question. I do have a question regarding, if you give me a second, please. I do have a question for the proponent of the bill, which did cross my mind. So these negotiations took place this bill, and you said that you had discussions with various groups, business employers perhaps, and could you identify who those groups were that you had a discussion with regarding this bill?
Excuse me, Senator Martin, are
Through you.
we discussing the bill or are we discussing the amendment?
We are discussing the amendment, but I'm trying to get I need some information to ask to clarify this.
Senator Kushner, prepare yourself.
Thank you. Would you repeat the question?
Yeah, through you, Madam President, I'd like to know what organizations were contacted regarding the formation of this bill. Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I had occasion to discuss this with employers in my community.
Senator Martin.
Through you, Madam President. Madam President, could you be more specific as to who they were and how many they were? Through you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. No.
Senator Martin.
Is there a reason, Madam President, that you cannot share the number of employees and who they were? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. I do speak with a lot of people, and I get their opinions and their views on various things. Sometimes they agree with me, and sometimes they don't, but I haven't kept a record of all the employers that I've spoken to.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, through you, are athletic teams, professional athletic teams, considered under this bill? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. And if there's an athletic team that employs employees, then they would be covered by this bill. And depending on how many employees, it would kick in at different time frames.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just use a local one, such as the Hartford Athletics. So they are very relatively new organization. Most of these semi-professional, well, they are professional, and they are an organized group. They have, who do their bargaining or discussions with them. But I have to believe that there is no sick days there that they get paid. So I guess through you, Madam President, I'd like to know if these entities or these organizations that are unionized, but do not have a sick paid leave, or under this bill, the way it is written, then they would be excluded from providing paid sick leave. So how is that fair that they could be excluded and they're not even providing any sick paid leave, but yet here we're making our small businesses mandating it onto them? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. This legislation does not exclude an employer who has collective bargaining agreements. It only excludes the people who are covered by the collective bargaining agreement. So in the case where you had an athletic team, as you described, if the athletic team has employees who are not covered by a collective bargaining agreement, then they would be subject to this proposed legislation.
Senator Martin.
I don't think I understood that. So I'm stating that this bargaining unit, this athletic team, does do collective bargaining, but I cannot imagine that perhaps there's workman's comp that is provided should they get injured, and that happens all the time. But regarding sick leave, you are excluding the union, anyone who is unionized into this. How is it that those that do not provide sick leave for their team or as a team, they do not provide sick leave, or sick days, then how is it that they can be excluded from this agreement? Thus, going to this amendment that we're on right now, how is that fair for them to be circumvented, this piece of legislation, and not allow this amendment to be adopted? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Kushner.
Madam President, we stand at ease, please?
Stand at ease.
Madam
Senator
President?
Duff?
Thank you, Madam President. I will yield to Senator Martin.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I do have that question regarding small businesses, particularly if they are organized. They work on union, they have project labor agreements. They may be a small entity and a small group, and though I use the athletic teams as an example because I don't believe that they receive any type of sick day, but they are unionized and they are excluded, any bargaining unit is excluded from this agreement. And to the point of the amendment itself is if there are entities out there that do not provide, they're so small that they do not provide any type of sick days at all, then, and they are unionized, then why are they being excluded from this agreement? And that's why I'm supporting this amendment itself. And I do have a, a question regarding where the churches lie in all this and whether or not, and going to my questioning as to what groups were included in this discussion. And I was going to ask, and I'll probably come back and ask it when we are on the bill itself, but are churches and other religious organizations exempt from this bill? It's not stipulated here. And there are, what is stipulated is organizations, nonprofits, but there is no discussion or anything in the bill regarding churches. And if not, were exemptions for them ever even contemplated? I'd like to know that. So a little prelude to a little bit later on. So, Madam President, I just feel that this piece of legislation needs to be tweaked a little bit. I think this amendment regarding taking that whole section out and let's create a level playing field regarding what is good for someone to, the bargaining units to meet with the state agencies or meet with the state government, meet with the municipal entities or whoever, and they can negotiate their own wages and benefit packages. But on the private sector, we are bound by legislation that is being adopted here every single year, and yet we don't have that same freedom as our colleague, the businesses that are unionized and have union labor. We're being treated differently, and that's not what I believe that we are here to do. So, Madam President, I'm going to yield to my colleague, Senator Wong, at this time. Thank you.
Senator Wong.
Thank you. I accept the yield, and just a couple of questions to the proponent of the amendment. Thank you. Through you, Madam President, I think it's important. This amendment looks at the change definition from the original paid sick leave bill that was passed in 2011. And through you, because it's important, the current amended offering dramatically changes the definition to eliminate any of the exclusions that were thought of in the original bill from 2011. So could the good proponent of this amendment, there's so many amendments going around, but clarify why this is important, because in the 2011 document, there were specific exemptions and carve-outs out of consideration for impact for groups of individuals. This current amendment being offered, why necessitating this amendment, the supplemental amendment, is the fact that the current proposed amendment eliminates virtually all the exemptions that were pre-offered and thought of, with the exception of one group. Again, it seems like there's selectivity, and it unfairly favors one group versus another with the intent of this bill. So through you, Madam President, a little point of clarification. This amendment offered as, what's the bill number? I can't even read it. 5758 to the underlying amendment we're debating about. Through you, Madam President, could the proponent of Amendment 5758 explain the rationale why?
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that question. And it's definitely worth pointing out that there were many changes made in this proposed bill to the existing program that seem to move in one direction, which is to be more onerous to businesses, reducing the number of businesses impacted from 50 or more to 25 or more, and then 1 or more, the elimination of the requirement for documentation to provide to an employer if you're claiming the need for PTO because of a sickness, the notice to employer no longer needed. All of those things are moving in that direction, and yet this new proposed bill includes a provision to carve out any employer or rather employee or employer that is connected in some way, shape, or form to collective bargaining. And the purpose of my amendment really is to do away with that provision in the proposed bill, because I don't think it's fair. I think that if these provisions that are in the bill are going to impact businesses large and small across the state, then they should be applied equally to all businesses, whether they are engaged in collective bargaining or not. Through you.
Senator Wong.
Thank you. And I would actually expand on that rationale. The offer and the rationale and the testimonies provided by the current exemption of construction work and the importance of that, the multi-employer benefit plans, these are reasonable rationales for that exemption. And for me, there were so many other businesses and entities and employees under 50 that could argue the same hardship that would be imposed on them by the underlying amendment. I appreciate the amendment of 5758's proponents in talking about evening the playing field and that no one should have an exception. But I actually turned it the other way and said their explanation for the rationale of that exemption should be applicable to so many other of the businesses. 50 and above was the standard that it was agreed to. The fact that we have picked one selective group because their rationale, quote unquote, seemed to resonate better versus the plethora of so many other businesses that have said that they, as part of the original language in 2011, should be exempt as well, has been obliterated by the definitional change. So I rise not only to support this amendment and creating a level playing field, but I think serious questions need to be raised, and I would hope maybe some of my colleagues will propose an amendment to restore the definition term back to the 2011, to be able to afford some of the protections that we're taking heed of a selected group. And let me be clear, I support my construction workforce members, particularly this afternoon when we applauded the road construction crews of the DOT and the efficiency and the timeliness that they perform such an incredibly important work, and the risk and danger that they endure every day in regards to speeding cars and uncertain weather elements. But there's so many other businesses that qualify under the original exemption. What are we saying to them by the underlying amendment, that they matter less, that their work and their efforts and their employers matter less than one industry to another? Again, I'm troubled by the underlying amendment, but this amendment points out the irony and the selectivity of one group versus of hundreds of others that would be impacted by the amendment change that's offered by the underlying amendment. So I urge support, but at the same time, I think the underlying amendment should be corrected and restored back to the original definition. So I thank the proponent for raising that kind of selectivity. I applaud the proponent for singling out the potential bias to one group versus another. Worthy or not, it is inconsistent. So I urge more discussions. I look forward to learning more about this, and I thank the proponent for explaining a little bit further to me. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Harding.
Thank you, Madam President. And so I rise in support of this amendment as well. I think that this levels the playing field in equaling the same laws across the board. And if I remember when we passed other measures, whether it be paid sick leave or paid family leave or other measures in the past, that it seems like the union organizations received exceptions. And so time and time again, when we pass different labor bills, what we're seeing is that somehow the unions are the only organizations that are exempt, that everyone else, every employer, every individual in the state of Connecticut has to abide by the terms of legislation that's before us. And we're speaking in favor, in a positive manner, those that are proponents of the bill, in favor of the bill and saying it's a positive step for the state, yet particularly well-connected organizations within our state government, they are exempted. They don't have to abide by these rules. And so I think, again, this is second time today I've gotten up and spoken about this, and the numerous times I've spoken about it over the past few days in session, but we talk about fairness and equality often in this building, and again, we're once again at a point in what is fair and what is equitable. And when we look at legislation here which says everyone has to abide by these rules and these terms, but the union organizations, they don't. It doesn't seem fair and equitable to me. And so I think this is an amendment that has been offered in this circle with good intentions of ensuring that if this legislation does pass here this evening into potentially early morning hours, that it is the same law across the board, the same rules across the board. We oftentimes, in our own lives, whether it be if we have children or grandchildren, talk to them about play by the same rules. Everyone operates under the same standard. Well, this is a very simple amendment that's before us here that reinstates that fact, that we are putting something into law, and simply everyone operates by the same rules. It's quite simple. And so I think from that theory of the concept alone, I think it makes a lot of sense why our Senate colleagues should support this measure. I want to thank the proponent for bringing this amendment out and addressing this issue and highlighting this issue. I look forward to comments from my other Senate colleagues about this amendment and urge passage of the amendment. So thank you, Madam President.
Senator Seminara.
Good evening, Madam President. It's nice to see you up there this evening. I rise in support of this amendment as well, and do have some questions for the proponent of the bill. I do have some underlining questions about the amendment. So perhaps I wanted to know how you arrived at having unions be the only carve out, unions and seasonal workers, through you, Madam President.
Madam President, could we stand at ease for a moment?
I will redirect my question to Senator Sampson as to, I was interested to know, Senator Sampson, why you proposed this amendment.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. That's a good question. When we took a look at this bill proposal, it's hard when you know that you don't agree with the policy overall, but sometimes we want to try and make it as workable as possible. So I went through the bill and I said, well, where are we changing from the current law to the new policy? And I made a list of items that I thought could be modified in a way to make the bill less harmful. And I thought that, this one stood out to me just simply on the notion of fairness, because the underlying law, what we're living under today, there is no requirement in our statute to carve out any type of entity other than businesses that are less than 50 employees and do not fall into the service worker category, which is what the current law says. So they're undoing that. They're going to make it for businesses that are as little as 25 or more employees as of next year, and then the following year it will drop down to 1 or more employees. And it's going to expand immediately from service workers into all types of employees. But one of the things that they're adding, while they're expanding the program in every other way, they are simultaneously creating a carve-out for folks that collectively bargain. And that just makes me wonder why they would have any less of a requirement. If the proponents of this bill feel like this is good policy, then it should apply to everyone in my mind. So my amendment is there to take out that exception, to say if you believe so much in your policy, then you should support it by making it apply to all employees in the state, not just the ones that they specify through you.
Senator Seminara.
I agree wholeheartedly, Senator Sampson, and I feel, once again, this is where we're picking winners and losers, which we often do in this building. So thank you very much. I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Will you remark further on the amendment? Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. We're voting on Senate Amendment A of Substitute for House Bill number 505 as amended by House Amendment Schedule B. We're voting on an amendment. Immediate roll call vote in the Senate.
The machine is now locked. Mr. Clerk, please read the tally.
Senate Amendment A of House Bill 5005, total number of vote 36. Total voting yea 12, total voting nay 24. Absent, I voted 0.
The amendment fails. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise for the purpose of offering another amendment. Of course, I'm a little disappointed that the First Amendment did not pass, but I'm not going to give up. I'll remain undeterred. I believe that this bill is very, very important. I think the impact to the state of Connecticut will be significant, and I'd like at this very late step in the process, but still not too late, to make a difference. I think it's worthwhile to offer amendments to give the majority an opportunity to revise this bill, to peel back some of the onerous aspects of it, and to make the bill a little bit more amenable going forward. I don't care for the underlying policy. I don't think I ever will. But I think what's happening here is that we're taking something that is an existing law that might be an aggravation for larger companies, that interferes with their ability to run their operations the way they choose, and ultimately I think is having a negative impact on our economy and job creation and employees, and doing something much, much worse now, which is to start impacting very small businesses in a very big way. And as a result, I think that these amendments are designed to peel back layers of what is being proposed here so that we can at least diminish the impact. So with that, Madam President, the clerk is in possession of Amendment LCO 5760. I ask that he call that amendment, and I be given leave of the chamber to summarize.
Mr. Clerk.
LCO number 5760, Senate Amendment B.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This is a very straightforward amendment. It strikes in line 157 the brackets that are around the word 40, and in line 158 it would strike the word 30, effectively restoring the bill back to the underlying current law. This 30 versus 40 is the rate at which paid time off would be accrued. The current law is that you accrue at a rate of 1 hour earned for every 40 hours worked. The proposal that is before us would increase that accrual rate from 1 hour for every 30 hours worked. And I just think that is a significant change. It's basically a 25% increase, and something that I don't think has been tested and is unwise. So this amendment puts it back to the current law for simplicity's sake. I move adoption, and I'd like a roll call vote. Thank you.
Senator Harding.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this amendment, and I do appreciate the proponent for bringing it out here this evening. This, as the proponent had mentioned, brings us in conformance to what is existing law. So I think it makes sense, and the reason that I believe it makes sense is you're taking, you're expanding the law as it currently stands in the fact that we're reducing it down to a certain point, down to just one employee. So if you have one employee, you're under the auspices of this bill after a certain period of time. And what this is doing is saying, well, if everything else remains the same, at least keep the measures that are currently in place as it relates to how you accrue paid sick leave the same. This does both, right? And I think Senator Sampson mentioned that in what he had to say, is that not only does this expand the employees that are now required to pay this paid sick leave eventually down to just simply one employee, just one employee. Think about how many small businesses that is across our state that would now be bound to provide this for simply having one employee. This says, even if that measure is taken into place and you're expanding it in that regard, that we're not also expanding it in regards to how quickly you accrue. And I think that, Senator Sampson made the point that this is a 25% increase. So on top of, again, mandating this, what I would argue a extremely burdensome, costly regulation on nearly every single employer that has just one employee in the state of Connecticut, and also changing the calculation so that employee accrues this sick time quicker, and making it even costlier and even more burdensome for businesses that are under the auspices of the current law, and also all those that, based upon this legislation here today, are going to be under the auspices of this law. Instead of doing both at the same time, we're saying you can change down to one employee, which I think many of which, including myself, have an objection to. But at least if you're going to do that, at least keep the accrual rate the same as what it currently is existing law. I think it's a simple, common sense request. That's the reason I'm rising in support of this. And I think, one thing that we have to consider, and I'm considering in regards to this particular amendment here, and being able to change this and amend this again to bring it back to current law as it relates to accruing this paid sick time, is how costly this is going to be to employers. And I think oftentimes in this building, we often think of big business and requiring big business to do certain things for their employees. And I think in many respects, we look at huge profit margins. We look at executives getting paid millions and millions and millions of dollars. We look at all of those things. And we lose sight of the fact that when you mandate something like this, which is going to go down to at least one employee, that these are small mom and pop business operations that scatter across our districts, everywhere across our states. These are neighbors of ours. These are middle class families. These are families that particularly since the pandemic and how much that has changed our world, and how much it has changed many different industries across our state, whether it be restaurants industries, entertainment industries. You know, some of these industries, some of these businesses are just clawing out of what the pandemic has done to them. You know, you look at the entertainment industry, you look at the restaurant industry, they were struggling, obviously, significantly during COVID. They were shut down by the government at certain periods of time, and then when they reopened, they were restricted in service and dining in service. So the restaurants were restricted to only having takeout, which you know, the in-service restaurants, for some of them, are a critical component to their business operation. There are takeouts that operate exclusively as takeouts or primarily as takeouts. And so when we were able to come back from the pandemic and start reopening these restaurants and restrict those restaurants just to takeout, for those operations that are primarily just simply takeouts, or exclusively takeouts, it didn't have a huge impact on them. But for the restaurants that were many bars or other restaurants which have a huge impact, or which primarily focus on in-person, and the entertainment value that is also provided the customers as they come in to get a bite to eat or have a drink, they were crippled, obviously, by what occurred during COVID and the restrictions that were put in place. And now, looking back 4 years later, fortunately, we look to be on the other side of this terrible pandemic that has hit our country and our world, and that's really a positive thing. And as these small business operations, particularly these restaurants, particularly these businesses that operate in the entertainment industry here in Connecticut, as they come out of the COVID pandemic, and as they're starting to see their profit margins go up, their revenue go up, they're starting to see their business operations start to function similar to how it functioned prior to April and March of 2020. They're starting to finally recover and get on the other side of this terrible pandemic, what it has done to the lives that have been lost in this country, and then also what it has done to our economy and our businesses. When they're finally getting on the other side of it, now we're putting in operations or legislation in place, which again would put a costly regulation upon them. And for me, Madam President, you know, that is the crux of why I stand in support of the amendment that's before us here this evening, because you know, I understand that the cause is noble in terms of what we're looking to do. Obviously, everyone should sympathize with those that have illness in their life and are working hard for a company and are trying to make ends meet. And we obviously want to be able to do what we can to help those individuals still be compensated, even when they may be struggling with illness, either temporary or for a longer period of time, God forbid. But at the same time, be cognizant of the fact that small businesses are running razor-thin profit margins. Razor-thin. Again, as I said before, we look at many of the regulations that we pass through the Labor Committee, and oftentimes kind of focus that on bigger business and huge corporations. And we do have some big businesses and big corporations here in Connecticut. We're fortunate to have corporations here. We welcome many corporations here. We welcome more corporations here. But again, the plethora of businesses that are the backbone of our economy are small business operations. They're electricians, they're realtors, they're small construction operations, they are restaurants, as I mentioned, they are different, you know, whether it be driving ranges for golf or, you know, batting cages. That was my first job out of when I was in high school in Brookfield. I worked at All-Star Batting in Brookfield, right in the Brookfield and the Milford line, and I worked there when I was 16 and collected the baseballs in the back that got caught up in the nets and got those baseballs out of the nets and was able to register and did not do a very successful job counting change, which I eventually learned how to do better and found some tricks to do that easier. But long story short is these are the type of business operations that we're impacting here. These are business operations with 3, 4, 5 employees. And I also think one of the things that I struggle with as in regards to this legislation that's before us here tonight, and in regards to, again, Madam President, back to the amendment that is also before us and why I do support this amendment, is the fact that we have to question whether or not we're potentially inhibiting businesses and employers from hiring employees. And when you create legislation like the underlying bill that's before us that says that if you have as little as one employee that you're under the auspices of this particular bill, you do start to question whether or not this will inhibit an employer from hiring an employee, something that obviously none of us should want. None of us should be creating a regulatory or legal environment in which we are basically disincentivizing businesses or employers from hiring new employees. We want to be incentivizing companies and businesses from hiring an employee. And so at least with this legislation and this amendment that is before this chamber now, at least with this, it says, look, we're not going to change the calculation, so it makes it a little less burdensome. So even if you are going to, again, reduce the number of employees that you're required to have to be under the auspices of this bill down to simply 1 over a period of time, that, again, that calculation is not also being increased at the same time, so it is potentially not as costly as it could be. And so this is a small, in my opinion, common sense measure that we can put in place, Madam President, that would make it a little less burdensome, a little less costly for that small business operation. And again, I think it may be that difference. This calculation, albeit rather small, about 25%, this amendment that's before it's changing that calculation to what existing current law is, could be a small enough number, it could be just enough in which a business or employer may say, you know what, we can make that work financially for us. We can make that work. And that should be what our goal is here. I understand it. We should be trying to constantly in this chamber thread that needle between what we are proposing as an amendment or a bill, the advocacy and the proposal and what we believe in proposing that, but at the same exact time, realizing some of the unintended consequences of that and looking back at it and saying, okay, what can we do to promote this policy that we're advocating for, but at the same time not make it so burdensome that you have employers, as I mentioned, saying, you know what, we're not going to hire that employee. And I can't tell you, how many businesses, particularly, again, the small businesses that we're going to be impacting through this legislation, that have to kind of make that decision as they grow. I would say many different law offices, many attorneys that I've worked with over the years in the legal profession will start out as a one-man or one-woman operation, going to court, handling your clients' cases, maybe having an off-site type of paralegal or assistant to help with some things, maybe having a answering service, answer your phone. So you're trying to limit your overhead as a young attorney. I've spoken with many different young attorneys who talk about that constant battle of when you set up your own shop as an attorney, you're constantly trying to limit overhead, because obviously the less overhead you have means that the more that you can ultimately bring home to the family at the end of the day. And so I cannot tell you how many men and women that I've spoken with that have gone into the legal profession have decided, I'm going to open up my own practice, work diligently on their clients' cases, and then start to grow. Then all of a sudden, they may have 1 or 2 real estate files a month. And all of a sudden, those 1 or 2, because of their hard work and their networking with realtors and other mortgage brokers across the area, that 1 or 2 becomes 3 or 4 or 5. And it starts expanding. And they're starting to say to themselves, well, you know what, I'm bringing in more revenue. I have a lot of work. I could definitely use somebody in here either as an associate or a full-time paralegal or legal assistant to assist in my efforts here to make it just a little bit easier, to make this operation work just a little bit easier. But then all of a sudden you start looking at those numbers. You start making those calculations, not so much as a lawyer, but as a small business operation. You start crunching those numbers and you start to realize, wait, if I do this, this is what it is going to cost me. And sometimes it means even though your revenue is going up and you're taking on more cases, you're getting more referrals, you're seeing that business grow, that if even with all of that, if I hire somebody to make it a little easier for me to do this, it's gonna reduce what I bring home. And that's really hard, particularly if you have a family at home that you need to put food on the table for every single night. So what I like about this amendment here, Madam President, as I mentioned, is the fact that it makes it a little less costly. And it's only one aspect of the bill. It's only in the aspect of the calculation, as I mentioned, of the accrual of the paid sick leave. But it makes it a little less expensive. And so, for a small business operation, as they are making those calculations that I just mentioned before, that any good business individual would make in terms of making the decision of whether or not to hire somebody, maybe with this accrual number being reverting to what simply is current law, it would allow them to maybe say, I can make this work. Because obviously, I think now, when you're putting in this underlying bill into existing law, it's absolutely going to have to be something that any business owner that's going to hire simply one employee, it's absolutely going to have to be something they are going to have to consider when they're doing their budget calculations as a business person to determine whether or not this is something that they're going to be able to handle financially. And they're going to have to run those numbers. They should be running those numbers. And ultimately, what we want here, and what this amendment does here, is says, look, we will, this bill will move forward, and despite objections, it will move forward. However, at least if it's going to move forward, keep what is existing law for accrual. Don't make it doubly expensive. Don't make it doubly expensive on businesses. And so the other thing too, Madam President, that we have seen that is going to impact businesses, in addition to COVID, like we talked about, having a significant impact on small businesses and those restaurants and those businesses in the entertainment industry. But obviously, we've talked about it in this chamber a lot. I've mentioned it a lot on the bills that we have discussed and debated here in this chamber, Madam President. But that's obviously inflation. We have seen inflationary numbers skyrocket in this country to the measures that we have not seen, frankly, in a generation. I know for myself that when I, go to the store, grocery store every single week, and go to the ShopRite in Brookfield. It's a great place to shop. If you're ever in the Brookfield, New Milford area, the ShopRite in Brookfield is my favorite location. That's where I went as a child, and that's where I remember my mother would bring my sister and I after school every single Friday, and we'd spend Friday afternoon at the grocery store, and I'd be trying to pick all the sugary cereal off the aisles, but my mother had a keen eye, Madam President, and was able to prevent me from putting those goodies inside the shopping cart. So for the most part, I was kept at bay in terms of what I tried to sneak into the shopping cart on Friday afternoons at ShopRite in Brookfield. But nevertheless, moving forward to existing day, Madam President, with a young family of my own, with a 5-year-old son and a 3-year-old daughter at home, and my beautiful wife Kelly along with me, trying to make ends meet for the family. Every Sunday morning is mostly when I go, Madam President, when I go to ShopRite in Brookfield and go down the aisles and get the food for the week for our family. I really am amazed and disheartened when I bring all that food up to the register and I see what that final bottom line is. And it is not uncommon to see a $250, $300 grocery bill for the week, and that is a lot of money. That is a lot of money, and with this change in legislation, Madam President, with this change being as little as one employee, we're going to be now encompassing so many more businesses, so many employers that, again, are just small business operations, that are men and women that run their business, that work hard, that follow the laws, do the best they can, and maybe their business has expanded just enough where they bring on an employee, just one employee, to make it a little easier to manage their businesses, to manage their company, to manage their schedule. They made it just a little bit easier for them to bring on that employee. Now they're going to be under the auspices of this, and that is the same. The individuals that we're now encompassing, these middle-class families, are feeling that burden too. Are they're also the ones walking through the aisles of the supermarket on the weekends after they worked really hard during the week, trying to get food for the family, and they're the ones going to that register and thinking to themselves, can I afford that grocery bill as it hits the register? Am I going to be able to afford it? So these are the people, these are the men and women throughout our state that we're impacting. Again, we oftentimes, with labor bills, think to ourselves, oh, we're regulating or we're legislating these big business operations that have millions and billions of dollars of profits, that have executives making millions and millions of dollars with stock options and all these other things, and they're not passing any of that down, they're not properly passing it down to the employees, and therefore we're going to pass legislation, we're going to regulate, we're going to ensure that we do things here for those businesses to ensure that they treat their employees fairly. That is not what is being done here. We are now, again, Madam President, limiting that pool down to employers that have simply just one employee. And again, when you look at that and think of the individuals that you're now encompassing into this realm that's going to be under this legislation, it makes it that much more difficult for these families to make this work. And so I often, one of the reasons, Madam President, that I first ran for office as a state representative, when I was fortunate enough to decide to complete, or to start my term as the 107th district state rep, was, I believed as a young man at that point in my life, that it was harder and harder to retain individuals that were my age here in Connecticut. At that time, that was 2015. I was fortunate enough to be elected as a state representative at that time. And looking back at that point and why I decided that I wanted to make a difference and have an impact in creating policy here in the state of Connecticut, Madam President, it was the fact that I believed strongly in the fact, again, as I mentioned, that too many young individuals were leaving the state. And one of the reasons that I firmly believe that, and one of the things that was problematic in terms of driving so many young men and women out of the state of Connecticut, was the fact that there was such limited opportunity in terms of employment here at that particular time. We've since moved on from that, and I think our economy is moving in a much better direction now than it was back in 2015, which is certainly a positive thing. And I think I would hope that for the most part, it was some efforts that have been conducted, by the government, some policies, some more fiscal responsibility, things like that, that got us to this point. But I would also say that it's policies like this, Madam President, it's policies that are in the underlying bill that potentially could drive businesses out. And in summary on the amendment, Madam President, which again, I really want to thank the proponent for his work on this amendment and why it's before us here, is that This is something, again, at the end of the day, like I mentioned earlier, will help reduce the cost just a little bit as it relates to this particular bill. And anything that we can do to make it a little easier on small businesses in our state is something, frankly, I think we should support as a chamber. So, Madam President, in conclusion on the amendment, I certainly urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. I applaud the good ranking member of the Labor Committee in this chamber for bringing it out, and urge my colleagues to support this measure. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Will you remark further on the amendment? Will you remark further on the amendment? If not, oh, so sorry. Senator Martin, will you remark on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I was listening to the good senator to my left here regarding the impact. Even this small change that was made regarding the amendment that would take this from 30 hours back to 40 hours, where it originally was, with the employer having 50 employees or less. Even that small amount really does make a difference. There is overhead that is required in order to document all this, the work that's needed to be in compliance with what is being asked in this bill. And even going back to what was enacted back in 2011 regarding the paid sick leave, even that itself, there was an increase in the compliance costs for an employer. So, and we're talking about large employers of 50 or more that saw an increase in their compliance costs going from 2.5% to 5%. Now imagine if you were self-employed and you were an LLC and you only had 2 or 3, 4, and maybe you had 10 employees, but now you have to pick up this extra burden regarding the compliance of this bill, right? And again, this is unless you live it, unless you experience the actual, what it takes and the time and the effort that it takes for an employee to do all that, it is very cumbersome. It's very trying. I had a difficult time just keeping up with the filings for my LLC, and I spoke to that earlier this evening regarding the annual filings, that I was not in compliance and I had to catch up and pay the fee, and I don't recall if I paid a penalty, but I was backlogged for 6 years, and that was with one company. Another company, I don't recall, it was 4 years or maybe more than the 6, but the point that I was making is I didn't have time to do that, nor did I have an employee that her day was busy or his day was busy. Didn't matter. We are very busy. We wear multiple hats being a small employer, and this bill in particular would add more cost to this. And I'll speak to the small business facts a little bit later under the underlining bill, but regarding this small change and this amendment here, it would definitely help, not a lot, because we're talking about 25%, regarding the savings that you would have, or the extra time sort of having to provide that 1 day or 2 days or 3 days regarding this small change. So I rise in support of this amendment, Madam President, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Will you remark further on the amendment? Senator Kiss.
Thank you very
Senator
much,
Kissel.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I stand in support of this amendment. I think as much as it was highly controversial when it originally passed in 2011, there was a lot of firm belief that it was a fair and good measure going forward to establish some paid sick time as a legislative proposal. And as the good chair, Senator Kushner, indicated, the good chair of the Labor Committee, I believe in 2011 it was on the forefront of legislative initiatives throughout the United States. And at that time, there were various groups. There were, one of my colleagues who has since retired, Senator Fasano, was very much involved in supporting bills such as that and others. And so a lot of the bill that we had passed in 2011 was hammered out, and they were difficult compromises, such as having 40 hours to accrue. And so you might wonder, where did the number 40 come from? And it's like, you work typically 40 hours a week. Now, I understand, as Senator Kushner, the good chair of Labor, indicated, I think in the prior colloquy with Senator Sampson, that, and I would agree wholeheartedly, that unfortunately what we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years is, and again, not all major corporations are bad in the least. We have tons and tons of great corporate citizens, not only in Connecticut, but throughout the United States. But unfortunately, there seems to be this somehow notion, and again, I sometimes question what they're teaching in business school throughout the United States, but this shedding of the bundle of responsibilities that employers used to have to their employees, such as good pension plans and good health care plans and all these other things. And some corporations sort of have this methodology, and again, it's not overnight. Sometimes it's year after year after year, where they shed this responsibility to their employees, and one of the ways they do it is by cutting back hours. So instead of an FTE, full-time employee, they turn them into part-time employees, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you go from 40 hours a week to 20 hours a week. You might be just below the threshold to be described within their corporate agreement with you as an employee, or characterized for governmental purposes as less than a full-time employee. But what magically happens is, while you may be pulling 35 hours a week instead of 40 hours a week, then all of a sudden you lose so many of your benefits because you're not full-time anymore, you're part-time. And I always thought that that was horrible. And yet, again, it seems to be the direction that a lot of corporations are going. And I just wonder, I shake my head, because the folks that are initiating that, that's going to come around and hurt the folks that are doing it as well. And I say, you don't get it, because you may be the one, like somewhere in that corporate ladder, making that decision and calling in the people below you on the corporate ladder and saying, we're cutting your hours. Guess what? Someone's going to then turn around a year later and do it to you. And so it's not a good, it's a downward spiral as far as the upper echelon of corporations and their employees. Concomitantly, at the same time, we've seen the difference between the lower level pay, average pay, and the very top upper management. And that is I would even go beyond saying it's a nettlesome situation, but it's definitely bothersome to me, because it just shows that there's a huge disconnect. And I'm the first one to say, I don't begrudge anybody getting paid well for hard work. No one would. But if you look at other Western civilized countries, they don't necessarily have that huge difference between the top management and the lowest paid employees. And so while the employees on a certain level are losing their benefits because their hours are being cut back, at the same time, upper management is getting larger and larger compensation, and it's done in an ever-increasing complex number of ways. So it's not just salary, but it can be stock options, and it can be benefit packages, and a whole slew of things, so that when you add it all together, it's just huge, huge. And so you have that going on, and it seems to be accelerating. And so what ends up happening is a lot of those things, the safety net essentially for a lot of working and middle class people, has to be borne by society as a whole. And what society as a whole? It's government. And in some respects it's federal government, in some respects it's state government, in other respects it's local government. The bill, the paid sick leave bill that was adopted in 2011 was carefully crafted so that it would work well, and a lot of people were worried about how it would impact businesses, and it was designed so that the impact would not harm the business environment in Connecticut. And I've got to say, I think it really was. There was more concern in 2011. I was around at that time, but I don't think all the sky is falling down worry came to pass. I'm worried about this bill. This bill is more than a bridge too far. This is definitely antagonistic to our corporate citizenry and small businesses. One of the biggest things was 50 employees or more. Once you go below that number, the whole environment changes. But what we're talking about with this amendment is the 40 hours, and that's another critical component. On this particular proposal, I get the reason to lower it a little bit, but the fundamental reason is you're earning this paid sick time. Nothing has changed regarding that other than the fact that people's hours per week have been cut. And so I guess I understand that argument, but other than a fairness argument on that level, I haven't seen any arguments that says that 40 hours is an inappropriate amount of commitment on the part of the employee to earn, essentially, this benefit. And so I'm a firm believer in if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so I'm sympathetic to the situation of people getting their hours cut. And I'm very concerned about the huge divide, ever-growing divide, between compensation packages for very top levels of management in large corporations and the regular rank-and-file employees that actually drive the profit of those enterprises. I get all that, but I don't think this is the solution. And I almost see this bill as sort of being a big bucket where a lot of stuff has been poured into. And I don't think it's going to work out. We see in California where they really put the accelerator on minimum wage, and it's just crushing small businesses. And you see people fleeing the state of California. Make no mistake about it. I mean, I'm amused in a sad way when I look at the news and I see, you know, newspapers that should know better saying, people fleeing California. Why? We all know why. I mean, maybe for people in gated communities in special areas of California, it's still the Golden State. But for so many others, it is crushing to live there. And you see things out there, people living under bridges and things like that, that you don't see in Connecticut, nor do I want us ever to see in Connecticut. We should not be emulating California, but at the same time, I don't think that we necessarily should be emulating Alabama or Texas. I think we should carefully look at all the states as 49 other laboratories for change and tailor-make our policies to suit us. I think 40 hours of work for any employer to earn an hour of paid sick time has worked for the last 13 years, and I see no reason why it won't continue to work. It is predicated on that establishment between the employer and the employee. And I don't think that part of this equation is broken. So for that reason, Madam President, I just wanted to stand up. I'll be speaking on some of the other amendments as well, but I really think that what we put together works. And I'm not upset about other states maybe going farther down the road. And I agree with Senator Sampson on so many of the accurate points he made out. Hey, I love Theodore Roosevelt. And what he wanted is, he's called it a square deal, right? So he took the sort of reformist position when it came to labor relations, and he championed the cause of labor back in the early 1900s when it wasn't in fashion, it wasn't in vogue, and he was really pitting himself as a Republican president against the powers that be, the big Gilded Age giant superpower capitalists. At the same time, though, what part of the square deal was all about was, hey, I'm also going to expect certain responsibilities from the business community and how they treat labor, but conversely, he wanted labor to work with the business management so that there wouldn't be crazy things like the murders of folks in Idaho and labor strife. And there was one area for that there was the anthracite coal strike, and if labor had marched out and there was that coal strike, Teddy Roosevelt was absolutely concerned that it was so necessary to heating the homes in the Northeast in particular that people would freeze. People would freeze, sort of reminiscent, sort of a prologue in some respects, probably even more pointed than when Ronald Reagan said to the air traffic controllers, no, I can't let you go on strike because this is going to destroy commerce and put people's lives at risk. The anthracite coal strikes threatened in the upper Midwest, you would have had people in these places, these tenements and these, you know, how the other half lives, and we had spoken about that like a year ago, people would have frozen. And so that was really, you know, he stepped in and he had to get the top owners. I mean, it was incredible. And it's funny because like then, you know, I forgot the relationship. It's not direct. It's not like grandfather. It's like great nephew, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, then came up with a New Deal and pushed through a lot of things that actually moved something that had been bubbling along, limiting child labor and minimum wage and other working conditions, moved that along, and it was just getting super blockaded by the United States Supreme Court. That's a whole interesting story for down the road. But again, I think Senator Sampson's correct. We don't necessarily have in our society right now that kind of antagonism that was evident about 100 years ago between management and labor. It's a lot more, in some ways, insidious and under the radar. And I don't want to like make this partisan, but in many ways, folks that advocate government intervention are working hand in hand with some major corporate interests. Maybe not in Connecticut, but down in Washington, D.C., where it's like wink, wink, nod, nod, and corporations are shedding things over, and then government is sort of picking up the tab so that these giant corporations, and I think it's because we have a better funding system for elections in many respects than they do in Washington. But I just worry about that connection because, hey, if I'm running a business and I can dump all my responsibilities to my employees to government, I get to make a ton more money, and it's all the taxpayers that pick up the tab. That's a scary situation. So I really think that we're going way too far down the path. I would have been interested to see where this bill was going to go if it wasn't, and this is supposed to be the best out of three, so I wish there was a fourth that was even much more moderate. I think there could be some incremental change, but this is just too scary, too much, and I really, really am concerned. Because the trend that we see is almost a heartless trend. And it's like we have, you know, Senator Maroney spoke just a week or two ago about artificial intelligence. And once you rev that baby up, then, I mean, you see it. You go into McDonald's, you can just order right there, and some actuary, some analyst is going to punch the numbers, and they're going to figure out with these benefits, you know, the high school kids and the younger people that are working, or the poor people that have to work 2 or 3 jobs, and they're going to crunch the numbers, and they're going to say, you know what? From now on, people are going to have to order from the kiosks, and we're going to need half the employees, and they're just going to be bringing out the food. And they're going to be cutting people out. And a lot of these jobs are entry-level jobs. They lead to other things. They establish good work ethic, and they allow people to start building up accounts, building up credit, and helping to pay the bills. I mean, I know I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this notion that you don't need any documentation, you don't need any rationale to just leave work, I was at a restaurant not too long ago, and I was talking to the waitress because she had always been waiting on us. Like, we go every Friday. I won't say what it is, but it's a chain. And we noticed that the wait staff was changing and changing and changing. And she said, there's young people, and they just call up the day before if the management is lucky. Sometimes they call up like an hour before, if they call at all, and they just go, I don't feel good today, and I'm not coming in. I mean, how many times have anybody in this circle gone to a restaurant or someplace recently, and they talk about people are just calling out, or we're short shifted, or I go to CVS now and I have to ring a bell because no one's at the front register because they're stocking shelves at the same time. What's going on? Well, management is trimming their workforce, and that's before something like this passes. So to bring it from 40 hours to 30 hours, that's just one of the changes that's going on here that, as Senator Sampson said, they're going to do a calculation. How much does this employee going to cost us per hour? It's not the hourly wage. It's everything else associated with that employee, including how many hours that employee has to work to get the benefit of 1 hour of paid sick leave time. And I'm saying it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because what you're essentially doing is modifying it by 25%, and that is added into the calculus that goes on somewhere else, some head office. We don't know. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. And it's not even like, oh, we just have to make sure that it all evens out. No, because we have this giant, I hate to put it this way, but this addiction to Wall Street. I mean, it just drives so many decisions by so many corporate leaders, and it's a false god. And when they are being motivated by Wall Street, there are people that are sort of judging them. And what they're looking at is what's the forecast, what's this, what's that. And so in a lot of areas that's going to get impacted by this, they're going to have the ability to cut employees. I'm really worried about fast food and all of that because, thank God, I think my son, who's 20, one of my sons, my youngest son, they're sort of crunchy. I guess that's the term out there. They read labels. They're paying attention to what's going in their body. They're recognizing that it's not the prettiest thing on the shelf that you go for. They're looking at what the ingredients are. They're looking at what the calories are. They're looking at the size of the fillet of fish. Fillet of fish for most people is really delicious, at least for me. But in the last year or so, that fillet has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, and the price has not gone down. Price has gone inches up. And so people are starting to do the calculus. Well, when it was cheap and it was bigger, I sort of indulged because it tastes good. But I know it's not that good for me because it's deep fried, it's covered with that cheese and the tartar sauce. And so you sort of make that mental calculation. Well, a little bit of cheating on my health. But now, with this kind of burden, and it is a burden, the cost of employing an individual, and this is one component, maybe not the worst component, but it is yet a component, that will be factored in. And if that margin shrinks and shrinks, and corporate management is getting pressure to get higher and higher salaries and good returns on their stock, something's got to break. Something's got to give. And unfortunately, what's going to give is the amount of jobs available, especially entry-level jobs. So I think that this is a balancing act. Hey, you're not going to find, I'm very sympathetic to labor. And I did really well in labor law and law school, and I'm very sympathetic. You know, I am leery about this incessant quest for zillions of dollars. It's okay. I agree with Senator Sampson. Capitalism has its flaws, warts and all, but it's the best system that we have. It's certainly better than socialism and way better than communism or dictatorships or totalitarianism. I get it. But I support this amendment because I think it just brings us back down a little bit. Keep us where we are. If you want to push the envelope a little bit regarding this, let's sit down and have a discussion about this proposal. But this is just 2412, we can do this, and I don't really see, I agree with Senator Sampson, I don't see business really having a voice at this table. And they're going to have to implement this. And I think the way they're going to do it, if it gets rammed down their throat, is there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences. And we can see it from a mile away. And we're going to see in like 4 or 5 years, there's just not going to be the same amount of jobs that are, and it's going to be the lower end of the spectrum. It's going to be the exact people we're worried about in a general way. The people in the upper echelons are not going to suffer by this. It's the people that have organized labor and that bargain for their rights, they're even excluded by this legislation. It's everybody else. And it's not someone who's like a top-level executive that doesn't have to worry about their health care because they have health plans. It's everybody else. And they're going to be cut out. They're not going to get all these benefits for free. And so this is just one part of this debate. I look forward to continuing this debate. But for those reasons, Madam President, I shall be happy to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you remark further? Good evening, Senator Gordon.
Good evening, Madam President. Nice to see you today. I rise to speak about the amendment, and I've been listening very carefully to the various discussions and debates that have been going on for, I've lost track of how many hours at this point, but I do look forward to continuing to listen and to hear what more goes on, just not on this amendment, but the many other amendments that looks like will be called up tonight, and also continued discussion on the bill itself. And some of my comments to preface some of what I want to get into about this amendment is that I don't begrudge employees getting paid family sick days. I don't have a problem with that, and especially if things get worked out by a contract or employment agreement with any particular employer, especially if there's any reason an employer wants to do something more generous than whatever state law might allow. And I've always been mindful that there are really 3 aspects that I've always viewed it when it comes to jobs. One is certainly the employer. The employer is the one who creates the jobs, and I'm not talking about someone who decides on his or her own to be self-employed and be the only person running his or her business, but for the vast majority of people, a job that is created by an employer. And we're very fortunate in the state of Connecticut. We have many, many different types of employers who create jobs. In fact, this morning I had an opportunity to be in Stafford, where a company for advanced manufacturing is creating over 120 new jobs locally and doing it here in Connecticut. And that's what we want employers to do. And when I think about employers, I'm just not thinking of the large employers. They always seem to make the news, especially when they want to cut jobs, and it can be in the thousands or tens of thousands. But if you look at the data from Connecticut, you look at the data, from example, from the United States Bureau of Labor, you look at the Small Business Administration data, we know certainly that the overwhelming percentage of jobs created and maintained here in Connecticut are quote-unquote small employers. Now that definition can go up to 500 employees, but if you really look at those that the average person would understand as a small business, the ones who employ far less than 500 employees, there's still a lot of them everywhere in all of our towns, contributing to the economy and creating those jobs that we want created, including entry-level jobs and jobs that will provide training. And again, when I was in Stafford this morning, I was very pleased for TTM Technologies that not only are they creating more jobs, but giving those jobs for entry level into manufacturing and going to be training those people so they can move forward and succeed and do better at the jobs that they get, and also stay here in Connecticut, we certainly hope, when they develop those skills. The other aspect I've always looked at with jobs is, of course, the employees, because an employer can create as many jobs as a company wants. But if you don't have the employees who want to take those jobs, especially jobs in very specific or focused aspects of the economy, then it doesn't matter what the companies do. And the companies may then just go off elsewhere in the country where they can find the employees. So certainly wanting to make certain we can recruit and retain employees, that we can provide them an opportunity for what we hope is a good paying job, a job with a future, a job to be of help to, if they don't have a family, to start a family and grow their family here, or if they do have a family, to be able to pay for and afford being here, and have those opportunities to be successful through whatever hard work they wish to do, and through whatever opportunities an employer might provide. So certainly employees are extremely important. Not just to our tax base, but also to our economy. And not so much trying to tax them more or businesses tax more, but it's better to have more taxpayers and more businesses as taxpayers than upping a rate or adding burdens that could make it more difficult to have more employers, and by extension those jobs, so we can have more employees, people working in this state and contributing overall, just not to the state economy, but as we know, the businesses and those who work in those businesses contribute to the economies of each municipality throughout this state, which is certainly very important. And the third aspect I've always thought is important for jobs is what government does. I'm not going to be talking about the federal government. I'll leave what's going on in Washington to those who are dealing with it in the Congress there. But here in Connecticut for state government, and the policy decisions that are enacted, the rules and regulations that are enacted, the laws that get enacted, not just affect employers, they also affect employees. And you can't look at any one of those in isolation. Nothing exists in a vacuum. And as we know from science, nature abhors a vacuum. When we talk about things that might benefit an employer, we have to think about what could be the ramifications and possible impacts upon employees. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but we think about that. And the converse is also true. Things that might benefit an employee, how does that affect an employer? Maybe that's positive for the employer, but maybe it has an adverse impact. Those are things that I have to think about as a state senator with regards to, for example, the amendment before us and the overall underlying bill. How does this affect employees? How does this affect employers in the overall schema of where we are here in Connecticut, knowing where we've come from and knowing where we would like to go, but understanding there's certainly uncertainty with the future, because no one can ever predict the future. Certainly if I could, I'd be winning the lottery and the horse races every single week. But for this amendment, one of the impacts of this is when we're changing the rate, the velocity, the pace of accruing the paid sick days, we have to think about what is the impact on employers. And if there could be a negative impact on the employers, we have to think about what could be the feedback loop. Could that then detrimentally affect employees? Could it affect what a company might be able to do, perhaps providing other benefits because of the additional costs that the bill might impose on an employer? What might it do for the overall number of jobs that employers might be able to provide here in Connecticut? That can certainly have a detrimental impact on those looking for jobs and certainly on our state economy. And we don't want that moving into the future. We want to have a more sustainable and growing economy here in Connecticut. Again, it gets to having more of those who are paying taxes, employees and employers, but not necessarily taxing them more. In fact, we'd love to see about us continuing to tax them less. And I'm glad we made some efforts in that regard for low and middle income people and seniors and retirees last year, and I was very proud to be a part of that and vote for that. But when I look at this amendment that's before us, to me, it seems to be something that I consider common sense. And I'm a big fan of using that term, common sense. I use it a lot. I actually have a mug in my office that says common sense. And all the years I was in town government, 16, I always had that displayed at my desk at all the town meetings that I had to attend and do work at. But I asked myself, is this amendment common sense? If I don't think it's common sense, I'm not going to support it. But I do think it is common sense, and I think it's common sense for several reasons. The bill itself that this amendment is getting at makes a number of changes. Doesn't make one change, it makes a number of changes. For example, expanding the reasons for taking paid family leave, not having to provide any type of verification or documentation to an employer, not having necessarily to give much in the way of any heads up that could then turn around and impact an employer with regards to the business that an employer needs to do. Phasing in quickly, affecting all businesses down to a business that has just one employee. So these are a number of things that this bill does, and this amendment gets at basically saying, do we want to make all of those changes in one fell swoop in this bill that could have multiple impacts concurrently and synchronously on an employer, and again have a feedback loop potentially to affecting employees, or do we want to say, do we really need to have this one item of changing the pace of how fast an employee will accrue the paid sick days? And that's why I think this is a common sense amendment. I'm not saying that the amendment, that the provision in the bill is wrong. I'm saying when we look at it in toto with regards to all the changes that this bill could enact, I think it's too many changes, and I think that's going to have potentially a negative effect on employers, and that's not what we want to do. We want to be able to make certain we have good paying jobs and jobs that provide good benefits and a good future and good opportunities. So I don't want to say, oh, let's give everything to the employers. That's not the case. But we also need to recognize that sometimes you can go too far and negatively infect employers. And again, get into that feedback loop that I mentioned earlier, and we wouldn't want to do that. In my reading through this amendment and reading through the bill, I'm trying to understand a few things, and I do have some questions for the proponent of the bill, if the proponent is on the Senate floor. Madam President, through you.
And it appears that we will have to call a recess, and we'll stand at ease while we get the proponent of the bill to answer those questions. So we'll stand at ease briefly while we do that. All right. We are back, Senator Duff, because I just got some clarification from Senator Gordon. He was speaking of Senator Sampson, but he's just going to move forward with his comments. Thank you. Please proceed, Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam President. The questions that I was going to ask, I can always ask when we get to the main bill itself. So those series of many questions that I would like to ask for clarification, I'll do it that later time.
And here is Senator Sampson, if you would like to proceed.
I don't have to bother Senator Sampson with questions, so I'll reserve those questions for when we get back to the main bill, Madam President.
Thank you.
So, and I may have additional ones as the night goes on to ask at that time, so I'll do that. Thank you for the clarification. But some of the things, I'll pick up where I left off, some of the things I have to wonder is, how much burdens do we want to put on the employers? Separate from whatever benefit the employee might get, how many more burdens do we want to put on? And if you look at a number of surveys in Connecticut, but also nationally, you ask when employers are asked, and I'm not talking about the big employers, but many of the small employers here in Connecticut and throughout the country, what are some of the things they are concerned about? What are some of the things that limit their being able to grow? What are some of the things that can limit their being able to create more jobs? What are some of the things that can limit providing more benefits to their employees? It's one of the big things we hear is the cost of doing business. And one may say, well, something might be a small cost, but you can certainly die by 1,000 cuts. And if those things build up and break a whale's back, will an employer be able to sustain and move forward, let alone be able to survive when there's an economic downturn, or survive if, heaven forbid, there's another pandemic that affects them and affects things after the pandemic, as businesses are still trying to sort out relative to the new world we live in post-pandemic. So these are things that one has to be thinking about. And even if one says, well, something as simple that this amendment is getting to, changing the number of accrued hours from 1 hour for every 40 hours worked down to 1 hour for every 30 hours worked, some people may say that's not a big deal. But if you look at it in the whole scope of what businesses are trying to deal with, that does add an additional burden. It could add an additional cost. And all the other items I mentioned in this bill do add that as well. So this amendment is a good amendment. It's a common sense amendment. I do encourage my colleagues to vote for it. I'm not naive. I think this is going to be another common sense amendment that unfortunately doesn't survive by a party line vote. But it doesn't mean it's not a good amendment and it's not a common sense amendment. So I think that this is something we should think about, how much in this bill we're burdening employers. And this is a step, I believe, in the right direction to say, look, we recognize that. And we recognize that employers are trying to do well and right by their employees. And certainly if they're doing things illegal, we have no lack of laws, federal and state, to tag them with. But those who are law-abiding, those who are trying to do the right things, those who are trying to make ends meet for their businesses and be able to meet that payroll, how often that payroll may be, and at the same time invest in their companies. And many of them do invest in their community. And we should recognize and thank the many small businesses in each one of our towns. I know throughout my 13 towns who do a huge amount in donations and in-kind support. They don't have to do that. That takes away from their bottom line, but they do it because they know they're good business owners and that's what they do as a member of the community. We don't want to be limiting their ability to do things. And again, we want to make certain they can thrive and survive, not looking for them to make, profits off too much and churn employees into slaves. That's not at all what we're doing. But we want to make certain we're giving them some relief and where we are helping them. So that way, again, getting back to what I mentioned earlier, we can have more employers contributing to our economy, more employees contributing to our economy. And this amendment, I believe, is a step in the right direction. I will vote for it, and I do look forward to other amendments and discussions and to further discussion on the bill. And as I said a few minutes ago, my questions that I have I will reserve for when we get eventually back to the main bill, and I'm happy to ask those questions. So I'll end my comments for now on this amendment, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. Will you remark further? Will you remark further? If not, I will open the voting machine on the amendment.
Immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. Immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. We're voting on
Mr. Clerk, give us the tally on the amendment.
Senate Amendment Bill, House Bill 5005. Total number voting 36. Total voting yea 12. Total voting nay 24. Absent not voting 0.
Amendment fails. Will you remark further on the bill? Will you remark further on the bill? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm sorry, I just didn't realize because there's a bunch of folks talking in the middle of the chamber, so
yes, indeed.
Hoping we could get some decorum.
Yes, I will just ask our members and staff to give attention to Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to offer an amendment on the bill that is before us. The clerk is in possession of LCO 5762. I ask that this amendment be called and I be given leave of the chamber to summarize.
Senator Sampson. Oh, sorry. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the amendment?
LCO number 5762, Senate Amendment C.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yeah, disappointed about the Second Amendment, which would have kept the current accrual rate in the current law the same. I'm disappointed that that failed, and that the bill, if it becomes law, will certainly have an impact on the employers in the state by increasing that accrual rate substantially. So one of the other concerns I had about changing the law from what is currently in place was the requirement about documentation that would need to be presented to an employer by an employee to obtain their paid time off. The bill that is before us actually takes that requirement out of the current law, and this amendment would put it back. And it does that by making some changes to lines 271 through 290. And effectively, what is happening in the bill is that the old process that exists in current law that sets up a different set of circumstances for someone that is providing notice for a foreseeable time off, and for someone that is going to have 3 or more consecutive days. There are procedures in the law today that require the employee to provide documentation to the employer in those cases. And this bill, as I mentioned during my initial comments, seems very lopsided, very biased in one way, and in fact removes all of those requirements on the employee, and instead inserts language saying that no employer shall require an employee to provide any documentation whatsoever. And I just think that that is an absurd thing to do. So the amendment that is before us would reverse that and put it back to the current law. So if this passes, it will take that one provision that exists in the bill before us and remove it and maintain the current law. I move adoption. I'd like a roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You will have a roll call vote, and the question is on adoption. Will you remark on the amendment before the chamber? Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question, perhaps, to the proponent of the amendment.
Please proceed. Prepare yourself, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, Madam President, why do you feel that it's so important that an employee provide some type of documentation in order to receive sick day? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much for the question. Through you, Madam President. The fact of the matter is that I think it depends on the situation. And as the current law is set up, that was recognized by the majority when they passed this bill on a party line back in 2011, that it's only appropriate for an employee in certain circumstances to provide notice to their employer. And those circumstances that are laid out in the current law are when the absence is foreseeable. You know you're going to be out, for instance, for a doctor's visit. You should tell your employer. And in the second case is when you're going to be out for a significant period of time. What instead is happening in this bill is that those requirements are disappearing entirely, and as we heard during the discussion, an employee doesn't have to let their employer know at all. I mean, that's, to me, completely out of the realm of reason, and that's the purpose for the amendment before us.
Thank you. Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, through you. So what do you think, you know, I can see maybe an employee who has a contagious illness of some sort, or maybe even a serious injury, but without this documentation, how does an employer know when it's okay for that individual or that employee to come back to work able, willing, and fit to work? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much for the question once again, and through you, Madam President, they wouldn't.
Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I don't think they wouldn't either. And I think as an employer, I think I would want to know is, gee, if this individual is not required to tell me why he or she may be out of work, knowing that they have a contagious illness, then how, when they do come back, how do I know that they would be healthy and not contagious anymore? So without that an employer would never know. Is that how you see it? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. No, that's an excellent point. To be totally honest with you, my concern was really more about the employer being able to have knowledge about when his employees are showing up for work or not. Just from a standpoint of scheduling and, folks that are working different shifts. As we learned throughout this debate, the employee can take their leave in any increment they choose whenever they choose. So that could mean leaving for 15 minutes in the middle of a shift, presumably, or showing up late or leaving early without any advance notice to the employer, and that's what I was really focused on. But you do bring up a very, very important point, which is that if somebody's got an illness that may affect the other employees and their availability, I think it's important that the other employees are warned and that the employer be advised about it. And so thanks for bringing that forward. Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you again. So I can have envisioned something like this happening. So someone is at home and happens to fall or maybe gets a head injury of some sort. Maybe it was through a car accident, or maybe they were working and hit their head in some way or form, and they had the head injury, and I want to say it's not unconscious, but the term slips my mind here. But a concussion. There we go. So how does that employee know when to come back to work, or that employer know when to come back to work without some type of doctor verifying that that employee is fit to do that scope of work? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, they wouldn't.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
They wouldn't. And here's the reason why this amendment should be required, Madam President, is I'm an employer. An employee gets hurt somewhere, not on the job, but at home, and it's a serious injury. Maybe it's a serious contagious disease or illness that they have, but how would I know that, first of all, that this employee is not fit to work, or is going to be exposing other employees to some type of illness that I have no control over? Then what happens to those on the job? So, Madam President, I cannot agree more with my colleague that this mandatory documentation from the doctor is imperative. I've given you two really real-life examples of what could happen. In particular, let's say another example is, all right, maybe it's not an injury to the brain, but what about if it's a leg or an arm, and they are in a field where they need to they are in the warehousing and they need to lift boxes or they need to move them. How do I know without a doctor telling me that he is able to do that job? Or it's hey, he can do light duty, but am I to trust that employee to tell me the facts? I see this as an athlete who wants to play. Though they got a brain or they got a concussion during the game, or maybe it was during practice, and they want to play. No, coach, I want to play. I want to play. There's no different with really good employees who do the same thing. They tell you, no, I'm good. I am good. And really, they are not good. And they could be putting other people in danger because they said to me, the employer, that I am okay to work. I believe them. but in the end, it wasn't good. It wasn't a good decision for him to tell me that or for me to allow him to work. I think that this type of documentation is valid and it's important, Madam President, and I believe that this room, or this circle ought to be voting for this amendment for this documentation to stay in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you remark further on the amendment? Good evening, Senator Wong.
Good evening, Madam President. It is indeed evening. Through you, some questions to the proponent of this amendment. Through you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very, very much. So this is a substantive change from the 2011 legislation, which had a requirement in regards to notice. And I'll read what I understand. So this, the employer will be required that a service worker provide notice, 1, up to 7 days before taking the leave if it is foreseeable, or 2, as soon as it's practical if not foreseeable. And if the leave for 3 or more consecutive days, the employer can require reasonable documentation verifying the leave's purpose. Does this underlying amendment that we're addressing eliminate all of that documentation requirement? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Through you, I think you're referring to the bill that is before us, and the answer is yes. The bill that is before us would change the current law to remove those requirements and instead insert a requirement that says no employer shall require an employee to provide any documentation. Through you.
Senator Wong.
Thank you. That is a clear departure from what the intent in regards to balancing the paid sick leave intention, but obviously to be able to have some aspect of documentation to assure the validity of that request. Make no mistake about it, paid sick leave is due and proper, and ensuring that employees that are working should not have to work through illnesses and sicknesses. But what this does in the underlying bill is now saying, nope, you can just say it. But underestimation is, we're going to believe you. And anybody could take advantage of it. And I doubt many will, but some will. And the documentation was not an onerous burden. That being said, it kind of brings up one of the confusions that we have for Connecticut paid leave to the family medical leave that we passed through with some consternation and discussion. But nevertheless, it is currently the law that the state of Connecticut has family medical leave. In fact, I think we created an institution within the Department of Labor to facilitate that. Again, some objections and some inefficiencies, but I belabor that point to another issue. But as I understand it, through you, Madam President, the Connecticut family medical leave does require medical documentation. It's not onerous. And maybe if the proponent doesn't know, he could say that, but in my reading, I understand that the Connecticut Federal Medical Leave Act that was passed through and implemented does require medical documentation. Why don't we do it for this bill? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. That's a very good question. And agreed. In the case of the Paid Family Medical Leave Act, the fact of the matter is that the state has established a program funded by payroll tax deductions. And before that money is handed over to a claimant, the claim is processed, just like through any type of insurance company. And they do, in fact, verify that it's a legitimate claim by reviewing the circumstances. I think that they are pretty, what's the word I want to use, generous and broad in the way that they would provide coverage, but they do, in fact, require documentation from a claimant. Through you.
Senator Wong.
Through you, Madam President. And reading through the 2011 bill, because I just refer back as an early legislator, remembering the battle that went through that. And there was a compromise. And I think there was a real effort to create a balance between, again, our striving many times in this circle and in this legislature to be first in the country, to be the first to kind of break thresholds and to proclaim ourselves as first in the state, first in the country. But nevertheless, I think there are challenges. And I think that the deliberation process that was demonstrated back in that debate in 2011 was one that offered a productive product. And there were some guardrails, and I think that's an issue that's a word that may come up quite a bit in the next couple of days. But we have guardrails to ensure that these proper actions are done to balance the employee's interest versus the validation of businesses to ensure continuity of their business. So one of the frustrations I have with the underlying bill is it goes not only incrementally, but it takes a wide clearance of some of the forethought that was given in the 2011 bill. It is, to me, as I read it and see it and hear in this debate, an arrogant action in saying, we've got the majority, we got the votes, let's just dictate what we do, rather than having a practical, real-life market application and saying, what can be the best methodology moving forward to kind of meet the needs that are urgently needed, as articulated by the proponent of the underlying bill, balanced with the challenges that we have in a struggling business environment. So this amendment is important to give some employers some aspect of a documentation to ensure that their business interests are protected. It is not an onerous ask. It is one that is reasonable. To eliminate any aspect of documentation takes away any accountability for an employee to answer to the demands and the requirements of a business in conduct. So I urge support of this bill, this amendment, because it does bring some common sense back into this bill's deliberation, rather than, in my opinion again, an arrogant disregard for some of the checks and balances that were imposed in the 2011 bill. So I urge support of this to bring back some aspects of common sense, some aspects of check and balances to ensure that we have a productive business environment as well as a healthy and safe workforce. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Will you remark further on the amendment? Will you remark further on the amendment? If not, I will open the voting machine. Mr. Clerk, would you please announce the vote?
Immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. An immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. We're voting on Senate Amendment C. We're not voting on the bill. This is on the amendment. Amendment C, substitute for House Bill number 5005. An immediate roll call vote in the Senate. We're voting on the amendment. This is Senate Amendment C, House Bill number 5005, an act expanding paid sick days in the state. An immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. We're voting on the amendment, not the bill. An immediate roll call vote in the Senate. We're voting on Senate Amendment C. We're not voting on the bill. Senate Amendment C. Substitute for House Bill. An immediate roll call vote in the Senate. An immediate roll call vote in the Senate. We're voting on Senate Amendment C. An immediate roll call vote in the Senate.
Have all the senators voted? Have all the senators voted? The machine is locked. Mr. Clerk, give us the tally on the amendment.
Senate Amendment C of House Bill 5005. Total number voting 35. Total voting yea 12. Total voting nay 23. Absent not voting 1.
Amendment fails. Will you remark further on the legislation? Senator Sampson.
Good evening, Madam President. Somewhat disappointing, but again, not surprised that our amendments are failing here on party lines. It's a frustration that I've had to deal with since coming here. That it seems like it doesn't matter how wise or well-crafted an amendment is, it's not going to go anywhere. I understand in this particular case that this is a bill that's already come from the House. It does make it that much more difficult. But we are about to embark on passing this document into the law of the state of Connecticut. And when that happens, the people of our state are going to be impacted by the language that's here. And I think that our conversation tonight has illustrated very clearly that there are some significant problems with the way this bill is devised. And I don't believe it's good policy. And I do believe that if we could get cooperation to make some changes to the bill, that would speed up this process, and it would also go a long way to creating good faith, not only in this chamber, but in the House, that we actually do work together in a bipartisan fashion. I know that that's what my constituents expect of me. They send me up here, tell me all the time, hey, Rob, you're not going to get everything you want, so you got to work with the other side. And I try and tell them, I say, look, you know, you're darn right I'm not getting what I want. I've been serving in the minority for 14 years. I'm very good, well used to not getting what I want. But I also don't see the majority attempting to work with me in a bipartisan way either. And I'm not saying that because I believe that my party would be necessarily any better if we were in the majority, but we all should be. We all should endeavor to try and find what is good policy together and advance that because it's good policy, not because it's a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. And I'm bringing these amendments here in good faith, knowing that I don't like this bill no matter what, but I am trying to get this policy to be the best I can possibly make it. And we've illustrated tonight, I think, some surprising things that are even surprising to the majority, and will be very surprising to the businesses all across Connecticut when this suddenly becomes law, and people that are doing business in the state, minding their own business, in fact, are going to be caught up in this. The previous amendment was about restoring the provisions that are in the current law as far as an employee providing notice. There are two of those provisions, and that amendment encompassed both of them, putting them both back in. And I'm disappointed because I will tell you that one thing I didn't mention is just how honestly soft those requirements are anyway. The fact of the matter is it's not a burdensome requirement on the employee. In fact, the last part of the requirement when you have you desire to use sick leave for a foreseeable reason, like you have a doctor's visit or a surgery or something, the last part about that is that you have to provide notice as soon as practicable. I mean, come on now. I don't even know if that means beforehand. That's a good question, actually. Madam President, can I ask this question of the good chairman? In section 1, in subsection little b, where these requirements are laid out, starting on line 271 through 276, it says that the employee has got to advise the employer about their foreseeable sick time as soon as practicable. Is there anything in that language that indicates that they have to do it in advance of the time off? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. It is accurate as read by the good senator. It says as soon as practicable.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that answer. And I'm reading that to understand that as soon as practicable could mean even after the leave is taken. Is that correct through you?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, it's correct.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Imagine being an employer. Just imagine that. Your employee has a doctor's appointment or a dentist appointment or something a week in advance, and they don't bother to tell you about it, but then they show up for their shift an hour and a half late. And when asked about it, their response is, well, I have paid time off. Deduct it. Can you imagine? What kind of system are we trying to create? You think that it's okay to have a system that allows this type of lack of respect to exist in a workplace environment? There's no way it would be tolerated if an employer were to disrespect their employee in that way. So why would we allow it for any party? And all because we want to put the force of law, the force of this building, in a position that benefits one side of a transaction. And that's unfortunate, because really what ought to happen is those parties ought to be able to communicate with each other with respect and find a solution so that the person keeps their job, manages to get their doctor's appointment, and the business doesn't suffer. What a novel idea. So, Madam President, in response to the amendment that I had just offered failing, I'm going to try and compromise a little bit. And instead of trying to go for the whole gusto and restore both pieces of the existing law, I mean, I feel like crazy that I'm here offering amendments to get us back to zero, which I don't even like. But I'm trying anything to prevent this damage from occurring in the state. So the clerk is in possession of Amendment LCO 5763. I ask that this amendment be called and I be given leave of the chamber to summarize.
Mr. Clerk.
LCO number 5763, Senate Amendment D.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. Very straightforward amendment. It would effectively restore the language that is being taken out of the bill that is before us from the original law, which says that if a service worker's need to use paid sick leave is foreseeable, an employer may require advance notice not to exceed 7 days prior to the date such leave is to begin of the intention to use such leave. If a service worker's need for such leave is not foreseeable, an employer may require a service worker to give notice of such intention as soon as practicable. And I move adoption. I'd like a roll call vote.
Thank you. Thank you. We will have a roll call. The question is on adoption. Will you remark further on the amendment? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much. I was just pausing because I thought the good chair of the Labor Committee would oppose this amendment, but I'm assuming that's, or I'm guessing that is assumed to be the case. I stand in support of this amendment. Again, this is one of those amendments I'm very comfortable in supporting because it gets us back to the status quo, which is the bill that 13 years ago led the nation as far as allowing for sick time leave. And it was carefully cobbled together with all the interested parties sitting around the table, all the stakeholders, including major representatives of the business community that would have to actually implement and move forward with the underlying legislation in 2011. And essentially what this amendment does is it codifies what I would say is just decency and courtesy, that all the employee would have to do is give advance notice to their employer if the employer requested it, up to 7 days if the sick leave is foreseeable. So what kind of sick leave is foreseeable? Well, I have been trying to get a colonoscopy because I have reached certain magical ages, and it's required by our state system, and it has been like pulling teeth, probably not a great analogy, but difficult to get that scheduled. But given employment demands, when that's eventually scheduled, I'll have enough lead time to let my employer know that, and in my other job capacity, they like to know what is your time demands for the coming week. And one of the jobs in my other capacity for one of the utilities in this state is, as part of your job agreement, whether you're full-time or part-time, you might be called up for what's called storm duty, because if there's a hurricane or something coming and threatening to damage the supply of either electricity or natural gas or water or anything else under the umbrella of that particular employer, employees may have to get called up. And actually, for that schedule, you have to give even more than 1 week notice. So I don't think it's uncommon for employers of all sizes in the state of Connecticut to have a time sheet for their employees. When can we expect you? And it's complicated. I mean, usually there's someone administering that, and if there's probably more than a dozen employees for any particular business, they're juggling it all the time. Just in a perfect world, you have like more than a dozen employees and you've got jobs to do. You're going to want to know who's coming in, what days, what not, and it's usually a pretty good relationship. I'm sure there are headaches. If an individual employee starts taking a lot of time off, maybe the employer might be concerned. There might be some sort of issues involved, stress at home, substance abuse, lack of interest in the job, who knows, but there's sort of things that positive things that can evolve out of that. It's a symbiotic relationship. It's a good give and take. Again, it is not necessarily hugely adversarial as it's being portrayed. And that's what we want. We've come a long way since 1910. It's just, I mean, in some respects, it is adversarial and it's very competitive. And management and labor cannot agree. I get it, but it's not always like that. And I think that if you look, I mean, how many strikes have we had in Connecticut? Not an awful lot. I mean, probably the biggest one that I can recall in recent memory was at Stop and Shop, and that went for a few weeks and it resolved itself. And the parent company of Stop and Shop is over in Europe, and I think they just didn't get how things were going to go here in Connecticut. You know, there was one recently averted out in Michigan with the automobile workers, but typically, while there are disagreements, very rarely do things get to be at strike level, and there's communication between employees and employers. They all want the job to succeed. Typically, employees want to do well on the job. Yes, sometimes it's just a paycheck, and there's no love lost for a particular boss or a particular employer. But in many instances, it's a give and take. And so notice, especially if it's a doctor's visit or some sort of treatment, chemo, anything that's reasonably foreseeable, just between human beings, it is common courtesy to give a heads up. And the underlying bill that this amendment tries to go back to the way it is now throws that out the window. And this is New England. We have proud heritage here. We have 169 communities. We have local control. And an orderly and decent government. When you walk from the LOB to the Capitol, there it is. And we've had that motto, that aspiration, for hundreds of years here in Connecticut. And some people might say, well, that's not exhilarating. That's not like out in bright lights, orderly and decent. Well, if you don't even communicate between the employee and the employer, you're chucking out orderly and decent. I mean, come on. I mean, in our individual caucuses, and I don't know, is this the plural cauci? I don't know. I know hippopotamus is hippopotami. But the leaders of our mutual caucuses want a heads up if any one of us are going to be late coming to session. Why? Because they need to know what's going on. They need to know, are people going to be out here to vote? They need to know if people are going to miss votes. And it's really critical if the bills that are coming down the road are involving the committees of which we are either chairs or ranking members. Now, you know, I mean, just I think as a pretty obvious statement, if anybody in their caucus said to the leader of their caucus, hey, I don't have to tell you, pound sand, that's not going to be well received. And fundamentally, you're not helping other people on your side of the aisle because they're not going to know. Where's John? I don't know. He told Stephen, pound sand. If I kept telling the leader of my caucus, Senator Harding, pound sand, or maybe I do it politely. I'm not going to tell you. I don't have to tell you. At some point, the rest of my members of the caucus are going to get upset or be concerned with me. They're going to say, what's up with Senator Kissel? He's just not even being responsive. And we're putting, the underlying bill puts this in statute as this is now going to be the new norm between employees and employers. That is a huge step back, but falling behind from an orderly and decent state government. It's a huge step backwards. It's a huge step backwards from civilized behavior. It's a huge step backwards from the way I was raised just as a decent human being, person to person. Now, should we legislate manners? No, I'm not advocating that we legislate manners, but we're also not creating a very high bar. After strenuous negotiations to cobble together essentially just enough votes so that the 2011 paid sick leave bill got out of this chamber by one vote, because I was around back then, everybody's interests had to be addressed. And so it was. Hey, if you know that something's going to happen to you medically related, and it's reasonably foreseeable, as so much is reasonably foreseeable in your health care nowadays, doctor's visits are scheduled in advance, dentist visits are scheduled in advance, orthopedic surgery is scheduled in advance, outpatient. I mean, if it's an emergency, that's one thing. And we were talking about insurance bills the other day here in the circle, and the majority party, and we did it bipartisanly, said, and I remember Senator Anwar saying, because he said after this was proposed as part of the omnibus health care reform measure that we, I think, nearly unanimously supported, he said that insurance companies were requiring prior approval for calling 911 and getting an ambulance. And he said this bill does away with that, because if you're thinking you're having a heart attack or it's an emergency and you need to get an ambulance, who in their right mind would need to get prior approval from an insurer? And then he sort of said, and I have good memory, my eyes stink, but my memory is pretty darn good. He said, I wonder who would oppose that. Now, it was a giant bill, there's lots of sections, and you can be against a bill and not against that particular section. I get it. But I think all of us understood. Some things are emergencies, yes. But the vast majority of medical treatment, and indeed the state of Connecticut, under Governor Malloy, moved us in a direction where we take better care of ourselves. You're supposed to plan in advance, right? We have an entity that oversees us as state employees, because even though we're part-time legislators, the senators here in the circle, we are covered by the state insurance. And we went, and originally it was a Republican proposal 20 years ago, but it was sort of poo-pooed at that time. But then later, Governor Malloy, to his credit, adopted it and said, we're going to go with more of like a predictable system where we're going to encourage financially the state employees to take better care of themselves, because in the long run, A, it's better for their health, and B, it's better for the payments. And it came true. And in fact, there were predictions of like X amount of state employees not doing that, not calling up, not making visits, not taking medications, not watching their cholesterol and their blood sugar and their blood pressure and everything else, and their weight. I mean, the list goes on and on. The older you get, the things you got to keep an eye on. But the original proposal, and again, there's benefits to being a senator or a representative for the length of time I've been so honored to be here in 32 years. The net result was the governor at that time, Governor Malloy, thought, oh, I'm going to save X amount of millions of dollars, and it was way less than that. Why? Because all the state employees said, yeah, that's actually a good idea, and I don't want my pay cut. So I'm going to cooperate with the new system, because guess what? I get to keep my pay, and it's better for my health. So now we have a really much healthier state employee workforce. That's a win-win. I mean, it's such a hackneyed phrase, win-win, but it is. Well, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? We're doing a big step backwards. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This was a finely crafted bill that we passed in 2011. And just if you have reasonable foreseeability that you're going to be out, it is fundamentally common courtesy to notify who you're working for, because you're also notifying thereby who you're working with. This doesn't just affect, it's not just linear, it's not just vertical integration. There's horizontal components of this as well. Have you seen an organizational chart for any business? It's not just up and down. Oh, this person reports to this person, and it's not all adversarial. You're part of a team, and other people are depending on you. What if it's a hospital emergency room and you've got 5 nurses that have to be in that emergency room at that hospital every minute of every day because you don't know who's going to be brought into that emergency room? And they've done calculations over the years that that amount of staffing is critical. Critical, because you don't know who might get shot, you don't know who might have a heart attack, you don't know whose kid swallowed a pencil eraser, you just don't know. But somebody at that hospital and the administration said, wow, bad things happen if we go below 5. We better keep it at 5. And we'd like to have 6 or 7. That's their job. One of their many, many jobs as administrators is to make sure out of the crew of nurses under pressure, because there's not enough of them in Connecticut and the pool is getting lower, that this hospital needs this amount of people. Well, now, under the underlying bill, 2 of those nurses may know that they've got to go in for a checkup this day. It's just a standard checkup. And guess what? We're telling them through this statute, hey, you don't have to tell the hospital administration. And if you don't, nothing happens. Now, I'd like to believe that those professional healthcare providers, those nurses, would have enough integrity to let their bosses know. You know why? Because who's going to give it to them when they come in and they didn't let everybody know? Well, I'm sure the administration's going to be ticked off, but their fellow nurses are going to be really ticked off. They're going to say, John, you didn't even call in? We had to scramble. We only had 4 on, and we had 2 gunshot wounds, and then we had 2 people with a heart attack, and you don't know what it was like. Why wouldn't you let them know? We could have staffed that spot. Yeah, that's the kind of working environment this bill is going to create. And I'm not saying that the employees are going to be callous or do it intentionally. But you're not creating a situation that encourages courtesy, teamwork, and responsibility. When you talk about management labor relations, it's not just about management labor relations. And we tend to look at business, unfortunately, like we're just creating widgets, that magical product that we used in college or law school or wherever. I don't know to this day what a widget is, but like we're just punching out on some machine a widget, and I'm just doing it myself, and nobody cares what we do, and if we only have 12 widgets or 20 widgets, it doesn't matter. And I have this kind of tension between me and my boss. It's almost like a Flintstones episode. It's really prehistoric. That's not the way the world is. It's way more complex than that. And now what they're trying to do is cross-train individuals so that they can cover this machine and this machine and this machine. I have toured our defense contractors' plants. We have Collins Aerospace up in Windsor Locks. Oh my God, that place is amazing. They are making components for commercial and defense aircraft that will blow your mind. And they're constantly looking for new ways to advance all the parts. The mechanisms involved in seeking better ways to cool things are just mind-blowing. Because if you can cool things, you don't need as much fuel to go further. And guess what? How do we stay premier in the Air Force and air power in a very dangerous world? We need our planes to go further with less. Similarly, on the commercial field, if they can go further with less, it's better for the environment. If you want to bring down the utilization of carbon fuels, it's better for that. And it's also more efficient and more economical. That allows America to be very high up when it comes to air traffic in the global economy. Commercial, defense, and so many other areas. Do you think that those people, that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that go to work there in Windsor Locks every single day, you think they don't depend on one another? Do you think it's just stratified up and down? Do you think that they're all fighting because, oh, management says this and the workers say that? Like it's a black and white world that way? It's not. That is such an old-fashioned way of looking at the world. This underlying bill is primitive. It is a huge step backwards from where we were in 2011. It's not progress. Now, what's the ultimate outcome of a bill like this where we're encouraging no documentation, no notification, and we're saying that if your fellow employees are upset, if your superiors are upset, if the owners of the business are upset, there's not a blessed thing they can do. And guess what? If they do anything that's remotely critical of that employee, and that employee marches to a lawyer and says, I think I was retaliated against because I got less hours, or who knows what, then all of a sudden these things are going to end up in like CHRO, Attorney General, courthouses, who knows where the end of that is. This lights that fuse. This underlying bill, while well-intentioned, and I would never make an ad hominem attack, I have the utmost respect for Senator Kushner. She is a devoted labor advocate. I get it. But Alexis de Tocqueville wrote in 2 volumes published in 1835 and 1840 called Democracy in America. He was worried about what he saw when he toured this country, and he called it the tyranny of the majority. Just because you have the numbers doesn't mean you should do it. Just because you have the votes doesn't make it right. And this, I can't stop. We don't have the votes that are opposed to this. But please, I would hope no one's under the illusion that because the votes are there to pass it, that it's necessarily moral or right or good for the people of the state of Connecticut. Because I can see how this is going to unfold. There's no ill will intended here. I get that. There is a lot of injustice out in the economy. I get that. But I also am not so stupid as to not be able to see a little bit down the future as to what the implications of this can be. Now, I had predicted when we had a debate on the other amendment that I think this is just going to usher in further mechanization. Bring in the robots. Bring in the artificial intelligence. When you go to a fast food store, line up at the kiosk. Now, when sometimes they went from 3 people at the registers, now you're going to be lucky if there's 1. They're going to make sure, if they can afford it and the numbers make sense, there's going to be no people interacting with the customers. You order at the kiosk, you put in your money, or all of a sudden you're going to get some sort of establishment where you're going to have to use some sort of swipe card, and then we're going to have battles in this circle and downstairs in the house. People want to use cash, they only have cash. What is that going to do? It's going to stratify people between who has ability to have credit and people who don't. Guess what? I had my identity stolen. I know I've talked about that over and over and over ad nauseum. Well, when that happened, a lot of bad stuff flowed from that. My credit got totally ruined through no great fault of my own. And so then when I wanted to get another credit card, I was really leery about that. And I will tell you right now, if you want to pay in an arm and a leg, you'll get that free ad in the mail that says you've been pre-approved for $900. If you want to reestablish your credit, you can establish a checking account or a savings account, and you can borrow against that. And that way your interest is low, and you don't have to worry about all that information being stolen so easily. That's the way I went. But there are people out there whose credit have been ruined, either because they've made a lot of poor life decisions, maybe one giant poor life decision, maybe they've had some really bad things happen to them, like lost their job through no fault of their own, or had a catastrophic illness and lost their job and lost their income, or maybe they've had their identity stolen. I mean, those ads on TV, they're just mind-numbing. They say, like, 100 million Americans had their identity stolen last year. I'm guessing it's exaggerated, but I think it's a growing problem. So the world that you're driving people to, they may not have access to. Now, what's the other consequence of moving in this direction, other than what I would say is not an orderly and decent state government, and not encouraging good behavior just between human beings in our state? Good behavior that I look back almost longingly like, are those days gone? Where people just treated their neighbors and fellow employees and others with respect and dignity and courtesy? Well, there's going to be other areas of our society that will have to rapidly unionize. I'm going to be honest. If the robots are taking over big segments of the employment world, there's going to be losers that are not going to be able to protect their jobs, and they're going to be taken over by technology in one way or another. And we see that periodically. The Industrial Revolution was a huge shift. And all of a sudden, people that had an agrarian perspective changed to an industrial perspective, and there were winners and losers. And there was real problems during that period. Then, when industrialization took over, then we had to figure out the management-labor relationship. And we've been at it for about 100 years in this nation. And it's had its problems along the way, and sometimes it was very violent. But I think we're in a pretty good spot right now. But not everyone's unionized. Not everyone can march and collectively bargain. And so, as Senator Sampson had pointed out, and others, Senator Harding, one of the carve-outs, Senator Martin, one of the carve-outs in the underlying bill is the sacrosanct bargaining units and organized labor. Okay, I sort of get it. It's not really fundamentally fair because we're not putting everybody on the same playing field, but the underlying legislation, I'm not really surprised coming from the Labor Committee, carves out organized labor. Philosophically, the underlying notion, I guess, is they can bargain for these rights, and so we're going to let their bargain trump what we're going to establish for everybody else in the state of Connecticut. But as the troubles begin, and I hope I'm wrong, I really hope I'm wrong. I'm not a doom and gloom guy. I would not be in the minority party for most of the last 32 years, fighting like Sisyphus, putting the giant boulder up the hill only every year to see it roll back down. I mean, I have been in the majority for 2 years, back in the mid-90s. I was in an 18-18 tie in 2018, 2019. And other years, we were closer in numbers. This year, not so much. 12-24, I get it. But on a lot of legislation, we've had a lot closer communication. And we've had bills, maybe not 100% unanimous, but 1 or 2 no votes. And so I don't get since we can work across the divide on some really complicated matters, why we have to be so far apart here? I just don't get it. I think it's a missed opportunity, and I think it's going to set us up for trouble down the road. Now, but one of the other events that I foresee is that, and I wouldn't believe that it's a foreseeable desire to push people into unionization, but you're going to have losers that are going to lose their jobs, but you're going to have other people that are going to have some ability to project into the future. Maybe like the lawyers over in the Attorney General's office that decided to unionize. There's going to be other groups that are going to decide, well, listen, not just because of the underlying health care bill in Connecticut, but for a variety of reasons, they're going to say, well, I'm going to get while the getting is good, and I'm going to try to unionize. And maybe union advocates sort of, maybe in the back of their mind think, well, that's not a bad consequence of a push in this direction. I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's a good or bad consequence. But what I'm saying is that there will be changes in our society, many of which will really be harmful to our constituents. And I don't think it's the most pragmatic and fruitful way for our state economy to go. We are in competition with other states. That doesn't mean that we have to be a super, ultra, crazy against labor state. And that doesn't mean that I'm being critical of other states that seem to have a different relationship between management and labor. But I just feel that moderation is so much better, and working across party lines is so much better, and that working for common ground is so much better for the people of the state of Connecticut. And I just don't want to see us veering off in too much of an extreme. When we work together, even though we're going to disagree, we're going to have different opinions on different issues, we can go so much farther. But on this bill, this really is doubling down on an old-fashioned view of the labor-management relationship. So what this amendment does is, it just brings us back to the status quo as far as notification for one small portion. The predictability of a medical visit. And by the way, as has been brought out during this debate on the underlying bill, I gotta be honest, it says an extension of the benefits for medical leave, but there's nothing that says anybody has to go to the doctor, dentist, or anything. Because you're wiping out any kind of note, any kind of documentation, anything. And you're wiping out any kind of heads up to your fellow workers or your supervisors. So who the heck knows? Medical visit? I'm going to the beach. And I'll call it a mental health day. And I get a tan at the same time. And guess what? You can't criticize me. You can't even ask. So really, is this a charade or a charade? Is this a ruse or a ruse? What is this? This is just time off masquerading as health care. Because we're not asking for anybody to back it up in any way, shape, or form. Under some notion that labor has been betrayed and they owe no duty, nothing to the employer. And I'm not saying employees are perfect. I'm just saying, look at it from the perspective of the fellow employees that are on the shift with you, that are doing critical jobs. You know, we talk in terms of like building things, but let's talk in terms of emergency stuff. I understand a lot of folks out there are in labor unions and organized, and they have labor contracts. Tons and tons of groups out there, but there's lots and lots that aren't. And they're involved in things that we take for granted, but if we didn't have those services available in an emergency, we'd be up the creek without a paddle, really bad. This would be a danger. This would be a huge danger to our loved ones, to our neighbors, to our children. What do we say to them? I'm not saying it's going to happen. I hope it never happens. But I don't know that every ambulance driver in Connecticut is unionized. I just don't. I'm guessing no. So what if all of a sudden a bunch of them decide, not feeling good today, and someone gets sick or a heart attack, or some little kid gets hit by a car and time is of the essence? What are we going to tell their parents? What are we going to tell their spouses? Well, no. I just can't go down this path with you guys. I can't, and I'm extremely sympathetic to the cause of labor. I want to see a balanced relationship. Yeah, we can do better. And maybe the underlying 2011 bill is just old news from an old time. But we had in there respect between individuals, and it was written into the law. We tried to make the hurdles not so high that they were stop gates. You know, it was just a hurdle so high that it was actually stopping people from getting health care. No. But we were also making sure that the law says, treat each other with respect. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Right from Jesus Christ. You don't have to believe in the God that I believe in, but I do believe that if we're going to enact laws, we should fundamentally reflect human decency between each other. Put whatever religious things or lack of religion aside. Let's treat each other with human respect, and as we pass laws, let's mirror that responsibility and that respect. So for that reason, Madam President, I'm urging my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment that says your employer can ask, if you can predict a medical visit up to 7 days in advance, they can ask for a reasonable notice. Just so they know where you are, when you're coming back, and I'm guessing just so they can predict the output of whatever that you're building, the service that can be provided, and the staffing for whatever unit you're involved in. So that the greater public, whoever's being served by this enterprise, is not the one that's the ultimate loser. Because heretofore in this debate, the people that have been left out of all of this so far, maybe not so much in the great commentary made by Senator Sampson and Senator Harding and Senator Martin, all my colleagues, Senator Wong, but it's the people that are served by the businesses. They're the voice that no one's hearing, at least as much as I want them to be heard in this circle. It's not management, it's not labor, it's the innocent people that we serve as our constituents. And for that reason, Madam President, I would urge adoption of the amendment and would ask for a roll call. Thank you.
So thank you. It will be a roll call. Will you remark further on the amendment, Senator Martin?
Thank you, Madam President. I won't take too long, but could I ask the proponent of the amendment to just summarize what this amendment seeks to accomplish through you, Madam President?
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. This particular amendment restores part of the current law from the bill that's before us, because the bill before us would remove a section that would require the notification of the employee to the employer if a particular time off was foreseeable. The bill that's before us actually removes that, surprisingly, and would no longer be the law going forward. And I don't believe that's appropriate. I believe that that notice requirement should remain, and that's what the amendment does. It keeps that in conforming with the current law. Through you.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Could the good senator provide us an example specifically? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Sampson.
Forgive me, I just want to get back to the page of the bill. So the requirement that is in the current law says that if a worker needs to use their paid time off, and that time off is foreseeable, the employer is eligible to require that they provide advance notice, not more than 7 days before the leave is to begin, and their intention. It also specifies that if they that leave's not foreseeable, they can let the employer know whenever it's practicable, which to me is, I mean, such a modest requirement. In fact, it's somewhat surprising, as we heard before, that they could even, advise after the fact, and that to me is unacceptable. But the bottom line is, I'm trying to get us back to something more reasonable, which is the current law, and this is an effort to take at least one of the changes that is in the bill before us and remove it. Through you.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. So, through you, Madam President. So, if someone wanted to take time off and if for a sick day, and they were anticipating a surgery, basically that would be sort of an example. I'm going to have a surgery in 7 days or in a week from now, so I'm going to need 5 days off. Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'm sorry that I didn't answer your question more clearly the first time. You were absolutely correct, Senator. That is exactly what's going on. If it's foreseeable, doctor's appointment, surgery, something like that, they know it's coming, they would have a requirement to tell the employer.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to go into this just a little bit. I think that we may be going into the family medical leave, but should a child needs some type of surgery and mom needs to take time off, would this be qualified as a sick day? Would she be able to use these sick days to take care of her child? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Through you, Madam President, I believe that would be the case.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. So these sick days are really broad then. An individual does not necessarily have to call them sick days, but they can be used for a personal family matter of some sort. Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Throughout the debate, I've been referring to this as paid time off, because from my perspective, that's what it is. It has very little to do with being sick. No documentation is required. And certainly the person, the employee themselves, does not have to be sick. So I consider it paid time off. Through you.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
Yes, many companies today are using PTOs and qualifying all the above, regardless what they are. If they were sick days, earned days for vacation, they're just totaling them all up and based on, hours worked or, months worked or years worked. And they, in the end, they know they may have 15 PTOs or maybe it's 30. So I guess it's surprising that this is sort of the title of this bill has to deal with sick days, and really it's part of the way it's written seems to be including family medical leave aspect to it. So, Madam President, I have no more questions. The good senator clarified my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you remark further on the amendment? Will you remark further on the amendment? If not, I will open the voting machine. Mr. Clerk, would you announce the vote?
Immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. An immediate roll call vote in the Senate.
Mr. Clerk, please give us the tally on the amendment.
Senate Amendment D, HB 5005. Total number of voting 35. Total voting yea 12. Total voting nay 23. Absent not voting 1.
Amendment fails. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yeah, again, I think that was 4 or 5 amendments in a row that went down on a party line, and very unfortunate, because it's not like I was even trying to bring us back to a sense of sanity, in my opinion. I was just trying to get us back to the current law, which is a bill that was considered onerous from its inception in 2011. And it's a little frustrating. I have 3 more amendments prepared, but I don't see a point in running them at this point. But I might just bring up the fact that my goal would have been to simply minimize the impact of this legislation on small business is in particular, but I think that this is going to have a negative impact on businesses across the state of all sizes. Remember that, a key factor in this legislation is not simply the change from 50 or more employees is down to 1 or more employees, which may be the most important factor, but you also have the difference in the accrual rate, and you have the effective decimation of the structure of the policy as it exists right now. I had a friend of mine who was watching this debate tonight. He sent me a text, and I just want to read it to the chamber. And he's like, so let me get this straight. He says, so if an employee stays out drinking or smoking marijuana or gambling and calls out of work at the last minute, he or she doesn't have to provide a doctor's note, and the employer can't even ask the nature of their illness, and the employer cannot discipline the employee, or it gets called retaliation, then the labor commissioner and the wage enforcement agents show up, and the employer is then subject to a hearing and maybe gets fined $500 per violation. And on top of that, they've got to retain their records for 3 years and make them accessible to the labor commissioner. And I thought, gee, there's nothing I can really argue about in that interpretation. That's pretty much what this bill does. This bill takes an already onerous policy and makes it 10 times more onerous. I want to just bring us back to a few things. Remember that the requirement that it only applies to you or a family member as an employee, gone. Effectively, now it can apply no matter who you're talking about. Your roommate's kid can be sick, or pretty much anything, if you classify it as a mental health day, would apply. The fact that you're actually individually sick yourself, no longer required. Providing documentation to your employer about why you're taking the time off, no longer required. Notice to the employer that you're even taking the time off, not required. Taking the leave off in increments that are actually sensible and work within the confines of the employer's business, no longer required. And now, an employer might even be liable for some previous employer's pay time off to their employees based on a section of this bill which says that a successor employer has to carry on. And maybe one of the most surprising things we learned tonight is for larger businesses who may already offer paid time off coverage. And they've been hearing that they will be exempt from the requirements of this bill because they already offer paid time off. Well, the news flash for them is that unless it's the exact same requirements, you're still going to have to follow this law. What worries me is that some company that may have been offering paid time off under their own circumstances might get caught up in a situation where someone says that the paid time off that they have offered doesn't meet the requirements of this bill because it doesn't meet one of these other requirements. For example, maybe they require a doctor's note. They might end up having to do something to make up for that by providing additional time or some other type of compensation. Madam President, this particular bill is going to have a detrimental impact on the people of Connecticut. It's a stinker. I mean, if you want to really talk about it, as far as bills that we get in this chamber each year, this is a stinker. And I'm afraid it's going to stink up our state until someone has the common sense to turn this way of doing business around. And we begin to make policy for the benefit of our constituents, not to control them, not to set up parameters where there's a constant battle between employers and employees, where there is the legislature being used to collectively bargain on behalf of different groups, whether there is damage to the production that takes place when businesses are run well and succeeding. We need to get around all of those things. We need a recognition of what makes economies work and societies thrive. And I'll be advocating for those things every day that I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Will you remark further, Senator Wong?
Thank you, Madam President. In listening to the amendment debate and some of the pre-offer debate discussions, I find it very, very frustrating that we are continuing to not heed the deliberation and the impact of what we're considering in this underlying bill. So through you, Madam President, just some questions to the proponent of this bill, just for point of clarification.
Please proceed.
Thank you. On line 52, we're denoting distinctions of family members, but what does affinity mean, and what does that cover? What is the definition, and what does that cover? Through you, Madam President.
Excuse me. Senator Kushner, sorry about that.
That's okay. I don't mind being mistaken for the good senator. To answer the senator's question on line 52, it talks about an individual related to the employee by blood or affinity, whose close association the employee shows to be equivalent to those of family relationships there. And the affinity there refers to the relationship. And I think that that's already been defined in state statute, elsewhere in state statute, where we have that same language, and it's been interpreted by the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you. And so then, could the good chairwoman of the Labor and Employment Committee articulate what affinity means by that definition? Is it an extension of the married family? Is it friends of the family? What does affinity, as articulated by the good chairwoman, mean in a definition term that she articulated?
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. As I said, the affinity in this context is where we've defined the relationship as defined in the Paid Family Medical Leave Bill that has been enacted and been working for several years. And so affinity is the relationship that one would have, close association to the employee shown to be equivalent to the family relationships.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Through you, Madam President, just could the good chairwoman give me an example? Now, would this example apply? That the best man in my wedding, would he be an affinity connection? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, he very well could be.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you, and that again is one of the wide expansion of this bill, and I think the second expansion of this bill beyond the definition of a employee is seasonal employees. Now, the definition in the 2011 statute articulated certain hours and days. So is that different than the stipulation here that now includes seasonal workers? Through you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Seasonal workers in this proposed legislation is defined as an employee who works 120 or fewer days in a year.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you. So that could be a part-time, it could be a seasonal worker that works on an incremental basis. So there is no particular criteria for, quote, seasonal workers, only measured by that time. So a part-time employee that works 120 hours, as articulated by the good chairwoman, is deemed a seasonal worker, would now be included under this statute versus the previous 2011 statute. Would that be correct? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Kushner.
If there's an employee who works more than 120 days, then that person is not deemed seasonal in this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you, and I apologize. I said 120 hours, 120 days. So I'll move on. I know the night is long. Through you, Madam President, what was the rationale of the good chairwoman to broaden the definition of employees, as I got a point of clarification as we discussed in the amendment. What was the rationale to now include entire segments of industries that were previously excluded in 2011 and to lower it from 50 to 1 employee? What was the rationale, through you, Madam President, to be able to provide? Was an incremental benefit increase? Was there a policy or a business interest in doing so? Through you, Madam President, this is a profound change. So could the good chairwoman articulate why such a broad swath of change in regards to policy?
Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam President. Since we first enacted this legislation for paid sick days in 2011, we've had a lot of experience since then, both seeing how it impacted the limited number of employers who were included in the original bill. We've also had experience looking at other states that have enacted similar legislation with a much more expansive coverage. And looking at all of that, understanding the circumstances that people experienced during the pandemic particularly, we felt it was necessary to expand the paid sick days bill in our state to include all the workers in the state, as this bill would suggest.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And for a 17-page document, and I know we spoke long and arduously about it, so I'll simply make some closing statements. That I feared that regardless of how effective and persuasive many of my colleagues have in our amendment discussions, and we might have articulated the viewpoints opposing this bill this evening, we're going to do nothing to enlighten or change respective party votes on this bill. Perhaps I'm hoping to be surprised, but I sincerely doubt it. So allow me to take my colleagues and viewers back to 2011, when I was a relatively new state rep. I vividly remembering the House and Senate debate on this current mandate on employers on paid sick leave. It was Senate Bill 913, Public Act 11-52. I really got a chance to see representative government in action. What I mean by that is, in the Senate, I remember the debate. It was a lengthy and hardly debated issue, and it was quite a struggle, in fact. In fact, I remember you had two titans in this building, the late Senator Edith Craig, who is arguably one of the most passionate advocates for the labor movement, and then you had a respectful and knowledgeable business person in Senator Tony Guglielmo. And I took a quick research because of this length of debate on CJA records. And it's amazing how the times have changed. In fact, as I was looking through the system, there were over 240 amendments filed by the House and Senate staff colleagues. And it was a debate on ideas and values, and it was a debate that had compromise. The compromise that led to the bill in 2011 that we are now just running a truck through and obliterating. And it was a bill that had consideration, respectful negotiations. In fact, the vote was 1817 in this circle. 1817, when we only had 14 Republican senators in this circle. So that meant it actually had bipartisan consideration, because we looked at the impact that it would have on businesses while maintaining the balance that we talked about in protecting workers. What this bill does in its amended form obliterates that balance and tips that scale from one end to the other. Let us be clear on this. We removed the threshold of 50 employees to 1. We moved the notice to employers to be able to afford them to plan accordingly to not necessary. We requested documentation, should you need paid sick leave, to now saying we don't need anything at all. I think it's just remarkable to me that this bill, in its current format, blows everything that we did in 2011 out of consideration. I'm going to argue long and hard, but it's not going to change anybody's mind. But oh, how I wish that we actually had a representative government that thought about the implications of our lawmaking here. We had Republicans and Democrats consider the value and the tip of balance. Unless I'm proven wrong in this vote, we've lost that. We've lost that respect for that balance. So forgive me that into the future, when we talk about supporting our small businesses, building our economy, and how I'm going to point out some of those particulars. Some Connecticut small business facts where women make up 41.2% of small businesses, and Hispanics make up 10.2% of small business owners, and racial minorities account for 13.5%. We're going to tell them that government knows better on how you run your business. I oppose this bill because it tips the balance against what is in the best interest of the balance of government versus businesses versus worker rights. And it's frustrating. So mark this date, mark this vote. For those that may want to celebrate, I applaud you. Look, it is, what we want out of this bill is well-intentioned. Make no mistake about it. Those that are sick, those that are unable to work deserve an opportunity to be able to recover. But to remove documentation, to remove any notice of consideration, to remove considerations for small businesses of 1 or more employees that can't afford that kind of change is disrespectful to small businesses. I'll close by saying this. I want to echo the sentiments offered by the good Senator Kissel from Enfield, and he quoted Alexis de Tocqueville. The tyranny of majority power is in full display here, because you're not respecting the small businesses that don't have long lobbying arms, that don't have the power to be able to argue. They'll struggle in silence. And the only thing they'll do is they'll shut down their business, they'll move out of our state, and they won't have the opportunity to pursue their dream of building their own business, their own entrepreneurship, because we in government have tipped the scales against them. And that's a shame. So I thank you for your time, Madam President, and I urge defeat of this bill.
Thank you. Will you remark further? Senator Marks, followed by Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in full support of this bill. I'll speak quickly, but I really feel I need to speak on this bill. Back in 2011, when it first got passed, and I work with many homemakers and companions that work for other agencies for the home care program for elders, which is a state program, and so these companies are getting state money to pay their homemakers and companions. And when I remember when it got passed, and I would see some of them in the high rises where I see a lot of my patients, and I would say, you finally get sick time. You finally get sick time. And they didn't get sick time, because they were considered maids, believe it or not. So it has taken 13 13 years for these men and women who we all call angels, who every single one of us has had them or have had a grandparent or an aunt or uncle come into their home to take care of them, and they do not get paid sick time. So these angels also don't have long lobbying arms like the small businesses do. They don't have a union, and the people that are here, the lobbyists here that are speaking for the home care agencies are speaking for the management side of the home care agencies. These men and women who were homemakers and companions had nobody to step up for them. And I'm being so honest when I say it's one of the reasons why I got into politics. It's one of the reasons when I went to my first legislative briefing with Senator Formica. I can remember talking to him and Rep. Soto. It was a couple years after it had gotten passed, and Rep. Soto was in there then. And they heard me, they understood it, but it didn't get passed. So I look with amazing admiration for Senator Kushner, the chair of Labor, for being so diligent and never forgetting the people that truly need our voices up here in Hartford. So on this Nurses Day, I am thrilled to be able to vote for this bill, and hopefully tomorrow to text many of the homemakers and companions, or angels, as we all like to call them. These are the benefits they deserve. And so thank you for the time, Madam President.
Thank you. Senator, will you remark? Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise just to make a few comments. I've sat here the majority of the day listening to this debate, and this is one of those bills where, quite frankly, I have to shake my head. It is one of the most imbalanced bills that I've heard since I've been here. It focuses solely on the employee, which, by the way, I do support that we treat well, but it has no regard for our businesses at all. This bill, while it may be noble, adds administrative costs, compliance costs, workloads to all of our businesses, and it makes it less attractive for small businesses to grow in this state. The bill inserts state government in the middle of employee and employer relationships. It eliminates their ability to negotiate employee terms themselves. And rather than nurturing our small businesses, this onerous mandate does just the opposite. It will have huge impact on the viability of our small businesses to survive. I encourage you all to pause and think about this. Most small businesses don't have human resources departments. They don't have staff to manage their record keeping and paperwork and administrative requirements that would be needed to comply with this mandate. Some of the additional unintended consequences of this piece of legislation: if somebody's business is just making it, and now they are forced to deal with this mandate, they might not give employees extra hours. They might not hire any additional people because they simply can't do it. Not to mention the effects on service. It was brought up a couple of times in the circle this evening, or this afternoon and this evening, but this bill will compromise customer service, and it will affect the patrons of these businesses. I think most employers, I should say, and treat their employees very well. At least that's the experience that I have in my own district. I see family businesses that have made significant contributions to their communities. Family businesses that want to expand and make others part of their family. They want to take care of their employees, and they do. So what I see in this bill is a solution in search of a problem. I see big government inserting itself in the private sector. I see yet another mandate, a mandate which causes headaches and financial pain to the very small businesses that I was elected to protect. So needless to say, I will be voting no for this piece of legislation, and I will go back to my small businesses and the owners in my district and let them know that I heard them, because I have gotten hundreds of emails on this piece. And I hope my colleagues in this circle will listen to me and listen to their constituents as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this legislation because it'll undermine and harm workers, small businesses, and the economy in this state. It will raise cost of living, and it will further chase away jobs from the state of Connecticut. Sometimes I think that if you tasked someone with passing policies that could undermine job creation, undermine small businesses, and undermine economic growth intentionally, they couldn't do better than exactly what is being done currently in the state of Connecticut. I was looking earlier today at different independent studies of small business climates across 50 states, and almost all of them that I found place Connecticut in the bottom 10 of environments, climates for small businesses and job creation of all 50 states. Wallet Hub ranks Connecticut 49th in small business climate, Simplify 42nd, Cato Institute 50th, Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council ranks Connecticut 43rd, the Pacific Research Institute ranks at 47th, and CNBC ranks at 45th. By almost all measures, different independent evaluations, the regulatory climate in this state, the tax climate in this state has been enormously detrimental to job creation, to small businesses, and most of all to workers, to the well-being of workers here in Connecticut. And a lot of this has happened just in the past 5 or 10 or 15 years. This wasn't all inherited. In fact, much of it wasn't inherited. There was a study from the Office of Legislative Research, just this state government's independent nonpartisan research body, that found 28 different unfunded mandates were imposed on small businesses from 2016 to 2021 alone. Now we stand here once again about to commit one of the very same errors we have been committing over the last 15 years that has resulted in economic stagnation, stagnating wages, and almost zero job creation, while the rest of the country saw rising wages and increased job creation. The proof is in the pudding. The statistics do not lie. Since 2011, when the first paid sick leave policy was passed, Connecticut has only seen a 5% increase in total jobs, while the rest of the country has seen a 21% increase in total jobs. Since 2019, when we passed the Paid Family Medical Leave Act, Connecticut has seen a 1% increase in the total number of jobs, while the rest of the country has seen a 5% increase, 5 times the amount of job creation around the country in the past 5 years as compared to Connecticut. And household incomes, likewise, nearly twice the rate of growth for the median household income in the rest of the country as Connecticut since 2010. My friends, we've seen this movie before. It doesn't end well. It results in lower job creation, lower wages, less prosperity for the working class and middle class, less opportunity for people who need it, and less success for small businesses and Connecticut's economy generally. All of the evidence, all of the reasoning in today's extraordinarily long debate points to the fact that this will only harm the working class and the middle class more in Connecticut. We should all stand up and defeat this piece of legislation and bring a pivot, bring change, a change of direction in the way we create prosperity here in Connecticut, so we can actually create an economy that works for all people, all families, and creates growth for the middle class. I urge everyone to vote against this bill today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Will you remark? Senator Summers, good evening.
Good evening, Madam President. And I rise for a few words on this particular bill. You know, as someone here in this circle who is probably one of the few that's actually owned and run a manufacturing company here in the state of Connecticut, I have to say that paid sick time is important. It's important to employees, it's important to the employer, but it really should be left to a discussion between the employer and the employee. And government really does not have a role, in my opinion, in inserting itself between those two entities. As someone who had a manufacturing company for nearly 20 years in the state of Connecticut, my employees were extremely valuable to us. Some of them are still actually employed at the company, even though it was sold a few years ago. We made our way, starting from scratch, becoming a very valuable company, and during that time, we treated our employees with respect and dignity, and yes, paid time off. The amount of time off or sick leave changed as we grew. But we had the flexibility and the determination to be good employers and to take care of our employees. And I think many of the small businesses do that here in the state of Connecticut. So I wanted to rise on a few things that I think need to be brought up. We've heard a lot of debate today on paid sick leave. And these are some things that I thought of in particular for small businesses here in the state of Connecticut. Connecticut is not an easy place to do business. It's very expensive, there's a lot of regulations, and as you heard Senator Fazio speak just a few moments ago, we're still ranked in the bottom of a business-friendly community and state. So remember, we're just coming off the aftermath of what I would consider a recession after COVID. People are just starting to get back to where they were before the pandemic. And now here we are going to demand an additional 2 paid sick days for businesses to have to absorb. And when they do that, they have to allocate resources to be able to cover the wages of the absent employees. And this can be particularly challenging for small businesses, especially many that are women-owned or minority-owned, when they're operating on really tight budgets. There's a big administrative burden that I don't know whether anybody has spoke to. Implementing this policy requires an administrative effort. Many of the small businesses, as you heard, we don't have human resource departments. We are owners, we are investors that are wearing multiple hats. We don't have full-time administrators. We're doing that as we're actually working on an assembly line ourselves at times. So updating this policy, we'll have to update the payroll system if we have one. We have to track employee time off. We have to ensure compliance, and all of this adds to our workload. And many of us that are small business owners or have been in the past know it's one of the most difficult jobs you have ever had. You work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and therefore now we're adding an additional burden on top of that. It definitely has an impact on productivity. When an employee takes a sick day, especially a paid one without notice, it can result in disruption of the workflow, disruption of productivity, and businesses may very well have to find a replacement or redistribute the tasks, affecting the overall output and productivity and efficiency. And those are things, folks, when you're in a competitive world, working in a high-cost state like Connecticut, you can't afford to miss. There's also, we heard, the potential for abuse, that somebody could misuse the sick time and this entitlement on a sick day when you're not actually sick, increased staffing challenges, and of course, increasing the cost for small businesses. There's many small businesses that have paid time off, and they combine that together with other times off for other reasons, and that's how they use and cover their sick time. They don't have separate sick time accounts. That's very common for small businesses. But small businesses figure out how to do that, and if they want to keep employees, they treat them well. And right now, there is no plethora of job shortages here in the state of Connecticut. And this will put us as Connecticut at a big disadvantage to our surrounding states. There is no doubt that this bill is well-intended, but it is an anti-small business bill. It is an anti-large business bill. And it will have a chilling effect on businesses that are trying to decide if they want to come to the state of Connecticut or not. And it will also have a chilling effect for businesses that are deciding whether they want to stay here in the state of Connecticut or not. So for all of those reasons, and for the biggest reason that I want Connecticut to become a business-friendly state, a small business-friendly state, I want to get us out of the 49th and 47th spot and bring us up to #1, and this is the wrong way to do it. So I urge rejection of this bill tonight. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Will you remark further on the legislation? And good evening, Senator Looney.
Good evening, Madam President, and thank you. Speaking in support of the bill, this is a landmark bill for the 2024 session, one that a number of us have worked on for a long time. We did pass a paid sick days bill last year, and this year we now bring it to fruition in both chambers. I would like to just begin by thanking, as usual, Senator Julie Kushner for all of her superb work in advocating, negotiating, anticipating questions, resolving difficulties, and bringing this bill to us tonight. We in Connecticut led the nation by passing one of the first paid sick days bills about a dozen years ago, and at capping it at employers with 50 or more employees. Since then, other states have moved beyond us in terms of adopting progressive policies, and now we are now putting ourselves once again toward the front of the line in terms of an enlightened policy, moving in 3 steps to having everyone covered by paid sick days with a reasonable way of accumulating them based upon number of hours worked and the accumulation of up to 5 paid days. If you think about what it means, it's a simple element of humanity that employers should have enough human consideration for their workers that they respect their right to not come to work when they are sick and to be paid for it, not suffer the loss of a day's pay because of illness. And it is something, it's a matter of humane consideration. Those who have said that this is burdensome on employers, this is the same argument that has been made about every progressive labor reform for the past 100 years. There were those who argued that child labor shouldn't be interfered with because it interfered with the freedom of contract between a little kid and a major corporation. And as we all know, that was bogus. There was also employee opposition to our OSHA safety regulations. Again, this was going to impose unreasonable burdens on employers to have to make improvements on their premises, going to cut into their profit margins, and that was unfair. Also, the idea of having a a weekend off from work and reducing the number of mandatory hours. That was also seen as an unfair interference with the right of employers to bargain with their employees, creating the fiction that the employees actually had anything close to equal bargaining power. The weekend, the idea of the 8-hour workday and the 40-hour work week, all of these that we now take for granted as just elemental conditions of employment and the right to overtime in circumstances when those limits are exceeded. But the reality is that people literally had to die for those things to happen in some cases. There were battles, there were riots, there were Pinkertons hired by employers to kill workers who fought for these kinds of changes. That's one of the reasons why I fought a number of years ago to have the labor history curriculum for our school system. This is something that too many of our young people now take for granted. They think that some of these things came about just as a matter of right, or because people automatically agree that they were humane. They were never automatically agreed to. Always had to be fought for, and always won at a cost. And we're making another advance on that now over the next 3 years, providing the paid sick days coverage. And again, I want to thank Senator Kushner for all of her work on this and her steadfast work on these as a champion of working people. Thank you so much, Madam President, and I urge passage of the bill.
Thank you. Will you remark further? If not, the machine is open. Mr. Clerk, announce the vote, please.
Immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. An immediate roll call vote has been ordered in the Senate. We are now.
Mr. Clerk, give us the tally, please.
House Bill 5005 as amended. Total number voting 35, total voting yea 23, total voting nay 12, absent not voting 1.
And the legislation passes.